Welcome back to the History of the Papacy podcast, a podcast about the popes of Rome and Christian Church. Prepare yourself to step behind the ropes and leave the official tour of the story of the popes and Christianity. I am your host, Steve Guerra, and I thank you for joining me on this journey. Hey everybody, welcome back to the History of the Papacy podcast. My name is Steve, and I want to welcome you to the complete documentary, all 11 episodes of the American history of the Catholic Church up to the Civil War. This series was one of my favorites, honestly, to put together because it all just came together, and it came together almost precisely into 10 episodes, which is really what I was aiming for. This was a really interesting time period to discuss, and I really hope you enjoy the whole series in one documentary. I would love your feedback and what you think about this series, and I will talk to you soon with a lot of great new projects coming up. Hey, welcome back to the History of the Papacy podcast. Today we are setting the stage for a brand new series exploring the history of the Catholic Church in the United States, beginning with the American Revolution and continuing through the U.S. Civil War. Now, if you're not from the U.S. or don't feel totally confident in your American history knowledge, don't worry. I'll provide plenty of background context along the way, and if you want to dive deeper, I highly recommend checking out the Key Battles of American History podcast by Professor James Early. It's a fantastic podcast series, and I even had the honor of guest hosting one of the series on the War of 1812, which, spoiler alert, will definitely come up in this series. Before we jump along into Catholic focused narrative in history, today's episode serves as something of a transition, a moment to temper our historical perspective. We're bridging the gap between our last series on the First Temple of Jerusalem and the world of 18th and 19th century Americas. To help prepare you for what's ahead, I also suggest listening to our series entitled End of an Era, which explores the Roman papacy during the dramatic period from the French Revolution to the end of Pope Pius IX's reign in the 1870s. That series really gives critical insight into what was happening in Europe during roughly the same period we'll be covering in American history. You'll find some fascinating comparisons and connections between the Catholic experience in Europe and the emerging United States. Now let's turn to today's episode, a look at a lesser-known chapter of American Christian history, one that doesn't center on the dominant Protestant sects of British North America, nor on the Catholic Church, which, while a minority under British rule, thrived in areas under French and Spanish influence in North America. Instead, we'll explore the life of somebody named Philip Ludwell III and the surprising presence of Orthodox Christianity in colonial Virginia. Now, if this were one of the regular episodes in our Catholic Church and American History series, this would be the part where we would go into the deep backstory, how the church arrived, how it spread, who laid the groundwork. But in this case, there isn't a backstory, at least not the one you might expect, because now we're talking about Orthodox Christians in the New World. And to be honest, this is one of the strangest and most fascinating side paths of the story of Christianity in North America. Yes, the Russians had already started their push eastward across Siberia by the late 1500s. That's a story we don't hear about much in the context of the Age of Exploration. but it absolutely deserves attention. While Spain and Portugal were sailing west, Russia was marching east across a vast and brutal terrain. By the 1740s, Russian traders and settlers had made it to Alaska. That's during the lifetime of this Philip Ludwell III we'll talk about, the man at the center of this transitional episode. But here's the key point. The first organized Orthodox missionary effort in Alaska, the first time we actually see priests, monastics, any kind of religious infrastructure, doesn't happen until 1794. That's almost 30 years after Ludwell's death. And I was all excited to jump into all sorts of this happened and that happened and this happened, Russians in California, et cetera, but we can't really talk about it because it happened much later than the time of Philip Ludwell III. So how, in the middle of colonial Virginia, British, aristocratic, deeply Protestant Virginia, do we get someone like Philip Ludwell III converting to Eastern Orthodoxy at a time when even becoming Catholic was considered radical? Ludwell made a leap into a version of Christianity that to most of his contemporaries would have seemed completely foreign, alien, even unheard of, in a religious landscape where not being the right kind of Protestant could get you ostracized or even worse. How did one of the most American of early Americans become one of the most un-American kinds of Christian you can imagine? That's what we're going to explore in this episode. So you might ask yourself, why are we taking a detour into the life of someone who wasn't Catholic and wasn't even a part of the church? We're about to spend a whole series talking about, because honestly, the story of Philip Ludwell III is exactly the kind of unexpected journey that helps us understand just how complicated and interesting religious life in early America really was. Now, no, Ludwell wasn't Catholic. Back in British North American colonies, becoming Catholic was strange enough, but most Catholics in the colonies were born into the faith. There weren't a ton of converts. There were even fewer priests, and being Catholic was anything between frowned upon to straight up illegal, depending on where you lived. It was seen as outright treason. Becoming Orthodox, that was all of the above and then some. And Ludwell wasn't some obscure, forgotten colonial, weird foreign colonial type of thing. That's the thing. He wasn't a quote unquote founding father in the way we would usually talk about them, but he was deeply connected to the elite of colonial society. I'll be honest myself, I hadn't heard of him until fairly recently, and I bet most of you haven't either. But if you're listening at this point, chances are you're more into history than the average person. We all know that. As we'll see, Philip Ludwell III was one of the wealthiest, most connected, and most influential people in the 13 colonies before the American Revolution. Even though he died in 1767, nearly a decade before the 4th of July, 1776, his influences ran deep. So yes, his conversion to Orthodoxy is worth exploring, but so is the man himself. So let's get into our rewind now. Ludwell's story begins with his grandfather, Philip Ludwell I, born in England in 1638. He came to the Americas and he got to work fast. He became the first governor of the Carolinas. That was South and North Carolina merged into one. They would later split. He married into Virginia's oldest and most powerful family and fought on the side of the government during Bacon's Rebellion. He held seats in the House of Burgesses and many other major offices. Ludwell's son, Philip II, inherited his father's wealth and continued the family's rise. When Ludwell I returned to England and died there, his estate and his influence passed on to his son, who further expanded the family's political clout. He played a key role in the early development of the College of William and Mary and continued the Ludwell tradition of civic leadership. That brings us to Philip Ludwell III, born in 1716 into this world of wealth and privilege and political power. He would go on to become the largest landowner in Virginia, which at the time was the wealthiest of the 13 colonies. So in terms of scale, Ludwell was right up there with the most powerful figures in all of British North America. You just can't discount that. The largest landowner in the wealthiest colony. That's no joke right there. He's as serious as anybody. His family ties only deepen this picture as well. His sister Lucy Ludwell married into the Lee family, one of the most important and aristocratic families in Virginia, which this family would produce multiple revolutionary leaders and eventually Robert E. Lee himself, the most famous Virginian of the 19th century and maybe of all time. And Philip Ludwell himself, he wasn't just wealthy and well-connected. He was also extremely learned, culturally refined, and active in politics and education. He was close friends, you might even call him besties, with Benjamin Franklin, and he gave George Washington his first military commission. This military commission of George Washington would lead to something called the French and Indian War, which would lead to the 7 Years' War, which eventually would lead to the American Revolution. Key figure in there, Philip Ludwell III. Philip Ludwell III was a militia commander, so he would often be referred to as Colonel Ludwell. Maybe we'll start referring to him as Colonel from now on. Then in 1737, at about the age of 20, Colonel Ludwell, sailed to London with his wife and assistant/manservant John Wales. This was kind of a typical trip for wealthy Virginians, many of whom spent long stretches of time in England. But Ludwell did something very atypical. He visited the Russian Orthodox Mission Church in London, which still incidentally exists to this day, and asked to be received into the Orthodox Church. Let's let that sink in for a second. Here's a young Virginian aristocrat at the height of British Protestant society, voluntarily stepping into the most foreign version of Christianity that was available at that time. One with zero foothold in North America, no local church, no community, and no clergy. And that's what he joined anyway. Now, Ludwell didn't travel alone. Along with his wife, like I said, he brought this fellow John Wales, a man who you may not have heard of him in particular, but his name is connected to a lot of big names in U.S. history. Wales's daughter, Martha, would go on to marry Thomas Jefferson. He also fathered several children with the enslaved women, including one daughter named Sally Hemings, Jefferson's mistress and the mother of several of his children. Man, let that sink in for a minute. Thomas Jefferson's wife and mistress had the same dad. One, the daughter of wealth and privilege and everything that comes with that legitimate line, and the other a slave. I mean, that's just craziness. So yes, this story touches on one of the most foundational and controversial corners of American history. So after his conversion, Ludwell returned to Virginia and had 3 daughters who lived to adulthood. He had technically 4 daughters, but as was common in the day, one did not make it into adulthood. And he remained Openly Orthodox, or as much as he could be, he translated the divine liturgies of St. John Chrysostom and St. Basil the Great into English, which were and still to this day are the two most central services of the Orthodox Church. Every Sunday service in almost all or Eastern Orthodox jurisdictions are going to be either St. John Chrysostom's liturgy or St. Basil the Great. Sometimes, very rarely, one other liturgy is used, but that's very infrequent. Among his other translations were a key Russian catechism and a special liturgy held primarily during Lent called the Divine and Holy Liturgy of St. Gregory the Dialogist, or it's more often called the Liturgy of the Pre-Sanctified Gifts. As a little interesting side note, this liturgy ties directly back to Rome. Gregory the Dialogist is another name for Pope Gregory the Great, who reigned in the late 500s and early 600s. When he was a young man, he spent time in Constantinople, where he created this liturgy. It became extremely popular in the East, but never quite caught on in the West. Pope St. Gregory the Great is another person like Ludwell who has all sorts of interesting and unexpected cross-cultural connections. Ludwell built a fairly standard home in Williamsburg, Virginia. Definitely luxurious, don't get me wrong there, but for the most part, well within the norms of architectural standards. But there was one major exception. The basement of the home featured an apse, a rounded recess in the eastern wall, a distinctly Orthodox Christian architectural Eastern feature. It's not something you'd expect in a colonial Virginia home, and it actually caused issues with the building's foundation. The Ludwell Paradise House still stands in colonial Williamsburg to this day, but unfortunately, I guess, or unfortunately, depending how you want to look at it, it's a privately owned building and is privately occupied. So the archaeological research really hasn't moved forward much in recent years. But back to the narrative, in 1760, Ludwell returned to London, maybe permanently or maybe just for another visit. For Ludwell, it would be permanent, but we'll see why. So while back in merry old London, he had his 3 daughters received into the Orthodox Church and requested permission to take Holy Communion home with him back to Virginia, along with permission for it to be shipped once per year. That might seem odd today, but at the time, it was normal for Catholics and Orthodox Christians to receive communion only once a year, especially if they lived in isolated areas. But as we said earlier, Ludwell never did make it back home to Virginia. He died in London in 1767 and was buried with Orthodox Christian rites. Coming in up next, we'll look at the aftermath of Ludwell's conversion, how his legacy rippled through early American history, and what this really unlikely story tells us about religion, identity, and faith choice in colonial America. So let's talk about Philip Ludwell III's legacy and kind of what happens after the fact and the rest of the story, you might say, because he's one of those historical figures who just barely missed being a household name. I think that's what's really important about him. Ludwell died just a little too early, 1767 to be exact. If he had lived into the 1770s, I think there's a solid case, and probably more than that, to be made that he would have been a major player, at very least a major player on the Patriots' side during the American Revolution. Look at his good pal, Benjamin Franklin. Franklin lived until 1790 and had a hand in almost every major political and diplomatic moment of that era. Ludwell may not have had Franklin's knack for publicity, but he was wealthy, connected, and thoughtful. He might not have been out there leading troops despite being a colonel, but I bet he would have been one of the major financiers and influencers behind the Patriot cause. Now, here's the real question, the one that keeps coming back to me, and it's probably coming back to you too. How does a 20-year-old Virginia aristocrat in the middle of the 1700s become an Orthodox Christian? Where does he learn about it? The really sad part of it is, or the frustrating part, depending on where you come from on this, is we don't know. We just don't know. And I mean that in the most literal sense. There's no conversion story, no spiritual diary, no 18th century blog post titled Why I Left Anglicanism, or my story from Williamsburg to Byzantium, or anything like that. Ludwell just shows up in London, already committed to the Orthodox Church and faith, and the Orthodox clergy there don't seem to have much of a problem receiving him, which is remarkable in and of itself. There's one researcher I have to mention here, and his name is Nicholas Chapman. He's a British-American Orthodox scholar who's been digging deep into this story for years, and I mean really digging. He's been scouring musty archives in Britain, poring over colonial documents in Williamsburg, New Orleans, and even Texas, searching for any shred of information about Ludwell and his descendants. It's historical detective work at its finest. So far, there's no smoking gun and no moment where Ludwell declares, here's why I'm going to become Orthodox. But there are some intriguing clues, and I think we can reasonably infer a few things. First, Ludwell was incredibly well read. For someone his age, especially in the colonial world, his depth of learning is impressive. He knew Greek, and that's no small thing right there. It means he had access to and could understand primary Christian sources, the early church fathers, scripture in their original languages, theological writings most of his peers wouldn't have even thought about touching. It's very possible that in comparing what he read in the early sources to what he saw around him in Anglicanism or even Roman Catholicism, he found something lacking. When he encountered Eastern Orthodoxy, something about it just clicked. It may have felt closer to what he understood ancient Christianity to be, and it was just outsider and cool too. Now, it's worth noting the Anglicanism of Ludwell's time, especially in its high church form, wasn't as far removed from Catholicism or Orthodoxy as we often might imagine today. So maybe the jump to Orthodoxy wasn't quite as unthinkable as it seems from our modern lens. But still, why not just become a Catholic? Well, for Ludwell, that may have been off the table from the start. The Catholic brand, you might call it, in colonial Virginia was not great. There was deep suspicion of Rome, the papacy, the curia, and all the political baggage that came with it. The Reformation, the Counter-Reformation, monarchy versus Pope dynamics. Ludwell knew his history, and I bet that knowledge didn't make Rome look quite as appealing. So maybe Orthodoxy seemed like a clean slate. It had a deep apostolic roots. It had liturgy, sacraments, hierarchy, but without all the entanglements of the Vatican or the memory of centuries of European religious wars. Maybe to someone like Ludwell, Orthodoxy wasn't foreign, it was fresh. Whatever his reasons, his decision stands out, not just as a curiosity, but as a challenge to our assumptions about what religion looked like in early America. So let's keep digging into this legacy of Philip Ludwell III, because as we dig deeper, it becomes clear that his story wasn't just a personal one. It had ripples and effects that just went across religion, property, and generations of family influence. When it comes to religion, Ludwell may have been ahead of his time in more ways than one. While he didn't exactly start a movement, it seems he had at least some intention of spreading Orthodox Christianity. He received a formal blessing to translate and publish an important Orthodox catechism into English. That's a big deal, especially in a religious tradition that was still very much anchored in Greek, Slavonic, and Arabic. He also wrote at least one semi-apologetical treatise, kind of an early attempt to explain or defend his faith to a Western audience. He brought his daughters to London to be received into the Orthodox Church. That alone would have taken serious conviction, time, and money. He also designed his home in Williamsburg, this Ludwell Paradise House, in a way that made it suitable for holding Orthodox services. We don't know 100% if he did, but it's pretty likely that that's what that basement was designed for. His daughter Lucy would later marry a man named John Paradise, and we'll get back to him in just a second. But first, let's talk about what Ludwell didn't do. He didn't bring a priest back to the colonies. Now, we shouldn't be too quick to judge that decision. Getting an Orthodox priest to the British colonies in the 1700s would have been a logistical nightmare. Even the Russian Orthodox Church in London, which was better connected and closer to the Orthodox centers, had a hard time keeping their parish staffed with clergy. In fact, Ludwell went 20 years without taking communion. That's a long time and raises a fair question. Was orthodoxy, at least early on, more of an intellectual commitment than a fully sacramental one? It's possible. But by the time he returned to London later in life, he seems to have definitely taken things seriously, bringing his family into the church and participating more fully in the religious life of the Russian parish there. Now, that parish was interesting. It wasn't just Russian, even though it's called the Russian Mission. It was a pan-Orthodox affair. There were native English converts with several families, Greek immigrants from Alexandria in Egypt, and even Italians. The clergy included Athonite monks and Russian priests, all serving in this melting pot congregation in the heart of London, which brings us back to Ludwell's daughters, particularly Lucy. So one of his daughters married into the Lee family. Yes, those Lees again. Another daughter, Lucy, married John Paradise, an Anglo-Greek linguist and intellectual. John Paradise was born in Thessaloniki, which was part of the Ottoman Empire at that time. His father was a British trader and official, and his mother was likely born Orthodox. So Paradise was born and raised in the faith from his birth, and John Paradise was no intellectual lightweight. He was a member of the Royal Society and a close friend of many of the top intellectuals of the day, including Samuel Johnson, Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, you name it. He was fluent in Greek, Latin, English, Turkish, French, and Italian. So yeah, kind of a genius. He eventually became one of the first naturalized American citizens. And he and Lucy moved back to Virginia, where they lived in the Ludwell Paradise House. Not surprisingly, they mingled with the elite circles of early American society, spending time and even partying with George Washington and other founding figures. John died in 1795 while in England. Lucy returned to Virginia and continued to practice her Orthodox faith. Yes, you heard that. There was a practicing Orthodox Christian woman living in 19th century Virginia, keeping the faith alive. She even kept in contact with President Thomas Jefferson, who checked in on her health and well-being quite often. And Lucy responded in a way that's both touching and historically incredible. She wrote, With the blessing of God, I am now in good health, and with my priest's blessing and command, who is the Reverend Mr. Smirnoff. Yes, her priest was named Father Yakov Smirnoff. And yes, depending on your age, that name might get a chuckle. What the country? Like this episode if you get the reference, share it if you don't. But all jokes aside, Lucy's story ends with kind of a sad note. She struggled with what then was called madness and what now we would call some sort of depressive mental illness. She died in 1814 in a Virginia mental hospital. Lucy and John had a daughter named Lucy Paradise, and her story will stretch this strange and beautiful thread of American Orthodoxy all the way to the 1860s, where it will intersect again with the expanding American Catholic Church and the broader religious currents of that time, really bringing us to the end of this series and the end of our timeline. So let's finish this winding journey with a name that sounds like something out of a kind of a satirical novel, but is 100% real. Decimus et ultimus Barziza, literally the 10th and last Barziza. Decimus's dad had what you might call a true gift for naming. So what his name is, it's Latin for 10th and last. By the way, that tells you how many children Decimus et Ultimus's family had before him. And yes, his name alone would have made him a really cool historical footnote, but his story is far more than just a little curio in our cabinet. Decimus was born into a lineage that spanned the Italian aristocracy and the Virginian aristocracy and the Orthodox Christian underground in early America. He ended up living in Texas. He served the Confederate Army and became a politician. But let's back up a few steps and see how we get from Philip Ludwell III to this really unorthodox Texan. So here's the short story. Lucy Paradise, daughter of Lucy Ludwell, who was the daughter of Philip Ludwell III, and John Paradise, married a Venetian count named Antonio Barziza. They had a son, Filippo Barziza. Wonder where that name Filippo came. So this Filippo started to go by Philip Barziza and made his way to America after the death of his grandmother, Lucy Paradise. What was his goal? His goal was to claim the Ludwell family inheritance. So a real big, nice chunk of property and wealth in Virginia. This move was reportedly encouraged by none other than Thomas Jefferson himself, who had been the family's legal advisor and, of course, friends. But there was a problem. At the time, Virginia law prohibited foreign-born individuals from inheriting any sort of property. Even though Barziza renounced his aristocratic title back in Italy, became an American citizen, and did everything by the book, he ran straight into legal hurdles. He fought hard, but eventually lost. And this was a case that went all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court. The legal fight really financially ruined him. So he moved his family to Galveston, Texas, where his son Decimus et Ultimus had already begun building a life. He went to school at Baylor, established himself in the law, and got involved in Texas politics. The Barziza family became deeply involved in the major issues of the day. They supported secession, participated in the political and military leadership of Confederate Texas, and like many elites of their time and place, they owned and traded in enslaved people. It's a stark reminder that even in these fascinating and unexpected religious lineages, we're still dealing with human beings who are flawed, privileged, and deeply embedded in the structures of their ages. You just can't discount that they are 360-degree people, not just pictures on a flat page. There's one more thread that we need to follow, and there's tantalizing evidence that's still being currently researched right now is that the Barziza family may have continued practicing Orthodox Christianity all through the ages, all the way up into their time in Texas. Certain records suggest that at least some elements of Orthodox belief and practice were being passed down. We don't have definitive proof yet. There is a line of genealogical and ecclesiastical research that continues to this day, and that, believe it or not, brings us all the way back around to the main series, because at the time we're in the 1860s, these threads of orthodoxy, Catholicism, immigration, and American identity will all begin to collide in new and really surprising ways. From Philip Ludwell to the Orthodox Church, to Virginia, to Venice, to Texas, this is really a story of faith, identity, and a very different kind of American religious history that we just don't hear much about, and really connects us to every aspect of American history that we're going to talk about in this series. So before we close out, there's just one topic that we really do need to address, because we can't tell the story honestly without it, and that's slavery. It's a theme that will return again and again in our main series, but we have to at least start unpacking it here, because as much as this has been a story about faith and politics and identity and religion, it's also a story about power, and slavery was at the center of this power, and there's going to be other aspects of religion that will definitely have to do with power. Philip Ludwell III, this pioneering Orthodox convert, this really deeply religious man, owned enslaved people, or slaves, a lot of them. Across all of his holdings, Ludwell held up to 235 enslaved Africans. He wasn't the largest slaveholder of his class, despite being the largest landowner, but that number still places him firmly in the plantation elite of colonial Virginia. It's important to remember that slavery was entirely legal at this time. The laws around importing enslaved people from abroad and the rules about manumission or freeing slaves would shift over time, but during Ludwell's life, slaveholding was just accepted. It was a central part of the economy and the culture. What's more difficult, maybe more disturbing, is that highly religious people participated in the system. Orthodox Christians, Roman Catholics, Jesuit priests, many of them owned slaves. This wasn't seen as a contradiction by most of their contemporaries. The traditional Christian view was not necessarily anti-slavery. It didn't love slavery, and it was opposed to the mistreatment of slaves. In theory, though, enslaved people were to be treated with dignity, taught the Christian faith, and recognized as spiritual equals. Your status in life, be you slave or free, king or commoner, was central to your identity in Christ. So, and to quote the famous Galatians 3:28, there is neither Jew nor Gentile, neither slave nor free, nor is there male or female, for you are all one in Christ Jesus. And this passage is often cited in Christian theology, not to reject the institution of slavery itself, but to emphasize the spiritual equality within the existing social order. Slavery, like gender or nationality, was viewed as one of the many stations in life where you were expected to live out your Christian calling. To the modern Western mind, that's about as upside down as it gets. But this was the worldview Ludwell and many others operated within. Now, to be fair, even in this era, there were cracks in that system, especially as the Enlightenment took hold. Many of the founding fathers, steeped in the Enlightenment ideals, knew deep down that slavery was not compatible with the ideals of liberty and human dignity that they were preaching, but they didn't all respond the same way. Some, like William Ludwell Lee, Philip's nephew, took action. He freed his slaves. Others wrote passionate letters about the evil of slavery while continuing to make a profit from it. And many more just simply ignored or kicked the can down the road on that contradiction altogether. As for the Catholic Church, and the Catholic Church in America in particular, its relationship with slavery was equally complicated. That's a subject we'll tackle in far more detail as our main series unfolds, because to understand Catholicism in America from the Revolutionary War to the Civil War, we have to understand not just the doctrines and devotions, but the systems of power, property, and prejudice that shaped the Church's place in society. So where does this leave us? Honestly, we barely scratched the surface. The story of Philip Ludwell III, his family, and their role in both Christian history and American history is still unfolding. Scholars are just beginning to piece it all together. Archives are just beginning to be explored. Letters and legal documents are being re-examined, and every new detail only adds more complexity to the legacy. But for our purposes today, I hope this episode just gave you something deeper, a taste of the strange, rich, and sometimes uncomfortable layers that exist just under the surface of American religious history. And I think this is the perfect place to launch our next series, The History of the Catholic Church in the United States, from Revolutionary War to Civil War. These stories just don't run parallel. They intersect in ways that will surprise you. New episodes coming soon, and I hope to see you on our next stop on our trip through the history of the Popes of Rome, Christian Church, and American history. Hey everybody, welcome to the History of the Papacy podcast. I'm your host, Steve, and today we are officially kicking off a brand new series that has been a long time in the making. The History of the Catholic Church in the United States, from the Revolutionary War to the start of the Civil War. Now, I'll be honest with you, just figuring out how to begin this story has been a bit of a challenge. The Catholic Church didn't suddenly appear in the United States in 1776. So before we even get to the birth of the United States, we have to ask, how did the Catholic Church get to the East Coast of North America in the first place? And for those of you listening from outside of the United States, it's probably helpful to step back and take a broader look at how the country itself came together. The timeline from 1776 to 1861 covers just 85 years. That old 80 and, just about 7 years ago, we've heard so much about. But the changes in that time period are enormous, politically, culturally, geographically, and especially religiously. The story of the Catholic Church in America doesn't just sit in a vacuum either. It overlaps with the larger story of Catholicism around the world, particularly the Church in Europe and in other parts of the Americas, the Church in Mexico, French Canada, the Caribbean, and even South America all had their own histories unfolding at the same time. And those stories sometimes intersect with what was happening in the United States. We also can't ignore the fact that the Catholic Church in the United States didn't only exist within the original 13 colonies. These colonies were already diverse in their histories and religious makeup, but as the United States expanded to the west and to the south, wars, purchases, and treaties, it absorbed territories where Catholic communities had already been established for many generations. So while we're focusing on the years between 1776 and 1861, we're going to have to make some decisions. There are a lot of threads we could follow, and believe me, there are so many great stories to tell, but we'll aim to keep the series focused and digestible. That said, you can count on plenty of fascinating characters, dramatic moments, and unexpected twists along the way. Now, we'll start addressing some of the questions we just raised, looking at how the Catholic Church first arrived in what would become the United States and why that backstory matters for understanding the rest of the journey. All right. Let's start answering some of these big questions I laid out. First things first, in this episode, we're going to take a look at some of the deep background of the Catholic Church in the Americas, really just how it got here. And yes, I'm going to use here because, well, I'm here. We're not going to do a full deep dive, but just enough to get our feet planted and understand where the story begins. Secondly, we'll take a broad look at how the idea of the United States came to be. This is the basic overview, especially the parts leading up to the American Revolution. We'll revisit some of these themes in later episodes, but for now, we just want the broad strokes to set the stage. As the series progresses, we'll also touch on how the Catholic Church in the U.S. interacted with the popes of Rome and the wider Catholic world. We won't get too far into the weeds with European church history, but we'll highlight the moments when those global developments directly impact what was happening on this side of the Atlantic. If you're interested in a super deep dive into what was happening in Rome and the broader European church during this same general time frame, you might want to check out our series on Pius X, called The End of an Era. That'll give you the detail we won't be able to cover here. These two series will definitely pair well together. And finally, here's how we're going to approach the story geographically. As the United States expands west and south, we'll circle back and provide the historical and Catholic context for each region as we go. That way, we're not front-loading everything in one giant info dump. There's just too much. And honestly, some of that background, regional background, is essential to making sense of the bigger picture. Next up, we'll take a look at how European powers politically and religiously planted the seeds for Catholicism in America long before the United States was even a thought. Let's roll that clock back a little bit, way back, and take a look at the very early Catholic presence in North America. Now, technically, it all starts with the fall of the Roman Empire. Okay, not really, but kind of. There's two major introductions of the Catholic Church into North America that we need to talk about. Now, where it does get back to the Roman Empire is really with the Catholic Church and with Christianity, the story really separates after the fall of the Roman Empire into Northern Europe and especially Northwestern Europe and then Southern Europe around the Mediterranean. So you have these two different geographical areas that they overlap in some ways, the old Germanization and Romanization issue that we've talked about in previous episodes. But the two fountainheads, you might say, of Catholicism in the New World blast out of those two regions that really develop out of culturally from the fall of the Roman Empire. But first, before we get into any of that, is let's address the whole debate around who actually discovered America. Obviously, there were people living in the Americas long before any Europeans arrived. And sure, this is a great opportunity to go off on a lengthy sidetrack about the origins of humanity in the Americas, but we're going to stay focused. We do know for sure that there were Europeans in North America several hundred years before the Spanish showed up in 1492. In the late 900s, Eric Thorvald's son better known as Eric the Red, left Iceland and settled Greenland. He was the first quote-unquote modern European to settle in North America. Eric himself wasn't Christian, since the North were only just starting to dip their toe into Christianity by that point. But his wife was a Christian, and so was his son, Leif Erikson. Leif and his siblings left Greenland and explored further west, settling in a place called Vinland. That wasn't in what we would call the United States proper, but they did likely travel further south than this area of Vinland, which is in the Maritimes of Canada, into maybe possibly Maine or even further south. Whether they brought a priest or something is not known, but you can speculate if they did travel and they were Christians, that they very likely would have brought a priest along with them on their adventures. Greenland itself remained populated by the Norse for several centuries, though the colony faded out. Still, we know they built churches there, actual Catholic churches, and maintained a very loose connection to the broader church. Their contact was so tenuous that even Iceland was considered far away. But they were technically part of the Catholic Church. After all, this Greenland colony existed and died out over 100 years before the Reformation, or maybe approximately 100 years. We'll say the century before, and well before any of the churches in Northern Europe separated from Rome. So we're not talking about the United States yet, but we're getting close. Then, just a few decades after Greenland's Catholic presence vanished, other European voyages kicked off this age of exploration, this time from that southern Europe we were talking about. So let's get into Christopher Columbus. Columbus had no idea where he was going, or maybe he had a rough idea. He knew he was going west to go to the east, but we don't know for sure. The tale is that he thought he was heading for Asia, but that's definitely not where he landed. The very first Catholic Mass in the Americas was celebrated in 1494 at La Isabela on the island of Hispaniola, what we now today call the Dominican Republic. The first Catholic Mass in what would become a U.S. territory was in Puerto Rico, also in 1494. A few decades later, Spanish explorer Tristan de Luna y Arellano sailed through the Gulf of Mexico, officially called the Gulf of America these days. Go look it up on Google Maps, but that name might not stick forever. Anyways, in 1559, de Luna stopped in what is now Pensacola, Florida, and celebrated Mass there. I've actually seen the beach where that may have happened. It's a beautiful beach, by the way. Sugar white sand in Florida. When we went, it was a bit cold, but still a great spot if you ever have a chance to visit. As a matter of fact, the seeds for the idea of this series were planted during that cold beach vacation during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. Also, incidentally, right after a major hurricane. Maybe that's why it was so cheap. Anyway, the Spanish eventually settled Florida, but on the Atlantic side in St. Augustine. And from there, they just kept going north. The Spanish expanded north from the Caribbean and Gulf region, bringing the church with them well into what would become Georgia and South Carolina and even further north. Meanwhile, the French were exploring and settling down from the north, from Canada, doing basically the same thing as the Spanish, just in reverse. We'll get into more detail about those settlements when they become more directly tied into our main story. Now, as for English Catholics, which we will talk about a lot more later, the first Mass they celebrated in what would become the United States was in 1634 on St. Clement's Island. That's really where we'll start the main line of the Catholic Church history in the United States. Before we move on, I've got to mention one more possibility, kind of in the we'll never know, but maybe category. The voyage of St. Brendan, also known as Brendan the Navigator. We actually did a few episodes on him already, so go back and check those out if you're curious. The short version, he was an Irish monk that lived in the 500s AD, and according to his hagiography, he and his crew set out in small leather boats called carracks on a wild sea voyage. They had all kinds of adventures and supposedly visited lands unknown to Europeans. Now, this isn't impossible. People have actually recreated the kind of boat that he would have used and proven it could make the trip across the North Atlantic. We know Irish monks were already in Iceland when the Norse got there, so there is some precedent. Whether Brendan made it to North America, we'll never know, but it's a great story, and it reminds us that it isn't out of the question that others might have made similar voyages that were never recorded or remembered. Honestly, if a sailor knew what they were doing getting to North America and back, even very early on in history, wasn't an impossible task. But again, we'll never really know. So let's talk about the grand scope of U.S. history leading up to the Revolution of 1775. We'll start with the abortive settlement of Roanoke Island in North Carolina in 1585. This colony didn't last long, and the entire colony simply disappeared. There's a ton of archaeology and speculation, but that being said, the colony is just dead in the timeline, and we don't really have to discuss it anymore. It did include the first English person born in the Americas, Virginia Dare, which is a fun little fact. The next major push was the Jamestown settlement in Virginia in the year 1607. That one almost failed as well, but it did wind up sticking. They even set up a parliamentary system called the House of Burgesses not much later than the starting of the colony. This is the time of John Smith, Pocahontas, John Rolfe, Sir Walter Raleigh, and all that. African slavery was introduced to English America. The Pilgrims, a group of what you might call religious separatists or even radicals, are also called the Puritans, which we'll get into a little bit, not a super deep dive of where these groups came from, because they were so key in the founding ethos of America. These groups set up a colony called Plymouth Colony in 1620, including they wrote a majorly important founding document of American history called the Mayflower Compact. The Dutch settled in the area of New Amsterdam, which would become New York in 1626. They purchased the Manhattan for the supposedly $24 in shells and beads. The English conquered New Amsterdam in 1664. New York would continue with a strong Dutch influence for many years. And another fun fact, a president who lived during the time period we'll be discussing in this series spoke Dutch as his first language and English as his second. Important for our tale, the Maryland Charter was granted to Cecil Calvert in 1632, and he was a Catholic. We'll go into more detail on that in this series as well. In 1675, King Philip's War broke out, a major war between the English and Native American peoples of New England. Conflict with Native Americans will be a major theme throughout the series. In 1676, 100 years before the American Revolution, there was Bacon's Rebellion in Virginia. And this was really a major precursor to the gripes that will lead to the American Revolution. Little bits and pieces of conflict between the colonials and the home island will just start to develop, and early seeds planted in as early as 1676. even before the foundation of Pennsylvania. So not even all of the colonies were in place. Pennsylvania wasn't founded until 1682. Pennsylvania wasn't Catholic, but it was really established as a place for religious tolerance, especially for a group of Christians called the Quakers. Things get really interesting in 1754 with the French and Indian War, which would set off eventually the 7 Years' War. So you may have heard of the 7 Years' War in European history, especially for our European friends, because that was a really key set of battles and wars for European history. But maybe the little known fact, I don't know, but an important fact is a guy we'll become familiar with named George Washington is the one who started the whole war. He started the French and Indians War, which led to the 7 Years' War. The conflict was between Great Britain and France over the control of the Ohio country and what is now Ohio, Western Pennsylvania, going in toward the Mississippi River. Britain won the war and took over French areas in the north, including what is modern-day Canada. This set the British firmly in control of the area that would become the United States. The war ended in 1763, just a dozen years before the American Revolution. This war really led to the major problems between the British colonies and the British Crown. And all those little conflicts that were bubbling up come to the fore at the end of this conflict. Really, the big story is the British Crown needed money badly. All this new territory they had scored from the French needed to be defended. They needed taxes. Additionally, the British Crown incurred tons of debt fighting the war, a war incidentally started by colonial militia. This war needed to be paid for. The French and Indian War was the instigator of this much bigger conflict that the British in a way weren't financially prepared for, and they certainly weren't financially prepared for the aftermath. One thing that the British didn't want American colonists doing was spreading too far west and upsetting the delicate relationship with the Native American Indians who lived there. So the Americans desperately wanted to go west, but they also didn't want to pay taxes without representation in the British Parliament. They probably didn't want to pay taxes, period, to be honest. They hadn't really been paying much in the way of taxes the whole time. Essentially, the colonists also wanted to spread west. There was great land in the west to expand to. The east was getting full, not really in the grand scheme of things, but land was getting tighter. By the 1760s and early 1770s, the British Crown started implementing new taxes and laws on the colonists. This included quartering troops in people's personal homes and enforcing much more direct rule than the British had before. In 1770, the Boston Massacre occurred, a major event in American history and historiography. A small, what you might call riot, ended with the British military firing into the crowd. 5 colonists died, including Crispus Attucks, a freed former African slave. By 1772, American colonists began organizing something called Committees of Correspondence, which was a loose network of groups in various cities that organized to share ideas, complaints, and information. In 1773, something called the Boston Tea Party took place, where a group of American colonists protested taxes, especially on tea, by dumping tons of tea into Boston Harbor. In 1774, the British passed a new laws the Americans found intolerable. The Americans, in fact, called them the Intolerable Acts. The British called them the Coercive Acts. Not exactly, much better branding, honestly. They could have rethought that, like the new American idea on British taxation or something. I think nowadays they would have come up with a much better name for those laws than Coercive Acts. But actual fighting broke out in Massachusetts in April of 1775 between the colonials and the British at the Battle of Lexington and Concord. A large group of militia called the Minutemen fought the British, forcing them miles in a running scrape back to Boston. In June of 1775, the Battle of Bunker or Breed's Hill took place, another major American victory that essentially ended British dominance in New England. Another major victory came in South Carolina in June of 1776, and then July 4th, 1776. You may have heard of that date. The American colonists declared independence from Britain. It wasn't a foregone conclusion. Many Americans wanted to remain loyal and work out their differences with the crown. Those Americans were called Loyalists, or Tories. The war was not a cakewalk for the Americans. It looked like they would lose dramatically at many points and decisively as well. But in 1778, the Americans got a major boost when the French got involved. In modern terms, you might say the French were involving themselves in a proxy war. Other European powers would also back the U.S. in this proxy war against the British. The war ended on the battlefield in 1781 when the Americans trapped a major contingent of British forces at Yorktown, Virginia. The official end of the war occurred in 1783 with the Treaty of Paris. Great Britain recognized the United States as an independent country, and the borders were set between the U.S. and British North America. The seeds of a second conflict between the U.S. and Great Britain were already being planted. So that's the American Revolution in its broadest strokes. There's so much more detail and so many great stories. This is the basic ground that we need to cover to understand where the Catholic Church story begins. Now let's even get into the grander scope of U.S. history leading up to the Civil War in 1861. I won't dive into too much detail in this section, but it's important to lay out the broader picture. As we move from the Revolution of 1776 to the outbreak of the Civil War in 1861, we'll see some major themes shaping the United States and shaping the Catholic Church's experience within the country. We'll talk about westward expansion and the idea of manifest destiny. This is the belief that the United States was meant to stretch from coast to coast, the Atlantic to the Pacific. This expansion wasn't just geographic, it was cultural and religious as well. We'll also see the formation of a unique American identity. That includes the crafting of the U.S. Constitution, which in a lot of ways was a reaction to the gripes that the colonists had with England, and the development of a new kind of political and religious landscape, different from anything in Europe. Throughout this period, the United States fought more wars, both against foreign powers and within its own borders. There was complex and often brutal relations with the Native American nations. A big part of the tension in this period comes from divided loyalties between different regions of the U.S., the North, the South, the growing Wests, what would become called sectionalism. These divisions played out in economic, cultural, politics, and yes, even religion. Then there's also the massive explosion of industrialization, which leads into and plays a lot of part in mass immigration into the United States at that time period. The cities are getting bigger, but also plantations in the South are getting stronger to fuel resources into that industrial system, which leads us to another thing that we cannot overlook. And probably the biggest and most explosive issue of that time was slavery. It was a central question in American society and influenced everything, including how Catholics engaged with their faith, their neighbors, and their nation. These are the forces that lead us from the birth of the United States in 1776 to its fracture in 1861. They form the historical landscape where our story of the Catholic Church in the United States will unfold. So that's where we'll leave it right now. We've got a sense of where we're going to begin, and more importantly, why we're starting there. The Catholic presence in North America didn't start with the United States, but those early stories from Greenland to the Caribbean to Florida and beyond will help us understand the roots of the church on this continent. As we progress, we'll dive into the early English settlement of North America and where Catholics enter the scene. And so join us as we continue. Up next. Hey, Steve here. If you're enjoying the History of the Papacy podcast, consider joining us on Patreon at patreon.com/History of the Papacy. We're working toward going completely listener funded, which means no more ads ever. When you join, you get early access to episodes, monthly book giveaways, and most importantly, your name is added to the History of the Papacy Diptychs, our own list of commemorated supporters. You can become an Antioch level supporter for just $3 per month, but it makes a huge difference to making the History of the Papacy ad-free and independent. Nobody likes ads, not you, not me, and I'm the guy who records them. So let's just get rid of them. Visit patreon.com/History of the Papacy and join today.
Here be not many of the Church of England, few Roman Catholics, abundance of Quakers, preachers, men and women especially, singing Quakers, ranting Quakers, Sabbatarians, anti-Sabbatarians, some Anabaptists, some Independents, some Jews, in short, of all sorts of opinions, religious denominations. There are some, and the most part of none at all. Thomas Dongan, 2nd Earl of Limerick, commenting on the religious state of New York City during his time as governor from 1683 to 1688.
Previously, we explored the deep and surprising roots of the Catholic Church in the Americas long before the United States was even an idea. From Norse settlements to Spanish explorers, we saw how the church was present in North America for centuries before 1776. Now we turn our attention to the English. In this part, we'll look at how English colonies took shape along the Atlantic coast, how religion played into their development, and how all of this helped shape the ground the Catholic Church would eventually grow on in what would become the United States. So let's just get right to it. We're going to start right in the thick of it. Summer of 1776. The American Revolution is in full spring. The colonies were in open rebellion against the British Crown. But before we go too deep into the military side of things, we need to take a step back and get a high-level view of what these British colonies actually looked like, especially when it came to religion and demographics. At that time, the total population of the 13 colonies was around 2.5 million people. To give some perspective, the population of Britain itself was around 8 million. Each colony had its own particular character shaped by who founded it, when it was founded, and why the colony was founded. Let's start right in the center, Virginia. It was the most populous colony and the first to be permanently established. It was officially Anglican, and Anglicanism was the state religion. The same went for North and South Carolina. These colonies colonies had established churches tied to the government, and they reflected the religious structure of England. Georgia was a bit looser in terms of religious control. There was more sectarian diversity and some degree of freedom of conscience, except for Catholicism, of course. That was still largely illegal. Now, technically, not one of the 13 colonies, but worth noting, was Florida, then known as East and West Florida. They were two separate colonies. Florida had been a Spanish colony, but it passed into British hands about a decade before the Revolution during the French and Indians War. It was still a largely Catholic place, but British influence was growing. That changed again in 1783 when Florida was returned to Spain as a part of the Treaty of Paris. Interestingly, the governor of New Spain at the time, Bernardo de Galvez, played a major role in the American victory by launching military actions against British Florida. His campaigns helped pull British forces away from the southern colonies, easing pressure on the American cause. Let's swing north of Virginia to Maryland. Maryland was founded as a Catholic colony by the Calvert family, though it also included largely Protestant settlers. Catholics would have been maybe about 25% of the population, which was huge compared to other colonies. But I mean, in the big scheme of things, it was still only about a quarter. It was relatively tolerant compared to other colonies. We'll dive much more into the story of Maryland soon for obvious reasons. It was Catholic. Pennsylvania, founded by the Quakers under William Penn, was also a place of religious tolerance, at least by the standards of its time. It had a mix of Protestants, Catholics, and even Jews. There were some tensions, to be sure, but it was generally more peaceful on the religious front than most of the other colonies. New York, New Jersey, and Delaware originally were Dutch settlements, and their Reformed Dutch heritage brought a surprisingly strong spirit of religious toleration. In theory, everyone was welcome. In practice, many people just didn't pay attention to religion at all. As the saying goes, New York was already becoming the melting pot it's known as today. Commerce and not necessarily creed was the main priority. The Dutch were also very different in the way that they organized their colonies over the British, much more so with large settlements, with land around, with a village and a town, just a different feel. And you can even see that today in parts of eastern New York, where you get a more of a Dutch feeling, I guess you would say, if you knew that in hindsight. But there's a different feel in that area because of the Dutch influence. So then we get up to the New Englanders, the New England colonies, where things looked very different. Everything goes with what I'm going to say now, except for the colony of Rhode Island, which was a haven of religious toleration. As far as the other colonies of New England went, though, they were deeply rooted in a very strict form of Calvinist Protestantism called Puritan Congregationalism. Massachusetts, Connecticut, and New Hampshire built their societies along these religious ideals. Church services were long and serious. Laws were detailed and extensive. If you stepped out of line, even during church services, you could be publicly, and probably were going to be publicly, punished. This was the environment of the infamous witchcraft trials. And here's an interesting contrast. While Protestant colonies like those in New England went wild over witchcraft, Catholic countries often didn't. The Inquisition, for all its faults, was more concerned with heresy and doctrinal errors than witchcraft per se. Catholics thought, going back to Constantine, tended to separate the roles of church and state, not total separation, of course. That would be absurd. But the religion had certain spheres, and the government, a secular government, or the princes, emperors, had certain spheres of influence. The notable exception, the Papal States, where the Pope was both the religious and the secular ruler. But even with that, I have a hard time saying Rome was a theocracy under the papacy, just because there was this real idea of that the way things worked with the religion was in some way distinct from the state. I'd love to hear what you think about that, and we can definitely discuss that. But back to New England, this intense religiosity meant Catholics were viewed with deep, deep suspicion, if not outright hostility. Their religion was illegal. Other versions of Christianity were frowned upon as well, but Catholicism in particular was seen as extremely dangerous. To the north of New England was British Canada, Upper and Lower Canada, and the Atlantic colonies. Quebec was the heart of what was once called New France. New France had been under British rule since the end of the French and Indian War about a decade earlier. It was still overwhelmingly Catholic. The French had explored deep into the interior, down the Mississippi and beyond, and had relatively strong relationships with many of the Native American tribes. Catholic missionaries were active and often very effective. French explorers commonly married into native communities, far more than their English counterparts, which really didn't at all. With rebellion brewing in the 13 colonies, the British Crown made a surprising move. They reached out to the French Canadians. Initially, kind of like in Florida, the British tried to assimilate the locals, Anglicize them, if you will, but that wasn't working. So instead, the Crown passed something called the Quebec Act of 1775. It gave Catholics in Quebec the right to practice their faith, collect tithes, hold public office, and maintain many of their local institutions. It also granted Quebec a massive swath of land stretching all the way to the southern tip of Illinois, which they probably pronounced as Illinois. But anyways, to many English colonists, this was shocking, outrageous even. It became one of the so-called intolerable acts. Why? Because it confirmed everything many Protestants feared about the Catholics, that they couldn't be trusted, that they would be granted special privileges, and that the Catholic Church would take over everything. The Pope is the king. And yet, despite all their suspicion, the American colonies still tried to convince the Quebecois to join their rebellion. Unsurprisingly, Quebec wasn't interested. They'd been given nearly everything they could possibly want. So what did the Americans do? They invaded Quebec. Yes. In 1775, American forces launched an invasion of Quebec. It included some of the biggest names of the war, like Benedict Arnold when he was still a good guy. As a quick aside, I think Benedict Arnold is one of the most fascinating characters in all of history. He is someone who could have been at the very top of the American pantheon of heroes, maybe even at the George Washington level. That's what he wanted, was this notoriety and this wealth, but his personality got in the way, and through a series of really short-sighted decisions, he will remain remembered forever, but not remembered fondly at all as the biggest traitor in American history, the Brutus of American history. If Dante was around in the 1700s, I guarantee he would have placed Benedict Arnold in the lowest level of the Inferno. But that's getting back to Catholic history there, deep history. But back to Quebec. The hope was that the population would rise up and join the Americans. Spoiler alert, the Quebecois didn't. The Americans had some early victories, but the campaign stalled and then collapsed. The American army retreated back to New York and New England. Many soldiers died or were captured, and to make matters worse, things weren't going well for the Americans anywhere else and on the field as well. One last area worth touching on before we moved over were basically what we might call the other British colonies. These include places like Nova Scotia and the British West Indies in the Caribbean. There were diplomatic efforts to get some of these regions to join the rebellion, but for the most part, they didn't. The populations were small, tightly connected to Britain economically, and generally not interested in revolution. In places like Nova Scotia, where the British military presence was strong, rebellion just wasn't on the table. In this next section, we'll dive into one of the biggest underlying themes of this whole story: why so many English colonists distrusted, disliked, and even feared the Catholic Church. This context is absolutely key to understanding the Church's early experience in the United States. To really understand why Catholics were so widely distrusted in early English America, we have to take a quick ride through the Reformation. Don't worry, I'll keep this one tight. We'll definitely go deeper in future series, but for now, we just need the essentials. So let's rewind to 1585. That's when the first English colony in North America was founded, Roanoke Island. It didn't last, but it marks the beginning of the English colonial ambitions in the area that would become the United States. Fast forward less than 200 years, and that tiny idea grew into full-blown revolution and founding of a new country. But just 50 years before Roanoke, England was arguably the most Catholic country in Europe. That might sound strange now, but it's true. King Henry VIII was such a staunch supporter of the Catholic Church that Pope Leo X gave him the title Defender of the Faith in 1521. Meanwhile, things were starting to get shaky in Northern Europe. Italy wasn't a country yet, neither was Germany. The Holy Roman Empire, mostly modern-day Germany and some surrounding areas, was already full of tension and reform movements bubbling under the surface. France was Catholic, but proudly independent of the Pope. Spain and Portugal were solid Catholic strongholds. And then came Martin Luther. Dun, dun, dun. In 1517, just 4 years before Henry VIII got his fancy title, an Augustinian monk named Martin Luther posted a document that would ignite a fire. At first, he wasn't trying to break away from the church. He wanted to fix it. But his proposed reforms were radical. And by the 1530s, what started as a lowercase reform turned into the uppercase hashtag Reformation. The Holy Roman Empire split into factions. New groups and sects emerged: Quakers, Baptists, Anabaptists, Mennonites, Calvinists, Lutherans, you name it. So where does Henry VIII, King of England, the defender of the faith, fit into all of this? Well, he desperately needed a male heir. His wife, Catherine of Aragon, daughter of the famously Catholic monarchs and also defenders of the faith, Ferdinand and Isabella of Spain, wasn't able to provide Henry his heir. They had a daughter, Mary, but Henry wanted a son desperately. He asked the Pope for an annulment. Technically, divorce wasn't allowed in the Catholic Church, but with the right paperwork, enough legal gymnastics, something called an annulment could be granted. It was kind of like a do-over. It's saying that marriage just didn't officially happen. The sacrament itself wasn't valid, and there's many reasons that an annulment can be granted. And Henry had a decent case for an annulment, but that's beyond the scope of this episode. But Pope Clement VII was stuck between two powerful Catholic rulers, Henry of England and the very Catholic, very powerful Spain. He stalled, so Henry took matters into his own hands. In 1533, Henry declared his marriage to Catherine null and void and married Anne Boleyn. He also declared himself the head of the church in England. Just like that, the Anglican Church was born. And we see a very different, something really new comes out of this, that the head of the government is also the head of the church. And that's something that just really wasn't seen in Catholic and Orthodox Christianity before that, maybe in very limited slices, but nothing to this degree and nothing under this kind of control. Now, at first, it didn't look much different from the Catholic Church, this new English church. Same structure, same liturgy, but with every monarch after Henry, things shifted. Sometimes more Catholic, but eventually more Reformation and heavy. Over time, England developed this push and pull between a high church and a low church. High church meant more traditional, more Catholic looking, smells, bells, incense, vestments. Low church meant stripped down worship, minimal ceremony, radically different theology in many cases, and more focused around a sermon. Other groups like the Puritan and the Congregationalists began to form or break away. Each new wave pushed English Christianity further from Rome. Under Queen Elizabeth I, England tried to strike a balance between the factions, but she was really no friend to the Catholics. She passed harsh laws banning Catholic worship, clergy, and sacraments. Catholicism became not just unpopular, it became straight up treasonous. Things escalated with the gunpowder plot of 1605, where a group of Catholics supposedly tried to blow up Parliament and kill the king. Whether it was a genuine conspiracy of Catholics or what we might today call a false flag operation, the outcome was absolutely clear. Anti-Catholic sentiment exploded. This gunpowder plot gave rise to Guy Fawkes Night, also known in the American colonies as Pope Day, a yearly anti-Catholic celebration that continued well into the Revolutionary period. And all of this spilled over into the colonies. The dominant Protestant groups in America, especially the Puritan and Congregationalists of New England, viewed Catholicism with suspiciousness and outright hatred. Their Calvinist theology directly clashed with Catholic teachings on everything from church authority to Mary to saints to salvation itself. But it wasn't just theological. Politics played a major role as well. England was frequently at war with Catholic powers like France and Spain, especially in North America. These were not just rival nations, they were revival religions. All of this fed into laws passed in the colonies that banned Catholic worship, outlawed Catholic clergy, barred Catholics from holding office, and denied them the ability to do the sacraments. In some places, even being openly Catholic was enough to get you in trouble, big trouble. So by the time of the American Revolution was heating up, English colonists weren't just fighting a political war. They were living in a religious culture that had spent generations painting the Catholic Church as the enemy. And yet, as we'll see, Catholics were still there. They still found ways to worship, to build communities, and take part in the American story, even when the door was just barely open. Now that we've covered the upheaval of the Reformation and how it shaped English attitudes towards the Catholic Church, let's flip that coin and look at how the Catholic Church responded, because make no mistake, the Church did respond. And that response had direct consequences for how Catholicism developed in the Americas. The Catholic Church's response is known as the Counter-Reformation. This was more than just a reaction. It was a wide-reaching reform movement in its own right. And one of its most significant outcomes was the creation of a new kind of religious order, the Society of Jesus, better known as the Jesuits. The Jesuits were founded by Ignatius Loyola, a former soldier who, along with a small group of companions, envisioned a different kind of monastic order. They were organized along military lines, disciplined, obedient, and mission-driven. They answered directly to the Pope, not to local bishops. And they didn't just stay cloistered in their monasteries. They went out into the world. Jesuits became zealous missionaries, educators, and scholars. They traveled across the globe, including deep into the Americas, and made a huge mark on Catholic education. Even when the order was suppressed in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, their impact did not fade, and their organizational spirit lived on. In fact, one of the most important Catholic leaders in the American colonies, John Carroll, was trained as a Jesuit. He brought that same sense of structure and dedication to his work in British North America and later on in the early United States. Jesuits were also vital in New France. You'll see their fingerprints all over early missionary work, settlement, and development. The Catholic-Native American relationships as well. If there was a frontier, there was likely a Jesuit somewhere nearby. The Reformation may have knocked the Catholic Church back on its heels in Europe, but the Church rebounded fast. The age of exploration and of colonization led by Spain, Portugal, and France turned Catholicism into a global force. From Latin America to Africa to Asia, and yes, even into North America, the Catholic Church expanded like never before. Now, just a quick word on something that's going to keep coming up, and that's monastic communities. We're familiar with the standard church hierarchy, priests, bishops, cardinals, pope, etc. But monastic communities in the West operated a little differently. They had their own chain of command. These orders date way back, like the 300 AD back to the desert fathers of Egypt and Eastern monastic movements. These monks lived separately from the world, practiced asceticism, and founded communities built around prayer, study, and work. Over the centuries, all kinds of monastic orders developed: the Benedictines, the Augustinians, the Franciscans, and eventually the Jesuits. Some were more traditional, others more radical, but they shared a common thread: living a communal life with a spiritual purpose. Monastic orders included both lay and clerical members, and they didn't always fall neatly under local church hierarchy. An individual monk or priest in a monastic order usually answered to an abbot, and then up the line to a superior within that order, and ultimately the Pope. But the local bishop didn't necessarily have much of a say in the way the monastic order worked. That setup could and often did cause big tension. In places like the British colonies, where there was no Catholic bishop for a long time, the situation got even messier. Without a clear hierarchy, different priests and orders had to figure things out on their own. There was no central authority to coordinate or mediate disputes. And even when the idea of appointing a bishop came up, many Catholics hesitated. They worried that having a formal Catholic structure might provoke a backlash from their Protestant neighbors, or even worse, from colonial governments. Eventually, a bishop would be chosen and consecrated, but that moment didn't come easily, and we'll explore how that happened in the next part. The point is here, Catholic life in the American colonies wasn't just about Catholics versus non-Catholics. There were internal conflicts, too, between monastic orders and secular clergy, between differing visions of how the church should function in a Protestant majority milieu, and between old structures imported from Europe and new realities on the American frontier. conflict in one form or another is going to be a reoccurring theme inside the church, outside of it, and in all the places those boundaries blur. Next, we'll dig into what the Catholic Church actually looked like on the ground in British America and how it all led to the appointment of the very first American bishop. So let's zoom in on one of the most important chapters in early American Catholic history, the founding of a Catholic refuge, the colony of Maryland. Maryland was established in 1634 and was something of an experiment, a place where English Catholics might finally find some breathing room. The first Catholic Mass in the colony was celebrated that same year on the banks of the Potomac River at St. Mary's by Reverend Andrew White, a Jesuit. The colony was chartered to Cecil Calvert, 2nd Lord Baltimore, a Catholic nobleman. He never actually traveled to Maryland himself, though. The day-to-day operations were handled by his brother and later his son, Charles Calvert, 3rd Baron of Baltimore, or Lord of Baltimore. The Calverts served as the Lord Proprietors, essentially the rulers of the colony, and remained major landholders all the way up to the American Revolution. Early on, Maryland really did offer Catholics a haven, at least in comparison to neighboring colonies like Virginia, where Catholics weren't exactly welcomed, either religiously or economically. By the 1640s, there were about 100 Catholics living in Maryland. That might not sound like much, but for a long time, that would be the highest concentration of Catholics in any of the 13 colonies. The Jesuits quickly became the most important religious order in the region. They owned large tracts of land, operated missions, and like many other colonial elites, owned enslaved people and indentured servants. By 1765, the Jesuits in Maryland owned at least 192 slaves. Even though they were the dominant Catholic presence, the Jesuits couldn't legally build a proper church. Anti-Catholic laws still loomed in the background, and tensions didn't just stay in the background for long. One little-known but fascinating event, the Battle of the Severn in 1655, took place in Maryland. It was actually the final battle of the English Civil War, not fought in England, but fought in Maryland. Catholic and Protestant royalists fought with Puritan settlers. So yes, even halfway around the world, these religious and political conflicts followed the colonists. In 1689, things took a sharp turn for Maryland Catholics. They were stripped of all of their civil rights. From that point on, Catholics could only worship in private homes. They maintained wealth in many cases, but they were barred from holding public office or participating in public life religiously. They weren't allowed to openly practice their religion. And this wasn't unique to Maryland. New York's anti-Catholic laws weren't repealed until 1784. The first proper Catholic church in Maryland wouldn't be built until the 1760s in Baltimore. By the time of the American Revolution in 1776, there were fewer than 20,000 Catholics in all of the 13 colonies, and most of them lived in Maryland and Pennsylvania. But as the Revolution progressed and the U.S. gained new territory, especially in the West, it absorbed large populations of French Catholics, another key part of our story going forward. In 1786, a kind of semi-official Catholic census was taken by John Carroll, who we'll talk about more in the next section. Carroll noted that many of the Catholics in the U.S. were what we might call Christmas and Easter Catholics. They didn't engage much with their faith beyond the occasional holiday. Part of that was likely practical. There were very few priests, and most of them were Jesuits, and that order had been suppressed by Rome in 1773 and wouldn't be be fully restored until the early 1800s. The priests who were active had to ride the circuit. They travel from town to town, perform mass, hear confessions, offer sacraments, and then ride right out. They couldn't even perform confirmation because there was no bishop in British North America. Meanwhile, anti-Catholic sentiment was still strong. John Jay, future Supreme Court Chief Justice, wanted to deny Catholic citizenship, and future President John Adams wasn't exactly subtle in his views. He once said that papists were as rare as comets and earthquakes in his hometown of Braintree, Massachusetts, near Boston. Despite all of that, Catholics still showed up for the American Revolution. Maryland Catholics were overwhelmingly pro-patriot. Charles Carroll of Carrollton, a relative of John Carroll, was the only Catholic signatory of the Declaration of Independence. Two more Catholics signed the U.S. Constitution, Daniel Carroll, John Carroll's brother, and Thomas Fitzsimmons of Pennsylvania. The major group of Catholics that sided with the British Crown were a group of Scots-Irish Catholics who settled in central New York. So while the church still faced hostility and discrimination, Catholic Americans were already helping shape the foundation of the new nation. Next, let's turn our attention to the man who helped bring some structure and vision to American Catholicism, John Carroll, and explain how the church in the early United States began to organize itself for the long road ahead. Let's talk about one of the most important figures in that entire history of the Catholic Church in America, period, up to this day, and that's John Carroll. I would say he ranks right up there with Pope Leo XIV, formerly Chicago's Robert Prevost, the first American-born pope. But Carroll was the one who laid the groundwork. He helped shape the Catholic Church in a new nation and in a religious landscape unlike anything the Catholic Church had faced before. The Carroll family were major Catholic landowners and aristocrats in Maryland, wealthy, well-connected, and deeply tied to the life of the colony. But it's John Carroll, Jesuit priest and future bishop, who really stands out above them all. He was born on January 8th of 1735 and lived until December 3rd, 1815. Carroll had a remarkably long life for his time period, and during that life, he helped build from the ground up a church in what was officially considered a missionary district by Rome. And this would be considered, the United States would be considered a missionary jurisdiction up until 1908. Carroll himself was educated at Saint Omer, a Jesuit seminary in what is now Belgium, where he entered the Jesuit order. He was in Rome in 1773 when Pope Clement XIV formally suppressed the Jesuit order, and that experience really left a bad taste in Carroll's mouth, particularly with the whole bureaucracy of the Papal States and the Vatican, including the Sacred Congregation for the Propagation of Faith, often simply called the Propaganda. That same institution, by the way, is known as today the Congregation for the Evangelization of Peoples, currently led by Cardinal Luis Tagle, who was considered a major contender for the 2025 conclave that did elect American Pope Leo XIV. Carroll returned to Maryland in 1774, just as tensions with Britain were escalating. He personally was a bit lukewarm about revolution at first, but as we've noted, many Catholics in Maryland, including the broader Carroll family, were firmly on the Patriots' side, with a few exceptions. Early in the war, Carroll was sent on a diplomatic mission as part of the Quebec expedition, a military campaign aimed at convincing French Catholics in Quebec to support the American Revolution. Carroll's job was to win hearts and minds. The mission, it was a total disaster. The Quebecois had recently been granted major protections and privileges by the British under the Quebec Act and had very little interest in rebellion. The Americans had hoped the people would rise up to join them, but they didn't. The campaign fell apart and many American soldiers either died or had to retreat. Still, some historians argue that this failed invasion set the stage for other key battles that eventually turned the tide of the war. Interestingly, Carroll's participation in that mission may have helped soften attitudes towards Catholics among some patriot leaders, especially in Maryland, Pennsylvania, and Virginia. But the real issue facing American Catholics at the time wasn't diplomacy, it was structure. There was no bishop, there was no diocese, there was no real hierarchy at all in America. And this wasn't just a problem for Catholics. Even American Anglicans didn't have a bishop in America until 1784. And let's be honest, Rome didn't have a clear plan either. The Pope and his Curia weren't sure what to do with the American church. And to be honest, they didn't seem particularly interested either. American Catholics, for their part, wanted no part in being under control of an English Catholic bishop back in Britain. That was just a non-starter. There was a bishop in Quebec, but again, for obvious reasons, American Catholics didn't want to be under jurisdiction of a French bishop who wasn't American either. That bishop, really of the Bishop of Quebec, already had more than enough on his plate, overseeing not just Quebec, but also vast swaths of French-speaking territory stretching all the way to the Mississippi River. Rome, in an attempt to solve the problem, suggested letting the Continental Congress select a bishop, a practice not unheard of in Europe. The Continental Congress gave a hard pass on that. They didn't want to get involved in church politics at all. In the meantime, Carroll was appointed superior of the Catholic clergy in America, and then later superior of the mission in the 13 colonies. This gave him some authority, but also stirred up new conflicts. Some priests had grown very comfortable, maybe too comfortable in this leaderless system, and didn't appreciate Carroll's attempts to impose some sort of canonical order. There was also ethnic tensions. Irish, French, German Catholics all had different expectations and weren't necessarily thrilled to be led by an English-American Jesuit. Despite these challenges, Carroll pressed on. He had a vision, a national bishop who would oversee the church in the United States as a whole. This idea of a more or less self-governing church reflected a broader trend at the time. In places like France, this was known as Gallicanism, the belief that local churches should have a degree of independence from Rome. Carroll's vision stood in contrast to what would become the dominant theological current in Rome, Ultramontanism, the centralizing impulse that would take control in the 19th century and be solidified and locked in at the First Vatican Council under Pope Pius IX. Eventually, Rome did make a decision. The Vatican allowed American Catholics to establish their own diocese, to choose its own location as well. They chose Baltimore. They were also allowed to elect their own bishop, a major concession. In 1789, American priests voted 24-2 to elect John Carroll as the first bishop of Baltimore. He was consecrated the following year on August 5th, 1790, by an English Catholic bishop. Perhaps a bit ironic, given all the earlier hesitation around these English ties. After that, things got moving much more quickly. Carroll declined an offer from Congress to provide tax funding to the church, a principled stand in favor of religious independence and separation of church and state. In 1790, an American seminary was founded. By 1791, Georgetown Academy, which would eventually evolve into Georgetown University, was set up and running in Washington, D.C. It was the first Catholic college in the United States, and a Jesuit one at that. In many ways, the church in the United States had begun to find its footing, but that does not mean the road ahead would be smooth. And that's where we're going to leave things for now. We're definitely not done with Bishop John Carroll. In fact, we're just getting started, or at least in the middle of the starting. With Carroll's election and consecration, the American Catholic Church was finally beginning to take shape. It had a structure, it had a leadership, and it had a vision, but that didn't mean that the road ahead was going to be easy or smooth. The American project itself, the bold new experiment in democracy and republicanism, was expanding fast. Like a tech startup with a rocket strapped to its back, the United States was growing in territory, population, and ambition. And the Catholic Church in the United States had to grow and adapt right alongside it. There were massive challenges looming on the horizon. Territorial expansion would bring the church into regions that already had deep Catholic roots, especially in the former French and Spanish territories of the West and the South. How would these different traditions mesh with the growing American hierarchy? At the same time, waves of Catholic immigrants, Irish, German, later Italian, and Eastern Europeans would all flood into the country, bringing energy, numbers, and tensions with them. Then there was the enormous issue of slavery and the treatment of Native Americans, and how the church positioned itself or failed to in these moral and cultural battles will be topics we certainly will discuss. And we can't forget the ongoing distrust of Catholics by Protestant nativists who saw Catholicism as un-American and dangerous. All the while that Protestantism in America was going through rapid changes itself, which would really have waves that would affect us to this very day in the United States. Add to all of that the pressure of industrial revolution, urbanization, changing social patterns, and you've got a church that had to navigate a shifting, often hostile landscape while trying to maintain true to its faith and to its mission. As we progress, we'll look closely at all of these conflicts and complexities: territorial expansion, immigration, race, class, religion, and identity, and how the Catholic Church in America tried to hold itself together in the middle of all of that. In this series, we are tracing the growth and development of the Catholic Church in the United States from the 18th to the mid-19th century. In this installment, we will move to the heart of Europe to show what was going on in parallel to the situation in the United States. This was a time where the papacy itself was in crisis. The late 18th and 19th centuries brought war, revolution, and ideological upheaval that shook the very foundation of the Catholic Church. We will follow the collapse of traditional alliances, the papacy's darkest days, and its unexpected revival as a global spiritual authority. This episode is largely drawn from a series that we did called The End of an Era, which focused on the papacy during almost the exact same time period as our current series. Definitely check out those episodes if you want a really comprehensive look at the papacy during this time of incredible change. We got to start off with the Enlightenment. The Enlightenment questioned traditional authority in science, politics, and religion. Its intellectual foundation challenged the Catholic Church's teaching on reason, authority, and the nature of man. The Catholic Church, obviously long a dominant force in Europe in politics and culture, faced a growing backlash from secular thinkers who believed in individual rights, democratic governance, and scientific progress. In France, These ideas became fuel for revolution. Beginning in 1789, the French Revolution dismantled centuries of royal and ecclesiastical power. The civil constitution of the clergy in 1790 required clergy to swear allegiance to the state, placing church operations under governmental control. This divided French Catholics, as many priests refused the oath and were labeled as counter-revolutionaries. Churches were desecrated, and the cult of reason briefly replaced Christianity as the state religion. The Reign of Terror targeted clergy and devout lay people alike. And what we will see in upcoming episodes in this series is that the loss for French Catholics, as far as clergy goes, was actually a gain for the American Catholic Church, because clergy members left revolutionary France to join revolutionary America, which is kind of strange, but we'll get into a lot of why that worked. Pope Pius VI condemned the revolution's anti-clericalism, leading to direct confrontation with revolutionary France. French forces invaded the Papal States in 1798, arrested the Pope, and proclaimed a Roman Republic. Pius VI died in captivity in Valence, France. The papacy, long seen as an enduring institution, seemed vulnerable, even obsolete. This could really have been the end of the papacy if things had played out just a little bit differently. Pope Pius VII was elected in 1800s under really precarious circumstances. He entered into the Concordat of 1801 with Napoleon Bonaparte, seeking to restore the church in France. The agreement allowed public worship and returned some property, but placed the church firmly under Napoleon's control. Napoleon's later coronation in 1804, where he famously crowned himself in the presence of the Pope, symbolizing the shifting power dynamics that go all the way back to Charlemagne. And this cut out the heart of the relationship between the French kings and the papacy that went back 1,000 years to Charlemagne, at least, and arguably to Clovis. Pius VII's later imprisonment by Napoleon really underscored the Pope's political impotence. The Papal States were absorbed into Napoleon's empire, yet the Pope's dignified resistance earned him some respect. Whenever Napoleon fell, Pius returned to Rome, a religious figure who had endured political storms with steadfast spiritual strength, and he got through this persecution and really solidified something for the church. The post-Napoleonic settlement at the Congress of Vienna in 1815 sought to restore Europe's monarchies and traditional structures, including the Papal States. Yet in the 19th century, it would be marked by repeated clashes between old regimes and new ideologies. Liberalism, nationalism, industrial capitalism were all reshaping societies. Pope Gregory XVI, who was Pope from 1831 to 1846, symbolizes the papacy's response. And a word, resistance. His encyclical Mirari Vos condemned religious indifferentism and freedom of the press. He opposed railroads and the Papal States as symbols of dangerous modernity. The church feared that liberal revolutions would lead to secular states that marginalized religion entirely. And that's another thing we'll investigate in the series as we progress. Did that happen in what would essentially be a secular state of the United States? Did that really decrease the dynamism of the American Catholic Church? That's something we'll have to look at. Was Gregory correct? No order better represents the dramatic shift of 19th century Catholicism than the Society of Jesus. Suppressed in 1773 by Pope Clement XIV under political pressure from European monarchs, the Jesuits were seen as too powerful, too independent, and too deeply involved in politics. Their absence left a vacuum in education, diplomacy, and missionary work. Their restoration in 1814 by Pius VII came at a moment when the church was in desperate need of intellectual and pastoral leadership. The Jesuits resumed their traditional roles as teachers, confessors, and missionaries, as well as defenders of the faith. They established or revived educational institutions all around the world, from Europe to the Americas to Asia. The Jesuits would be the forward face of Catholicism in British American colonies and in the nascent United States. In many ways, two very non-Catholic countries, the almost completely Protestant United States and the Orthodox Christian land of Russia, kept the Jesuit learning kindled to be relit with their establishment in 1814. In the face of liberal ideologies and Protestant expansion, the Jesuits positioned themselves as guardians of Catholic orthodoxy. And speaking of orthodoxy, it's kind of weird why Catherine the Great in Russia would keep the Jesuits alive, because in a lot of ways the Jesuits would be in conflict with the Orthodox in later times, and it was really amounted to a troll of the Catholic Church, of what we would say in the modern parlance. And that was really the reason. And the Jesuits were in these two lands for very different reasons. In America, because one of the leading clergy members that we talked about, John Carroll, was a Jesuit, and he wanted to keep them going, and he could keep them going. These two polar opposites geographically and ideologically were able to keep the Jesuits alive, in which they exploded out after they were reinstated. Yet, despite all of that, the Jesuits remained controversial in Protestant majority countries like England and the United States, as well as in revolutionary leaning states in Europe and Latin America. Jesuits were often accused of secret political agendas. Their loyalty to the papacy, international connections, and reputation for academic rigor made them targets of suspicion. Anti-Jesuit sentiment often overlapped with broader anti-Catholic and anti-clerical movements. Despite all this, the Jesuits' influence grew. Their commitment to education and intellectual life made them central to the church's strategy of internal renewal and global outreach. Jesuit colleges and seminaries trained new generations of clergy and lay leadership. Their work helped shape the modern identity of Catholicism in a world that was increasingly pluralistic and ideologically divided. The Jesuits would be viewed with a similar level of suspicion as a group we're going to talk about in a moment, the Freemasons. But let's talk a little bit about something called the revolutions of 1848. They erupted across Europe and tested every monarchy and traditional institution. In the Papal States, Pope Pius IX, who had been seen as a liberal reformer, was caught in the turmoil. After granting a constitution and amnesty to political prisoners, he faced mounting demands. When his prime minister was assassinated, Pius fled Rome. A republic was declared, and radical leaders such as Giuseppe Mazzini took control. Pius returned in 1850 with French military support, but his outlook had hardened. Disillusioned with liberalism, he rescinded reforms and reaffirmed traditional church authority. His experience mirrored that of many conservatives who initially welcomed change, but then recoiled at its consequences. The revolutions of 1848 would impact the United States in many important ways. The papacy's loss of temporal power accelerated its spiritual centralization. Pope Pius IX embraced an ideology or a theology of ultramontanism, literally beyond the mountains, a reference to Rome's authority over national churches, in contrast to Gallicanism and other ideas which favored local ecclesiastical autonomy. Ultramontanism asserted the Pope's supreme authority in doctrinal matters. Ideas like Gallicanism, you could almost, but not quite compare them to the way Eastern Orthodoxy works, where individual, usually national churches they're called self-heading or autonomous. They're autonomous in a way that they more or less can, with almost all matters, control it themselves, but they're also in communion with other national churches. That's kind of what this Gallicanism was looking at. But the shift to ultramontanism was a tidal wave. This all culminated in a work called the Syllabus of Errors in 1864, which was an annex to the encyclical Quanta Cura. The syllabus condemned 80 propositions considered incompatible with Catholic Church doctrine, such as socialism, modernism, and the idea that the Pope should reconcile with liberal civilization. It rejected the notion that the state should be neutral in matters of religion and that there should be a separation of church and state. These documents provoked fierce debates. Liberals sought a repudiation of Enlightenment values. Some Catholics, especially in countries with constitutional governments, worried it might alienate both moderate and modern believers. Yet for many, the syllabus was a rallying cry, a declaration that the Church would not yield to the spirit of the age. The First Vatican Council, which was from 1869 to 1870, followed on this wave. Its defining achievement was the dogma of papal infallibility. So when the Pope is speaking ex cathedra on faith and morals, the Pope cannot make an error. This was a spiritual doctrine with immense symbolic weight. Even as Italy seized Rome in 1870 and ended the Papal States, Pope Pius IX emerged as a figure of transcendent authority. And in many ways, Vatican I is probably the most transformative moment in Catholic Church history. It totally changed the way the church operated and its outlook going forward. I think a study of Vatican I will, if you're interested at all in Catholic Church history, is an absolute must. And there's many good books. If you want to learn more about the different books you can read, just reach out to me and I will definitely give you some resources, or listen to our previous series, which would definitely fill you in and is very in depth, or you can, the resources are mentioned in there as well. Now, deprived of its actual secular authority and of the Papal States, just down to the city-state of which was essentially a neighborhood, the Vatican neighborhood of Rome, the papacy turned its focus outward. Catholicism was spreading rapidly in the Americas, Africa, and Asia. Missionary activity increased, often aligned with European imperial expansion. Religious orders, especially the Jesuits and the Franciscans, established schools, seminaries, and hospitals. This global growth helped transform the papacy from a European monarchy into a universal spiritual leader. Now let's talk a little bit about Freemasonry, because Freemasonry is definitely a topic that has come up in the podcast series already, in this current series, and will come up again. So So Freemasonry in the 18th and the 19th century became a lightning rod in the cultural, political, and religious battles that defined modern Europe. While its early development was often benign or even cooperative with religion, in some places, priests were Masons, high-level bishops were Masons. Freemasonry increasingly clashed with the Catholic Church, though, especially in Southern Europe. Masonic lodges promoted Enlightenment ideals such as liberty, secular education, civil marriage, and cremation, often putting them in direct conflict with Catholic Church doctrines and dogmas. This led to what historian John Dickey described as a culture war in countries like Italy, France, and Spain, where Freemasons frequently backed liberal national movements and anti-clerical policies. At the same moment, the church accused Masons of undermining Christian civilization, going so far as to attribute modern upheaval to Masonic conspiracies, particularly through Jesuit-run publications like La Civiltà Cattolica. Freemasonry's structure and secrecy only deepened suspicions. With multiple rites like the elaborate Scottish rite, popular in America and founded in France, Masonry spread internationally while maintaining complex rituals and these quote-unquote weird degrees of initiation. The lodges offered both spiritual camaraderie and political and business networking, becoming key institutions for nationalist and liberal leaders. In post-unification Italy, for example, Freemasonry became closely tied to the new secular state, with many government officials, especially ministers of education, drawn from Masonic ranks. Although not all Masons opposed the church, and many Masons were in the church, there was a perceived alignment of Freemasonry with revolutionary and anti-clerical movements, and this led the church to see it as one of the most dangerous ideological threats of the era. Freemasonry and the Catholic Church clashed tremendously in Europe, and in particular with the Risorgimento Italy. You can see why they clashed. To the Freemasons, the Catholic Church was a dinosaur. The Catholic Church at the time was huge. Many people followed what the church said almost without question, and the church was seen as a vestige of the Dark Ages and wanted to bring society back to a primitive time. To the Catholic Church, the Freemasons were the ultimate modernists with all their Enlightenment foolishness. Freemasonry's ideals did not line up with Catholic ideals, but they could work with a certain Protestant worldview. As we've seen in this series so far, Catholics were a tiny portion of the population of the American colonies and early American Republic in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. There were very few Catholic leaders of the Revolutionary generation or founding fathers. Of the 56 signers of the Declaration of Independence, there was only one Catholic signer, John Carroll of Carrollton. There were 9 Freemasons, including the big names like John Hancock and Benjamin Franklin. When the United States Constitution was signed a decade later, there were 2 Catholic signers, including another of the Carroll clan, Daniel Carroll. There were 9 Freemason signers, including heavy hitters like George Washington, Benjamin Franklin again, and Daniel Carroll, double dipping as both a Catholic and a Freemason. Daniel Carroll, being both a Catholic and a Freemason, prefigures some of the conflicts that will come about from people being members of these secret societies as well as practicing Catholics. Later, popes will definitively call out that being a Freemason or a member of any secret society and being a Catholic would be antithetical. The ideals of the Masons lined up well with Enlightenment views of many of the founding fathers, so you can see why many would be drawn towards the secret society. And the whole Masonry was a social club as well. The rich and powerful in your town or city would be members of the local lodge. What's a better way to network than to be in a club with the business and thought leaders of your area? The local network also would connect you into a much broader network. There were 16 presidents of the United States during the period of time we are observing in this series. Either 6 or 7 of them were Masons. There is some question to whether Thomas Jefferson was officially one, but either way, that is 40% of the presidents were in the club. The prominence and power of the Masons brought a backlash in the United States. In the early 1800s, anti-Mason political parties arose in the United States. This is also the point in Europe where the Catholic Church started a hard press against the Masons. Masonry's popularity rose and fell over the years, but it was always around. The Catholic Church's numbers would rise tremendously in the decades after the Revolution. But despite that increase, there's only been 2 Catholic U.S. presidents, both of them well after the time period we'll talk about in this series, John F. Kennedy in the 1960s, and then Joe Biden in the 2020s. Yet there have been at least 15 Masonic presidents, demonstrating the Masons are still a potent force in U.S. politics and power. Moving on, the church also emphasized education. Catholic universities, seminaries, and primary schools expanded. These institutions trained a new generation of priests and lay leaders committed to intellectual rigor and pastoral care, along with building up the church. The Jesuits in particular became synonymous with high-quality education, both in Europe, America, and beyond. Doctrinally, the church reaffirmed traditional teachings on marriage, the sacraments, and the authority of the magisterium. It resisted modernist interpretations of scripture and theology, leading to tensions with scholars and reform-minded clergy. These conflicts would intensify in the 20th century, but their roots lay in this period of consolidation. The conflict in education between progressive-minded Protestants who would establish free public school systems and eventually mandatory public schooling, and the Catholic Church built. These progressive Protestant crusaders may not have been as progressive as they imagined themselves, being that one of the primary reasons they established public schooling and later mandatory schooling was to suppress Catholic teachings. So Catholics strove to maintain their identity. They began doing this in the period we're observing in the early 19th to mid-19th century, and after that, they began to build strong networks of parochial Catholic grammar and high schools. The 19th century was really a crucible for the Catholic Church, from near annihilation during the French Revolution to the proclamation of papal infallibility. The Church transformed itself. It abandoned dreams of political restoration and instead asserted spiritual sovereignty. The Pope was no longer a European prince, a medieval character, but the shepherd of a global flock moving into what we would envision a Pope today. This pivot allowed the church to survive and eventually thrive into modernity. Think about that. A church that was almost dead in the 1700s, early 1800s, explodes, completely changes its mission, you might say, its vision statement, and becomes an absolute global power essentially without a state within 200 years. And the church did this not by capitulating to secular trends, but by clearly defining its beliefs, consolidating its institution, and engaging the world in it with a distinct moral voice. So in the next episodes, we'll return to the United States, where waves of Catholic immigrants were reshaping the church and a democratic republic. How did American Catholics balance faith, identity, and loyalty to their new country, which was built on an ideal of separation of church and state and the freedom of religion, but often had a very difficult time living up to those ideals? That's what we'll tackle as we move forward. Steve here with a quick word from our sponsors. So we finished our grand European tour, and now we're back in the brand new United States. Things are busy. The American people, both the movers and the shakers and the everyday people, are trying to build a new country. They're doing it with one foot planted in their colonial traditions and the other stepping boldly into a new national identity. They had just defeated the greatest empire at the time, and maybe the greatest empire in the history of the world. I think the phrase that best captures this moment, and the thing that came right to my mind, is 10 feet tall and bulletproof. That was the energy they had. The revolutionary generation was in their full stride and the height of their power. They weren't just tweaking or adjusting the old system. They were creating a new nation straight off the drawing board. That kind of thing had really never been done before, at least not to this scale. And it wasn't just these elites doing the work, although they were definitely busy with it. The regular people were building too. They were migrating into new areas, crossing the Appalachian Mountains and pushing toward the Mississippi River. It was an expansion in every sense of the word. In this part of our series, we'll look at how the Catholic Church in America grew right along with the new United States. We'll pay particular attention to the church's growth in organization and authority, especially in this critical early phase. Geographically, we're going to focus on the Old Northwest, the Ohio country, and then we'll dip down into Kentucky. I've decided to include Western New York and Western Pennsylvania in this picture as well, and you'll see why in a moment. We'll also talk about geography itself, how it defined and shaped the United States, and we'll take a look at how American religiosity was shifting in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. That backdrop helps us see how pivotal the Catholic Church was in this first major phase of growth and expansion in the United States. Before we move on, let's take a minute for a quick note on geography. I think I may have been taking geography for granted, but in early America and really all the way through modern American history, geography has been extremely important. Now, we don't have to get into all the nitty-gritty and beat this point to death, but I think it's worth a nod, especially if you aren't from North America or you're listening to this while you're driving. The original 13 colonies stretched along the Atlantic or eastern coast of what we'd call the southern half of the North American continent. Canada, of course, takes up much of the northern half of the eastern seaboard of the continent. As settlers moved westward, the first major obstacle they ran into, major geographical obstacle, was the Appalachian Mountains. And while we're at it, yes, some people might disagree even vociferously with my pronunciation. Some say Appalachian, others say Appalachian. I'll be sticking with the Appalachian pronunciation myself. The Appalachian mountain chain runs all the way from northern Georgia into Atlantic Canada. Fun fact, the chain of mountains that make up the Appalachians is ancient. We're talking Carboniferous era, 300 million years ago ancient. At that time, all of the continents were mashed together into a supercontinent called Pangaea. When Pangaea split, it did so right through the mountains and created the Atlantic Ocean. That means the Appalachians The Scottish Highlands and the Atlas Mountains of Northwest Africa are all the same ancient mountain chain. Now, the Appalachians aren't the tallest mountains out there. The highest peak's only about 6,600 feet, or roughly 2,000 meters. Just for comparison, the tallest mountain in the continental U.S. is over 14,000 feet, and the tallest mountain in all of the U.S., Denali or Mount McKinley, there's some controversy in that naming, in Alaska is over 20,000 feet. And not to dive too deeply into geographical controversy, Mauna Kea in Hawaii is also a mountain. A little less than half of the mountain is above sea level. The rest is under the Pacific Ocean. If measured from its base, Mauna Kea is even taller than Mount Everest. But back to the point of all this, the Appalachians weren't impossible to cross, but they weren't easy either, especially in the 1700s and the 1800s. We're talking about rough terrain, deep valleys called hollows or hollers, depending on where you're from, and densely wooded hills. But here's the thing, the land past the mountains, it was great land once you got there. We're talking about what would become the old Northwest or the Northwest Territories down to Kentucky. Once you made it past the Appalachians, the terrain flattens out and there's more rivers. And those rivers were like super highways. Take Pittsburgh, for example. It was originally the French Fort Duquesne. That location was not random. It sat on the intersection of three major rivers. The French had settled this land beyond the Appalachians, and so had Native American peoples. In fact, Native Americans had always lived in this area. But even Native American groups from the east, particularly the Haudenosaunee or Iroquois Confederacy, expanded their influence into this rich region as well. The Great Lakes system marks the northern boundary of the whole territory. The French exploited the area from both directions, from the north out of Canada and from the south using those river highways. Once you're past the Appalachians, the rivers can take you almost anywhere, north to south, east to west, but there's a catch. There's no direct water route from the British colonies or early U.S. territory in the east out to the west. The French, on the other hand, had an almost direct path from the Atlantic Ocean into the interior of the continent. So you have the Great Lakes going east to west are Ontario, Erie, Huron, Michigan, and Superior. The problem is that the flow of the lakes is from west to east, but more importantly, navigation is blocked between Lake Erie and Ontario by a major landform, the Niagara Escarpment. The Niagara Escarpment runs from Wisconsin on the west side of Lake Superior all the way into central New York. In New York, the escarpment creates a series of beautiful waterfalls, the most famous, of course, being Niagara Falls. Now, here's what matters. French traders and explorers could navigate from the Atlantic down the St. Lawrence River through Lake Ontario and then end up just below Niagara Falls on the Niagara River, which connects Lake Ontario to Lake Erie. But because of Niagara Falls, they couldn't just sail straight through, so they had to develop a short portage around Niagara Falls, and that really opened up the entire central part of the continent to French trade, missionary work, and exploration. They also had a route that could take them from the Gulf of Mexico through the Mississippi and reach this area. So really, once they had that portage developed, they could go from French Canada all the way to their holdings in New Orleans. Let's pause our discussion of the Northwest Territories and Near West for just a moment and how they opened up not just to American expansion, but also Catholic expansion. Let's quickly wrap up the rest of North America's geography. As we continue moving west from the Appalachians and the Old Northwest, the new major geographic feature we run into is the Mississippi River. Now, this river is a big one. For water traffic specifically, it was the most important feature for travel and commerce in the United States. It's one of the largest river systems in the entire world, and incredibly, it's navigable almost its entire length from Minnesota near the Canadian border all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico. The Mississippi River gave us key cities like New Orleans at the southern tip, St. Louis in the middle, and many more up and down its banks. It also collects water from other major rivers, the Ohio River from the east and the Missouri River from the west. These are like the interstate highways of the early U.S., except for the freight moved by flatboat, keelboat, and later by steam paddle boats. After the Mississippi River, you hit a huge area of steppe called the Great Plains, and the plains were relatively easy to travel in one way. They were flat and wide open, but the distances were enormous, just endless stretches of land. People could walk across them or travel by covered wagon. It wasn't easy, but it was definitely possible. The wealthy could take a boat down to Panama and cross the Isthmus of Panama by land and then grab a ship up west to the west coast. Or they could also go all the way around the southern tip of South America and never leave the boat. But for a regular traveler, the journey was just by foot or wagon, and it was slow, hard, but definitely doable. Then you hit the Rockies. The Rocky Mountains are not like the Appalachians. These are serious mountains. The rivers helped people travel and trade in the east, but those rivers ended at the Rocky Mountains. The Rocky Mountains had to be crossed through snow-covered passes in the north or by crossing seemingly endless deserts to the southwest. But once you got past the Rockies and they developed the passes, you hit what many Americans thought of as the promised land, California and the Pacific coast. And this became a part of the American dream, that constant expansion westward. That dream, though, wasn't just a dream. It sparked wars with Native American nations, with Mexico, and even internal conflicts. And as we'll see in this series, the Catholic history of the United States will intersect directly with this expansion, especially in the lands that had already been Catholic for centuries before they became part of the United States. Now, if you were an early American settler or maybe a merchant trying to get from the East Coast over the Appalachians to the fertile lands beyond, you'd probably be looking for something a little easier than a wagon train over the steep ridges and muddy trails. This is where the early Industrial Revolution starts to really get into the story. New technologies and forward-thinking innovators were exploring ways to dramatically increase the efficiency of trade and travel. And I don't really use this lightly. The changes that came with this period were on par with the internet or AI revolutions of our own time. Everything changed. It brought massive benefits and, of course, plenty of disruption. One of the first huge innovations was the canal. Now, in Britain, they were already building canals all over the place to improve inland transportation. The idea made its way across the Atlantic, and the Americans took it seriously. The first viable canal that truly revolutionized east-west travel in the United States was the Erie Canal. At the time, many people thought it was a completely ridiculous idea. Dig a water route from the Hudson River all the way to Lake Erie? That's over 360 miles of rock, swamp, and hills. A huge difference in elevation. Even someone as innovation-friendly as President Thomas Jefferson thought that the idea was somewhere between nonsense and insane. But New York State decided to give it a go. In 1817, they pulled the funding together and started digging. And what they accomplished was nothing short of an engineering marvel. By 1825, they had carved out a 363-mile, 40 feet wide, and 4 foot deep ditch from the Hudson River to Lake Erie. It was named Clinton's Ditch after Governor DeWitt Clinton, but it became a marvel of early American infrastructure. Once completed, barges could float all the way up from New York City, up the Hudson River, through the Erie Canal and into the Great Lakes, opening up the entire interior of the continent. The cost of shipping plummeted by over 90%. Travel time from Albany to Buffalo dropped from, at the quickest by overland, 2 weeks to just 4 days. Practically overnight, small towns along the route became booming economic hubs. Buffalo transformed into one of the world's most important ports. But it wasn't just goods moving along the canal, people were moving too. And with people came something even more powerful, ideas. This is where we'll pause and take a closer look at the broader religious situation in the United States during this time. We're about to enter one of the most fascinating and really overlooked periods in the American religious story, the Great Awakenings and the rise of what became known as the burned over district of Western New York. Yes, this really does all connect back to Catholic history, especially as we wrap up this phase of the story and return to the organizational efforts of Bishop John Carroll. There were two what were called Great Awakenings during the period we're covering in this series. Both had monumental impacts on the religious, cultural, and even political direction of the young United States. Let's start with the First Great Awakening, which took place roughly between 1720 and 1740. Now, I know this technically falls just before our immediate time frame, but it's really crucial to understanding what happens later in the story. The First Great Awakening was led primarily by two preachers, George Whitefield and Jonathan Edwards. At the time, religiosity was on the decline in these British colonies. People just weren't showing up to church the way they used to. And the reasons are, in a way, pretty straightforward. There was a shortage of preachers and religious leaders, especially in rural areas. We saw this issue with the Catholic Church at the same time. There was also a growing distrust of institutions in the colony, both religious and governmental. Add in increasing prosperity, and you've got a population that just didn't feel like they needed organization as much anymore. Religion, quite frankly, just wasn't exciting to people. It wasn't connecting with them. But Whitefield and Edwards saw that gap and they stepped in to fill it, and they brought with them something new, a new energy. They tapped into a deep need among the people, preaching in ways that weren't confined to one Christian religious denomination, even though both men were loyal to their own denomination. They spoke directly to the people, and they made religion feel alive again. And their message was simple. There was a God who was angry at sin, but loving and merciful. A God who wanted people to do better and who believed they could, not just through their institutions or clergy, but through people's own efforts and their own communities. And the people responded big time. They came out in thousands to hear Whitefield and Edwards preach. Remember, this was before microphones, speakers, or stages, or any modern amplification. These men preached to huge crowds, sometimes representing a significant percentage of the total number of Catholics in the entire 13 colonies at one time. And that impact was enormous. Both Whitefield and Edwards died before the American Revolution, but their legacies lived on. Whitefield in particular was a close friend with many of the revolutionary leaders, including Benjamin Franklin. Now, Franklin wasn't what we'd call a holy roller or a religious zealot. He leaned more towards deism, but he did pay lip service at least to organized Christianity. But Ben was friends with everybody, including our old Orthodox pal, John Paradise. And Ben Franklin recognized the power of what Whitefield and Edwards had unleashed. And it was because of that awakening. It wasn't just religious. It stirred people to action. It helped ignite the spirit that would eventually become the American Revolution. Now that we've laid a little groundwork for the First Great Awakening, it's time to move into what we can call the Great Awakening Part 2, or the Second Great Awakening. This movement kicked off not long after the dust had settled from the American Revolution, around 1795, and different scholars mark the end, 1820s, 1830s, 1840s. We won't get into the nitty-gritty of all the arguments over that, and they really don't matter very much. But let's take a high-level look here. These two great awakenings, especially the second, really set the tone religiously, politically, and culturally for the whole 19th century. And if we're honest with each other, the effects echo all the way into our modern day in the U.S. But that's a different series and a different topic. But for our purposes, the Great Awakening created the culture Catholics would find themselves navigating for decades to come. Remember, the Catholic Church was already seen as foreign and something other, and as Catholic immigration boomed, that perception only intensified. So who led the charge in the Second Great Awakening? It was primarily two Protestant groups, the Methodists and the Baptists. In fact, Methodism actually became the largest denomination in the United States during this time. Now, the roots of Methodism go back to the First Great Awakening with figures like John Wesley and an English Anglican reformer. George Whitefield, who we talked about earlier, was actually a close associate of John Wesley. What tied Methodists and Baptists together in this movement was their emphasis on the personal relationship with Jesus and individual salvation. This wasn't about an inherited faith or a church tradition. It was about the individual and individualism. Many of these groups leaned towards a theology called Arminianism, which was a reaction against Calvinism. You didn't have to be one of the elect. Anyone could choose salvation. It was your call. That kind of personal freedom really fits hand in glove with American ideals of individualism and self-determination. Now, from a Catholic perspective, this kind of thinking had been addressed centuries earlier in the form of Pelagianism, which shared some ideas with Arminianism. The Western Roman Catholic Church rejected Pelagianism, while the Eastern churches were a bit more inclined towards an idea of free will. Ultimately, neither Arminianism or Calvinism would be accepted by the Catholic Church or Orthodox Church for that matter. Still, the whole idea of free will and personal salvation really shaped the Second Great Awakening. But the real heart of it wasn't just reviving personal faith. It was about reviving society. Revivalists looked around and saw a world just going downhill fast, going down the tubes, you might say. They thought society needed saving, not just individual souls. They believed in a kind of utopia, a shining city on a hill inspired by the book of Revelation. The movement emphasized building a better society, not just a better churches, and that drive, fiery and emotional, sometimes frantic, led directly to a whole host of social reform movements. This is where we get ideas like millennialism, the belief that the end of the world was imminent. Preachers started setting specific dates for the end of days. Those dates came and they went, and then more dates were set. And they went. Still, the momentum didn't slow down. Out of this era comes dispensationalism, rapture theology, and what might many consider the beginnings of American evangelicalism. And one of the most significant developments was the attention turned toward African Americans and enslaved people of African descent. That was new. It was the birth of Black-led churches, including white congregants being preached to by Black pastors. The African Methodist Episcopal Church, or AME, was born and flourished during this time, as it continues to flourish to this day. This was also also the birthplace of the abolitionist movement. Up to this point, the traditional Christian view, stretching back all the way to the Paul of Tarsus, saw slavery as a social hierarchy. Slaves were not to be mistreated, and they were to be seen as full brothers in Christ and members of the church. But the institution of slavery itself wasn't questioned. The Catholic Church had helped pretty much eliminate slavery in medieval Europe, but indentured servitude and related systems continued to persist. Papal bulls called out abuses, but rarely condemned slavery as an institution. And let's be honest, many Christians use the Bible as a good dose of self-interest to argue that slavery was actually divinely improved. But the Second Great Awakening turned that on its head. For the first time, people began saying not only should slaves be treated well, but slavery itself as an institution was a moral evil and must be ended. This tension between the Southern slaveholding religious fervor and the Northern abolitionist zeal would become one of and the major force leading to the Civil War. And so let's just take a second to loop back a bit on this issue of slavery. The founding fathers knew that slavery did not line up with the Enlightenment ideals that they confessed. But in what I'd like to call one of the greatest failures of the American Revolution, they decided to punt on the issue. Maybe they hoped slavery would just fade away. It did seem in strong decline by the late 1700s. The U.S. had even banned the international slave trade in 1794. In the North, slavery did largely die out, and unfortunately, in many ways replaced by the brutal world of industrial labor, especially for waves of Catholic immigrants who flooded in. That industrial revolution was no paradise for them. But in the South, slavery saw a massive resurgence thanks to technologies like the cotton gin. There were attempts at compromise. Some areas banned slavery, others expanded it. But in the end, there just was no middle ground. Pro-slavery and abolitionist factions viewed each other as threats to their entire way of life, to their salvation. Slavery, more than any other issue, led directly to the Civil War. Catholics were caught in the middle. Their views on slavery largely followed regional lines. Bishops in the South tended to support slavery, while those in the North were more abolitionist. But many of the new Catholic immigrants just simply didn't care about the issue. They were more concerned about their own survival in a hostile, industrializing society. Meanwhile, other social movements, women's rights, prohibition, and others also took on religious and ideological importance. So how did all of this impact the Catholic Church? Well, for the most part, Catholics didn't participate in the Second Great Awakening. The core idea of that movement were fundamentally opposed to Catholic doctrine. This was a movement fueled by anti-clericalism and anti-hierarchy in the Catholic Church, which is, with its pope and bishops and sacraments and centuries of tradition, the deposit of faith, stood in stark contrast. The notion that salvation didn't require the church or its sacraments, just a personal decision, was completely foreign and antithetical to Catholic theology. So were the ideas of radical individualism and that whole thing of suspicion of religious authority. It just didn't play. Catholic leaders were deeply skeptical of the entire movement. Encyclicals like Mirari Vos showed just how much distrust there was. Add to all that mix was the anti-immigrant attitudes of many Protestant reformers, and you'll understand why Catholics kept their distance. But now with that foundation laid, let's turn to a local example of just how intense this movement became. And the effects of the Second Great Awakening live in America to this day. The Second Great Awakening led to the Third Great Awakening and later revival style movements of the 20th and 21st centuries. This is truly an American phenomenon. With that little brief overview of the Second Great Awakening, let's talk about one of the most fascinating and intense religious and social landscapes in early American history, the burned over district of Western New York. This is where the Second Great Awakening began for the most part, but more than that, it's where it reached its peak, where the flames burn the hottest. The name burned over comes from the idea that revival after revival swept through these towns like wildfire, leaving no one untouched. The Erie Canal was a big part of that story. This region went from a quiet backwater to a booming center of commerce practically overnight. Towns that had been just a few buildings or didn't even exist at all turned into magnets for business, industry, and new people. And with these people came ideas and movement and energy. If you drive through any of these towns today, you follow the path of the old Erie Canal, you'll just see glimpses of that former glory. Massive civic buildings, sprawling mansions, and impressive downtowns. You might wonder, why did places like Rochester, Seneca Falls, and Palmyra, Buffalo even get so rich so quickly? The answer is the Erie Canal. And these towns didn't just grow economically, they became the incubators of massive social and religious change. The burned over district gave rise to the abolitionist movement, women's right, and the early push for prohibition. Some of the most important names in American reform history lived and worked there. Frederick Douglass, Susan B. Anthony, Elizabeth Cady Stanton. They helped shape the identity of the United States in ways that we still feel today. And let's not forget religions that came. Maybe the famous, infamous son of Palmyra, New York, Joseph Smith, the founder of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as Mormonism. Joseph Smith was a product of this world, and he grew up and lived his life and discovered his movement a few miles outside of Rochester in a canal town, or very close to the canal town. The burned over district was his launch pad. Eventually he had to, and he was forced to move on, like so many others who found the spiritual intensity there overwhelming, he might say. But this is where he gets a start. Even major anti-Masonic movements came out of this region. Now, I want to just take a quick moment to share a little personal history, and that will tie into the greater story. I was born in Buffalo, right on the outer edge of the burned over district and the terminus of the Great Erie Canal. And even though I was steeped in Buffalo history, thanks to my uncle, who spent many a dreary Buffalo Saturday dragging me to old buildings, dusty archives, and the Historical Society, we never once even talked about or stumbled across any burned over district mementos, you might say, or artifacts. And there was a reason for that, and that's because Buffalo was much more commercial, much more transactional, and in a way much more Catholic than these other areas of the burned over district. And that time with him really shaped me and nurtured my love of history and taught me how to spot it in places that others overlook. And I think that that's just a fun activity. The suburbs of Buffalo, though, that was really a totally different story. And that's where you get movements like the Roycrofters and the Oneida movement and these other utopianist groups. This was also major stops for the Underground Railroad. I even learned about the Ebenezers. We would drive through a small suburb of Buffalo called West Seneca, and inside of the suburb of West Seneca is a suburb called the Hamlet of Ebenezer. And I wonder, where did that name come from? And it came from a group of Second Great Awakening people called the Community of True Inspiration that set up all these colonies of Ebenezer all across New York State. Another little town you probably never heard of is called Alden, New York. It was a hub of the Underground Railroad, and as wild as it sounds, it technically seceded from the United States Union during the Civil War. And what's even more bizarre is it wasn't formally readmitted into the Union until after World War II in 1946. So a pretty incredible piece of history. Now, I know what you might be thinking. Am I spending too much on this part of the story? And I don't think so. Find those hidden gems of history in your own town or your own village or your own city. Share those small facts with me. And if you find something interesting, or if you have something interesting that happened in your town, send them to me by email, Facebook message, leave a comment, contact me through the website, and don't be surprised if I enlist you to help create a new episode. But let's wrap up this whole episode and this whole topic by bringing our focus back to Bishop John Carroll, the man who helped give shape to the Catholic Church in the United States. His era would close with both incredible expansion and some really deeply rooted challenges. During the later part of Carroll's tenure, the United States was growing super fast. The country wasn't just gaining people, it was gaining land at an unprecedented rate. One of the most significant additions came in 1803 with the Louisiana Purchase, which nearly doubled the size of the country. This expansion brought in many new Catholics, though they weren't newly converted believers. These were the descendants of the French, the people who had been Catholic for generations. Many had intermarried with Native Americans, and there were already well-established urban Catholic centers like New Orleans, complete with their own bishops and clergy. But along with this growth came big problems. 3, really, maybe 4, depending on how you slice it. First was size. The country was vast and people were scattered across huge distances. Second, there was a shortage of priests. There just wasn't enough clergy to serve this growing flock. Third, there was a real disconnect between urban and rural parishes. The resources, leadership, and influence was really lopsided, and tied into that was money, or more accurately, the lack of it, especially in the countryside. And all of these issues overlapped. The sheer geographic spread of Catholics only made the priest shortage worse. Priests rode the circuit, traveling long distances to serve small pockets of Catholics. They rarely saw their congregants regularly and had a real weak connection not only to their community, but also to their hierarchy. Carroll and the other bishops tried to solve the clergy shortage by recruiting from Europe. A number of French clergy arrived, some fleeing the French revolutions, others, well, let's just say Roman and European bishops sometimes saw America as a great place to send their problematic priests. Some of these clergy were rigorists, men who didn't understand American culture. They took hard-line stances on things like dancing and alcohol consumption. For example, dancing was scandalous to some of these priests, and alcohol, that was even more controversial. But this was early America, and we're talking about a country where it was just swimming in alcohol. Apples were primarily grown for making hard cider, not for keeping the doctor away. Alcohol was a major part of daily life for most Americans. Then on the other end of the spectrum from these rigorists, some of the priests who came or were sent were mentally unstable, alcoholic, or even sexual predators. America, it seemed, attracted all types. Then there was the issue of parish governance and finances. In some cities, Catholic parishes had plenty of money. These parishes were run by boards of trustees, lay people who didn't want oversight from a bishop locally or all the way in Baltimore. That meant John Carroll had little control over some of the most influential churches. Meanwhile, rural churches were broke. There was no infrastructure, no funding for buildings, no salaries for clergy. And Rome didn't help much either. On one hand, they micromanaged, often undercutting Carroll's authority. On the other hand, they were hands off when support was actually needed. And to be fair to Rome and the popes, there was chaos in Europe, and this contributed to these disconnections. The church in Rome and in Europe was navigating its own crises. Still, new bishoprics were formed during Carroll's tenure. Bardstown, Kentucky became one of the first. That's significant because Kentucky was a destination for early Catholic migrants. It was rich in land and resources, and really not too far from Virginia and Maryland. Other bishoprics were set up in Boston, Philadelphia, Cincinnati, and through the Louisiana Purchase, New Orleans. But Carroll had a complicated relationship with Rome. He was distrustful, and often for good reason. The bishops in these new dioceses were installed directly by Rome, not chosen by local synods or appointed through Carroll's authority as Archbishop of Baltimore. Meanwhile, American Catholic women began to play a prominent role. One of the most important figures in this story was Elizabeth Bailey Seton. Originally an Episcopalian, she converted to Catholicism upon her husband's death. She devoted her life to helping the poor, founded the Sisters of Charity, which exists to this day, and played a key role in building up the Catholic school system. There's some historical debate about whether she owned slaves. Her grandfather certainly did, and it's possible she may have, although probably not. The jury is really out on that, and there's a lot of really good scholarship and deep scholarship on that issue. Probably no, but they're still looking and still figuring. Regardless of all that, she was canonized in 1975, becoming the first American-born saint. As Bishop Carroll's life drew to a close, the country was pulled into yet another conflict, the War of 1812, sometimes called the Second War of Independence. Some say it was a resounding British victory. Others say it was a major American win that cemented U.S. independence once and for all. Personally, I think it was more of a draw, but one that profoundly shaped how Americans saw themselves. It marked a new era of national identity. If you want to dive deeper into the War of 1812, there's an excellent series on it, podcast series on it called on James Early's Key Battles of American History podcast, and it was co-hosted by me. So if you want to hear me follow along on that story, definitely join in and look for links in the description. As for Carroll himself, he wasn't a big fan of the war at first, even though he was a Federalist, or the party that was pro-war, politically speaking. But once the war began, he supported the effort. In the end, I think it's fair to say that John Carroll didn't just plant the seeds for the Catholic Church in America. He helped invent a truly American version of Catholicism in a time where a lot of truly American institutions were being formed. So we'll continue following that story as we move closer and closer to one of the most pivotal moments in U.S. history, the year of 1861. Today's episode focuses on the Masons, and more specifically, the rise of anti-Masonry in the early United States. You might ask, why cover this topic? If you've listened to the earlier episodes in this series or the End of an Era series, you'll already know that Masons and other so-called secret societies were a major issue for the Roman Catholic Church and for many other Christians at that time. Many Christians were Masons themselves, but overall, most denominations ranged from being skeptical to outright hostile toward Masonry, with the Catholic Church firmly on the hostile end. At the same time, many of the highest ranking and most prestigious founding fathers were Masons, including some of the very few Catholic political leaders in early America. Anti-Masonry became such a strong force in the early United States that the very first third party in American political history was built around anti-Masonic platforms. To understand why this was so significant, we need to zoom out for a moment and look at the broader history of U.S. politics. On the surface, it seems simple enough, but as always, the devil is in the details. The United States is famously a two-party system, Democrats and Republicans, blue versus red. That's the paradigm we know today. But the dominance of two parties, and in a way, the two parties, goes all the way back to the founding of the country. In many countries, probably most countries, multi-party elections are the norm, with parties forming coalitions based on shared goals. Smaller parties can still gain influence even without winning outright control. But the United States has never really worked that way. Third parties or independent movements have existed, but they've rarely played a significant role on the national stage. Instead, they often function as quote-unquote spoilers, pulling votes away from one of the two main parties rather than mounting a real challenge of their own. The design of the U.S. presidential election system itself makes it extremely difficult for third parties to compete. In modern history, only two third-party candidates have really had a major impact. Businessman Ross Perot in 1992, and then former President Theodore Roosevelt in 1912. Even the election of Abraham Lincoln in 1860, a topic we'll revisit later, took place in a chaotic environment filled with splinter parties, most of which formed in response to the debates over secession, unionism, slavery, and anti-slavery. From the very beginning, the two-party system was really locked in otherwise. But where did it come from? The roots go back even before the Revolutionary War ended. From the earliest days, there was a fierce debate over how power should be divided up between the national government and the states. Some leaders feared replacing a king with another centralized authority and wanted a weak national government, giving most of the powers to the individual states. Others believed that a loose collection of mini countries would lead to chaos and eventually fragmentation, and they pushed for a stronger national framework. The Articles of Confederation, the nation's first governing document, created an intentionally weak federal government, but it quickly became clear this approach was unsustainable. In response, the nation's leaders gathered in Philadelphia, intending to revise the Articles, but instead they replaced the Articles entirely with the U.S. Constitution. This move was controversial from the start. The new Constitution gave the federal government significantly more power, prompting strong opposition across the states. To secure ratification, it required immediate revisions, the so-called Bill of Rights, 10 amendments designed to guarantee protections for both individuals and the states. With these revisions, the Constitution became a remarkably stable framework, amended only 6 times since its initial adoption, plus those 10 initial revisions. Some of the most notable amendments were driven by religious and cultural forces, particularly the Second Great Awakening. The 18th Amendment established prohibition, reflecting temperance movements rooted in religious revivalism, while the 21st Amendment repealed that 18th Amendment entirely. The 19th Amendment granted the women the right to vote, which was also shaped by reform movements linked to this same period. Meanwhile, the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments abolished slavery, granted citizenship to freed slaves, and ensured equal protection under the law, and prohibited voting discrimination based on race, all deeply influenced by the moral and religious debates of the time. The U.S. Constitution hasn't been amended since 1992. Even from its earliest days, American politics has revolved around one reoccurring tension: centralization versus decentralization, federal authority versus state power. This tension shaped not only the two-party system, but also the environment in which movements like anti-Masonry arose. Understanding these dynamics helps explain why a movement strong enough to form the nation's first third party emerged in response to Masonry, and why it became such a lightning rod for political, religious, and cultural conflict in the early United States. Even for our friends outside of the United States who may already be familiar with the Republican-Democrat divide, it's worth spending a little time exploring where that system actually came from. At the very beginning of the United States, there were no official political parties at all. As a matter of fact, George Washington despised political parties and the factionalism they caused. While he served as president, he deliberately avoided aligning himself with any party. But that doesn't mean there weren't factions forming behind the scenes. Even in Washington's own non-political affiliated administration, these tensions were occurring. From the start, two major groups were emerging, one that wanted a stronger federal government and one that preferred limited central authority. These early divisions reflected what became known as the Federalists versus the Anti-Federalists. And this is essentially the paradigm that exists in the United States today. Washington himself leaned toward the Federalists, but he worked hard to stay above the fray. However, once Washington stepped down and became almost a semi-divine figure in the American political imagination, the floodgates opened and the race to organize political parties began. The Federalist John Adams won the next presidential election, but his support for several very unpopular policies and laws damaged the Federalist reputation. That period marked the high watermark of the Federalists' influence, and their opposition to the War of 1812 only accelerated the party's decline. Meanwhile, their rivals, the Democratic Republicans, an anti-federalist party, quickly became the dominant force. For decades, they were essentially the only major political party in the country. From Thomas Jefferson through Andrew Jackson, 6 consecutive presidents up to 1836 came from the Democratic Republican Party, which eventually shortened its name to just Democratic Party and evolved into today's Democratic Party. But to make things even more confusing, these early Democrats were also sometimes called Republicans. Within the Democratic Republican ranks, there was also a significant faction that was, for all in practical purposes, still Federalist in ideology, but calling themselves Federalist would have been political suicide. This faction became known as the National Republicans or the Anti-Jacksonians, which really shows how polarizing Andrew Jackson's presidency was. Anti-Jacksonism was an essential building block of the anti-Masonic Party. At this point that the anti-Masonic Party emerges, they were an offshoot of the Federalists, and we'll explore more of that in detail. But for now, it's enough to note that they eventually joined forces with the National Republicans to form the Whig Party. The Whigs didn't last long in the grand scheme of things, but they still managed to elect 4 presidents before the U.S. Civil War. That's nearly 10% of all presidents from a party most people don't even think about. It only lasted for a very short time. Ultimately, though, the Whigs fractured over the deeply divisive issue of slavery. One splinter group from the Whigs became the Know Nothing Party, also called the Native American Party. Though this has nothing to do with the indigenous people of North America, instead these Native Americans were self-described old stock Americans, mostly descended from the original English settlers to the country. The party's main platform centered around anti-immigration and anti-Catholicism, which we will certainly revisit later in this series. The remaining Whigs eventually merged with the Free Soil Party, a group focused primarily on opposing the expansion of slavery, to form the Republican Party. Their first presidential candidate, Abraham Lincoln, won the 1860 election, cementing the two-party structure that has defined the U.S. political system ever since. That period covers what historians call the first, second, and third party systems. Since 1860, the Democrat and Republican parties have maintained and remain the dominant players, but their platforms have shifted dramatically over time, swapping positions on key issues more than once. This evolution has produced what historians now describe as a fourth, fifth, and possibly even a sixth party system today. With the general political landscape mapped out, we can now turn to Masonry itself and how anti-Masonic ideals gained enough power to create one of the earliest and most disruptive third-party movements in American history. This series always seems to circle back to Western New York, the Masons, and the Burned Over District. And here we are again. In Europe, anti-Masonic sentiment largely came from the top down. The Catholic Church teachings and the beliefs of the Masons were fundamentally incompatible, which made conflict almost inevitable. The Masons themselves, both in Europe and the United States, were generally an elite institution. Membership often included those with political and economic power, and that exclusivity is precisely where they began to run into trouble in the United States. The roots of anti-Masonry in America were deeply tied to anti-elitism. For many ordinary citizens, Masons represented an unaccountable, secretive ruling class, a small circle of insiders making decisions behind closed doors. While Catholics and anti-Masonic movements wouldn't have had much common ground in most other areas, their deep distrust of secret societies brought them into unexpected alignment. Protestants, too, were heavily involved in this divide. Many Protestant denominations formally banned Masons from their congregations and condemned the organization outright. For once, Catholics and Protestants found themselves sharing at least one point of agreement. Meanwhile, the political landscape of the early United States played directly into the rise of anti-Masonry. Under Andrew Jackson, the Democratic Republicans had become almost the only game in town, leaving very little organized opposition. The weakened national Republicans offered little resistance, and this created a vacuum. Adding fuel to this fire, Andrew Jackson himself was a high-ranking Mason, which made him a target for critics and drove opposition movements to coalesce. Out of this tension, the anti-Masonic Party began to rise. It became one of the earliest attempts in America to create a political movement centered entirely on resisting secret societies and their influence over politics and society. The birth and rise of the American anti-Masonic movement and the anti-Masonic Party really marks a fascinating moment in U.S. political and religious history. This so-called first party and third party in the United States emerged during the collapse of the Federalist Party, and they set the stage for the long tradition of single-issue third parties in American politics. This isn't just a quirky footnote. This movement gave rise to the political careers of several major U.S. figures, pioneering the concept of national party conventions for nominating presidential candidates, and it stood as the first major populist political movement in U.S. history. And as we've said, the anti-Masonic movement didn't grow up in a vacuum, and it wasn't only the Catholic Church that eyed Freemasonry with suspicion. Growing skepticism among many Protestant denominations, business communities, and others just continued to fuel this anti-Mason fire. Freemasons had established halls or temples in virtually every town, and the signs of that are visible today on buildings, cornerstones, and downtown blocks across the whole country. For those outside the fold of the secret society, elite group and an elite group that included prominent political and business figures, this widespread presence naturally raised some concerns. But the movement really does have a specific origin rooted in a place we've just seemed to return to time and time again, and that's the burned over district of Western New York. And it's important to understand New York is not just New York City. People often assume I grew up in the massive metroplex when I say I'm from New York, but the state is far more varied. There's the city of New York, of course, but also the Dutch-influenced capital region around Albany, a German-influenced area in the east central part of the state, and a large swath of the Western territory settled by New Englanders that in our time frame could really rightly be called the Wild West. The completion of the Erie Canal only made this frontier more dynamic and volatile. And that's right in this Wild West of the burned over district that the anti-Masonic movement took root. At the center of this spark was a nearly forgotten figure in American history, William Morgan, a man whose actions would unite and ignite a political and cultural avalanche. And like I said, it all starts with someone you probably never heard of, a man who lived a mostly obscure life and then disappeared without a trace. William Morgan is the first of several Williams who appear in this story, and his strange fate set off a chain of events that would shake American politics and religion. So William Morgan was born in Virginia on the eve of the Revolutionary War, and Morgan wandered across the young United States in search of economic opportunity. He eventually landed in Canada, where he failed in a brewery venture before moving back to the U.S. to Batavia, New York, a thriving town located roughly right in the middle between Buffalo and Rochester. Batavia wasn't on the Erie Canal, but it played a key role in early land settlement and development in Western New York. Morgan's troubles began when he attempted to join the Masonic Lodge in nearby Leroy, New York. The story gets a little murky there. Some sources claim he was admitted into the lodge. Others say he was denied or eventually pushed out, possibly due to a reputation for gambling and drinking. Regardless of what exactly happened, Morgan wasn't pleased and decided to retaliate. He began writing a tell-all expose called Illustrations of Masonry, revealing the rituals and secrets of the Masonic order. Naturally, local Masons were not amused with this. Morgan began to face serious intimidation. He was arrested in a nearby town on charges of stealing some clothing items, then later arrested again over a small unpaid debt. Then something even stranger happened. A mysterious man appeared and bailed Morgan out of jail. As Morgan walked out of the jailhouse, several men kidnapped him, and he was never seen again, alive or dead, and Morgan vanished. His disappearance enraged the public. Charles Finney, a name we'll return to later, wrote a book describing Morgan's abduction and alleged murder. According to Finney, Morgan was taken to Fort Niagara, where the Niagara River meets Lake Ontario, and was murdered before being dumped into the river. And it was an ideal place to hide a body. Even to this day, people go missing in that area, going for a swim in the river or in some areas, dangerous areas they shouldn't have been swimming in the first place. But due to those dangerous waters, bodies go missing and sometimes they're just never found again. But it wasn't just Morgan's mysterious disappearance that captured the public's attention. It was the bizarre and shady legal proceedings that followed. Several men were charged in connection with the kidnapping, but a questionable and heavily criticized court case resulted in little to no accountability. At least one of the accused walked free entirely. This real or perceived miscarriage of justice ignited a political wildfire that would burn all the way to the Civil War era and reshape American political life. The whole sordid tale of William Morgan unfolded in 1826, and in a remarkably short time, it sparked the formation and meteoric rise of the anti-Masonic Party. This wasn't just a local outcry. The party gained real traction, winning major elections in Vermont and Pennsylvania. A wave of anti-Masonic protests followed. Masonic lodges were attacked, and official investigations were launched into their secretive activities. The pressure was intense enough that many members simply fled the organization, including one William Wirt, another William to add into our growing cast of characters. Wirt was no political lightweight. He had led the government's unsuccessful treason prosecution of Aaron Burr and served as U.S. Attorney General for 11 years across 2 presidential administrations. As a former Mason himself, Wirt eventually renounced the fraternity and joined the anti-Masonic Party. Though his opposition to Masonry wasn't particularly fiery, he was deeply concerned about the growing power of Andrew Jackson, who we had said was a prominent Mason in the face of the Democratic Republican Party. Wirt became the anti-Masonic Party's presidential candidate. He didn't win, but he made a respectable showing, earning 8% of the popular vote and winning one state's electoral votes, Vermont. Another third-party candidate also won a state in that election, though the state's electoral votes weren't determined by popular vote in that election. That wouldn't come until a later amendment to the Constitution. If you want to dig deeper into this fascinating political movement of William Wirt's career, I highly recommend checking out Jerry Landry's Presidencies of the United States podcast, where he has a several-part series exploring and dedicated to William Wirt's career. In the 1832 election, the anti-Masonic Party burned out as a national force, but its legacy was far from over. Many politicians got their start or built their careers through the anti-Masonic movement. Millard Fillmore, certainly a controversial but often misunderstood president from Western New York, was one of those people. He later affiliated himself with the Know Nothing Party. Thaddeus Stevens of Pennsylvania, a political firebrand of the mid-19th century, also got his start with the anti-Masonic Party. He was instrumental in passing the 13th Amendment, which abolished slavery, and he played a major role in shaping public education in the United States, which is a major issue involving the Catholic Church later on. Another Western New Yorker, William Seward, or sometimes pronounced Seward, but more commonly Seward, would become a powerful U.S. Senator and Secretary of State during the U.S. Civil War and Reconstruction eras. He was responsible for arranging the purchase of Alaska from Russia, which critics at the time dubbed Seward's folly. Though clearly it proved to be a wise investment. Even Charles Finney, not a politician, but a significant cultural figure of the time, was connected to this anti-Masonic climate. Each of these men would influence the themes we continue to explore in this series on the Catholic Church in 19th century America. Although the anti-Masonic Party disappeared as a political force, the people and ideas it introduced continued to shape American political culture long after the demise of the party. Movements like the Know Nothing Party picked up this thread, switching the target of conspiracy from Freemasons to what they would call the Romanists and the Papists. Anti-immigration and anti-Catholic in tone, they channeled the same fears of secretive foreign powers that had driven the anti-Masonic Party. The Whig Party absorbed many of these ideas and individuals, and from there, the Republican Party would eventually merge, intertwining threads from the anti-Masonic and Know Nothing tradition into its early DNA. And that's where we'll leave things for now. This strange single-issue political movement aimed at the Freemasons might seem like it would naturally align with Catholic values, especially considering the Church's long-standing opposition to Masonry. But despite this shared enemy, there was no alliance to be found. The leaders and ideas that came out of the anti-Masonic movement emerged from a worldview that was greatly different from the Catholic experience in America. In fact, many of the anti-Masonic party's core concerns, from public education to immigration to the uniquely American form of Protestant Christianity, shaped by the revivals of the 17 and 1800s, would eventually stand in sharp contrast to the interests and growth of the Catholic Church. As Catholicism expanded rapidly in the United States through both natural population increases and mass immigration, it collided with these entrenched ideas and anxieties. That collision set the stage for some of the most fascinating and formative cultural and political struggles in American religious history. We'll be digging into all of these themes and more in episodes to come. Steve here with a quick word from our sponsors. For this installment of the Catholic Church in the United States from 1776 to 1861, I am very excited to be joined by Professor Andrew Hartman. You'll remember Professor Hartman as a guest on our previous series on the history of the Catholic Church in Europe during the tumultuous 19th century. Now he's back to discuss his new book, which he teased a little bit the last time he was on, named Karl Marx in America. We will discuss Karl Marx's impact on the equally tumultuous 19th century in the United States. Professor Hartman was working on this book the last time he was on, and now it is out. I can't wait to discuss this fascinating story. Before we get started, Professor Andrew Hartman is a professor of history at Illinois State University, where he teaches courses on U.S. intellectual, cultural, and political history, as well as courses in the philosophy of history, historiography, and pedagogy. Before we get started, Professor Hartman, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and what was the genesis of writing a book about Karl Marx and his impact on American history?
Sure. Thanks for having me, Stephen. So in my early 20s, started reading Marx and kind of Marxism, a whole sort of host of Marxist literature, political philosophy, and that was even before I went to grad school. When I went to grad school, I joined a Marxist reading group while in grad school. So I've been kind of fascinated with Marx for a very long time. But when my early scholarship was not about Marx, maybe was from something of a Marxist bent, sort of, but I kind of stayed away from Marx as a topic. But then I wrote a few books and I got tenure, and I thought that I wanted to return to Marx, but in what capacity was kind of a question. And I had been reading these books, this subgenre of intellectual history called reception history, and I was quite fascinated by it. I think the best in the genre is Jennifer Ratner Rosenhagen's book, American Nietzsche. Taking a thinker, a European or some sort of thinker or body of ideas across American history and how Americans have put those ideas to use. That was kind of a fascinating thing to me. And I thought to myself, well, that would be really fun to do with Marx, combining my passion for Marx and Marxism with my expertise in U.S. intellectual history. And I thought, like with these other books, there are books on Nietzsche, Adam Smith in America, John Locke in America, Edmund Burke in America. I thought mine would make a nice little 250-page book, but I think that was 10. Now we're 10 years later, and I have this 600-page book, which easily could have been 1,000 pages if my editor had allowed for such insanity. This kind of highlights one of my most surprising findings, and that is how many Americans over the last 175 some odd years have read Marx, written about Marx, tried to put Marx to use in some fashion.
Now, in America, Karl Marx and Marxism is almost a bad word. Can you maybe explain who was Karl Marx, just in the broadest strokes, and maybe why does he get such a bad rap in America in particular?
Well, of course, the biggest reason he gets such a bad rap is because he's considered the sort of grandfather of communism, the original philosopher of the system that emerged in the Soviet Union and later in China and other countries. And so the Cold War has a lot to do with the demonization of Marx. That is for sure. But even before the Cold War, Marx's ideas challenged people with power in the United States. And so there were, even well before the Cold War, all these sort of mini Red Scares in which Marx would get blamed for things such as the Paris Commune of 1871, or the Great Railroad Strikes of 1877, or the Homestead or the Haymarket Affair of 1886 in Chicago, in which police were, a bomb was set off amongst police and lots of people were killed and arrested and hanged. This latter, because it happened in 1886, 3 years after Marx's death, began the long tradition of Marx getting blamed for things that happened after he had died. And so Marx's ideas indeed did represent a challenge or a threat to particular aspects of American life, specifically capitalism, but to some degree also religion and the commitment to Christianity, and to some degree the American commitment to what they considered democracy, because Marx had different ideas about democracy. Marx himself, I argue, was a philosopher of freedom, and emerged out of traditions in European thought related to liberalism and republicanism, which kind of came out of the French Revolution. But he extended ideas about freedom beyond where liberals and small R Republicans thought about freedom, extended it all the way to the sort of like bowels of society, as people have argued, extended them to the working class, and argued that society isn't free, society isn't democratic unless people have control over their own labor. And in capitalism, where the majority of people, the proletariat, Marx argued, had to sell their labor in order to survive, well, then you can't really have social freedom in those conditions. And because the United States has always been so committed to capitalism, that's where the antagonism lies. Sure. So, of course, Marx is not the first communist thinker. Communism has an older tradition in Europe, but he's the thinker who was most responsible for coming up with the sort of ideas about capitalism and how we can move beyond capitalism into something you might call socialism or communism. He often used those two words interchangeably in the 19th century. And his ideas became paramount in, for example, the German Social Democratic Party, which became the most important socialist party in the late 19th century. His ideas became central to several socialist and communist parties around the world in the late 19th and early 20th century. For example, the Socialist Party of America in the United States, with Eugene Debs as its perennial presidential candidate, took up lots of Marx's ideas about capitalism and class struggle and what comes next. But really, he probably doesn't get remembered as the grandfather of communism unless the Bolshevik Revolution in 1917 happens in Russia. And in that sense, I would argue Lenin is probably the father of communism, or at least 20th century communism. Lenin was a Marxist. He was an intellectual, deeply grounded in Marxist thought, Marxist theory, and expanded upon that and applied it to the situation in early 20th century Europe, and in particular Russia. And the implementation of communism or Marx's ideas in Russia has a rocky history. Marx theorized in many places, including his most famous works, the Communist Manifesto and Capital, that socialism would develop when a large industrial working class came together and recognized that the surpluses they had created through their labor did not need to all go to the rich or the bourgeoisie or the capitalists, the people who own the means of production, that they could take control of the means of production and share or distribute the surpluses of capitalism, the wealth, equally. The problem with applying those ideas in Russia is that they had not long had an industrial revolution. It was pretty minor to the overall population of Russia, which was still sort of a peasantry. In Europe throughout the 19th and well into the 20th century, Russia was thought to be quote unquote backwards, which was manifested in the fact that most Russians were poor. Most Russians still lived rural lives, peasant lives, and something like 98% of the Russian population, for example, was illiterate at the time of the revolution in 1917. And they didn't have the surpluses that capitalism had created in places like Great Britain or the United States. And so trying to establish communism, trying to redistribute the wealth in a place where there wasn't wealth, where there weren't these surpluses, trying to undergo a rapid industrial revolution in a place that hadn't yet undergone that through capitalism, I think opened up many historians, Marxists and otherwise, have argued that sort of created the conditions for pretty extreme political repression of the sort that Marx in his lifetime always opposed. And so the ways in which Marx's ideas were implemented in the 20th century communist systems would have been hard for Marx to imagine, I would think, in the 19th century. And yet, that said, the Soviet Union was able to industrialize rapidly and I guess you might say catch up to Western industrial nations quite rapidly due to the collectivization of the rural life, which was devastating, but also quite effective at allowing this rapid industrialization. So much so that the Soviet Union was able, with, of course, help from the United States and the Allied nations, to defeat the Nazis in World War II, something that probably would have been difficult to anticipate in 1917. Also, lots of other nations, China, but several other of the nations which were seeking to gain independence from Western colonial powers, took up Marxist, Leninist ideas and sought to create communist states as the best method for gaining grounds as independent nations relative to Western imperialist nations. And so even though I think the history of 20th century communism in the grand scheme of things is rather bleak and rather against the grain of Marx's thoughts about how socialism could bring freedom to the masses, it's also a contradictory history, and it's not entirely, there was lots of progress made as well.
And so you really bring up an excellent point that maybe Russia at that point and China were not as fertile ground for socialism and these ideas of Marx, but in a lot of ways, early 19th century America was a lot more fertile ground. And were there some people dipping their toes a little bit into these ideas that Marx was espousing and maybe some of the ideas where Marx was drawing from?
Yes. The great irony, the great contradiction of Marx and Marxism in the United States is that, according to Marx's theories, it might have been the place where socialism would have had its most success, at least in terms of socialism being predicated on the surpluses, the economic surpluses created by capitalism. And yet the United States is the nation that probably has been historically the most anti-Marxist or anti-communist. So there's this great contradiction there that I explore in the book. But Marx looked to the United States from an early point in his life as sort of material for trying to understand where socialism might develop or what might come after capitalism, even as capitalism really in its industrial phase is is in its infancy. So he would read these travel logs from people like de Tocqueville and Beaumont and others, these rather conservative, sort of aristocratic Europeans who had traveled through the United States and written books about their observations and experiences. And for Tocqueville and the others, they tended to be quite sort of dismayed or pessimistic about what was happening in the United States, because they saw the emergence of democracy, which you might see in the sort of Jacksonian period of U.S. history, when all white men were able to gain the right to vote. They saw this as a sort of like lowest common denominator society, a very base society that had sort of gone against the grain of the best of European civilization. So they were quite dismayed by that, both culturally and politically. Marx read these and had the very opposite interpretation and thought, well, this is great. Maybe, just maybe in the United States, because American workers have the right to vote, they will usher in a sort of more libertary system in which workers have power, and they'll sort of overcome the hierarchies built into the emergent capitalist system. He looked to examples of the Working Men's Party in the United States, which had first formed in 1829 in Philadelphia and then a year later in New York City. These were, I guess, incipient or proto-Marxist parties in that they were looking to create working class power at a very early stage in the American Industrial Revolution. Marx looked to them for hope. He looked to the United States for hope. But over the course of the 1840s and 1850s, he also recognized, due to his close study of the United States and his correspondence with Germans who had emigrated to the United States, especially after the revolutions of 1848, he looked to the United States with more skepticism. He recognized that there were a couple of big historical developments in the United States that were preventing the kind of working class socialist solidarity and consciousness that he knew would have to happen if there was going to be socialist revolution. He was dismayed by slavery. He was very anti-slavery, not just on moral grounds, although it is important to note he was against slavery on moral grounds because he was against all such impositions on free labor. But he also was dismayed by the West, the frontier. Lots of his German comrades who emigrated to the United States, he would write to them sort of warning that they don't get lost in the West. The reasons why later historians such as Frederick Jackson Turner in his famous frontier thesis thought that the Western frontier was what provided America with its democratic ethos was because immigrants and other working class people in the sort of like crowded, smoke clogged cities of New York and Boston, rather than stay there in the conditions that might lead to demagoguery, they would argue they could move west, and this created a sort of like this renewed American society and created the democratic ethos. For Marx, he thought it just delayed the socialist consciousness that was necessary to move beyond the hierarchies embedded in capitalism. So both the Western frontier and slavery, he understood were kind of impediments to socialist consciousness. And yet there were lots of people who were in the United States, even before the Civil War, sort of developing pretty radical ideas that Marx could have agreed with, or Marx kind of liked.
One of the things you mentioned in the book was about Marx was considering a move to Texas in his youth. And honestly, at first brush, you might think, well, wow, that's crazy. But really, in the big idea of things, a lot of Germans, especially these 48ers who had fled failed revolutions, some of the failed revolutions of 1848, had moved to places like Texas, like a few utopian communities were set up. I think New Braunfels, north of San Antonio, was one of these communities. There was a few other ones. was Marx's plan to move, was it serious? And I wonder, you can kind of dip your toe into what ifs. I know a lot of historians don't like this, but I wonder what might have been a what if of a Marx in Texas could have been.
Yeah. So when he was a young man reading these American travelogues, he had sort of imagined the idea of emigrating to Texas. I don't think it was ever a serious consideration for him, especially after he met his eventual wife, Jenny, because that was like a true love story for those two. He was not going to be leaving leaving for a place like Texas unless she was coming with him. But you're right. Lots of Germans did make their way to the United States. Some did to Texas or other sort of places in the slave South. One that I detail in the book is Adolf Dow, who became a Marxist. He was reading all of Marx's works from a very early stage, and while living in Texas became something of an abolitionist before the Civil War. That did not go well for him, so he eventually ends up moving to the Northeast, in particular New York City. But there are some of those who had moved to a place like Texas. The idea of this sort of wide openness, I think, was attractive to lots of Europeans. Most of the German 48ers who fled the revolution and for the United States ended up in the Midwest in places like Cincinnati or Milwaukee or St. Louis. And lots of them volunteered for the Union Army when the Civil War broke out, and they were dyed-in-the-wool abolitionists. When they first came to the United States after the 1848 revolutions, they thought their hope was to return to Europe quickly, hoping that the revolutions would sort of break out again and that they could rejoin the fight. That, of course, didn't happen, but many of them recognized that they could sort of help create a revolution of their own in the United States by joining the new Republican Party and by joining the abolitionist movement. And so it was lots of these German 48ers, and these are people with whom Marx kept up correspondence over the years. They helped shape sort of Western front attitudes about the war and about how the war needed to be from the get-go about the abolition of slavery.
There were so many movements going on in this mid-19th century, the Second Great Awakening, the rise of the radical Republicans, the Free Soilers, and they all had elements of socialism in them. What did Marx think about some of these movements? He often comes across as somebody who's very ideological and can more lean towards picking apart his problems with these, with different ideas and ideologies. Do you think he saw something in radical republicanisms and free soilers, even though they were highly religious, but the groups that came out of the Second Great Awakening that were looking for utopianism and something that looked quite a bit like communism? Did he comment on any of these ideas?
Yes. So I think you're right that he comes across as maybe ideological is the right word, or maybe dogmatic in this sense. He had a clear understanding to his mind what capitalism was doing in terms of creating a proletariat. In other words, ripping people from the land. And this was happening in Europe quite massively at the time, but eventually also happens in the United States, and moving them into like factory jobs or other jobs where they had to sell their labor in order to survive, and they could no longer rely on sort of the sustenance of the land. And because he saw this as the direction of history, he thought that any attempt to sort of form a politics around preservation of the land, preservation of independence on the land, was, I guess he might have thought a little bit backwards. And that's why he was highly critical of various sort of iterations of this, including utopian socialist communities that were developed in the United States and even in England and Scotland. But on the other hand, there's been a lot of scholarship lately rooting Marx's ideas in 19th century Republican discourse that, to me, has been extremely convincing. And I think there is a lot of overlap between Marx's ideas and Republican ideas in the 19th century. And these Republican ideas informed a lot of the various movements that you speak of in the 19th century that sort of culminate in the Republican Party of the 1850s, which then, of course, culminates in the Civil War and the abolition of slavery that was kicked off by the election of Abraham Lincoln. Here's what Marxism and Republicanism had in common, or Marx's ideas in the Republican discourse. They both hated the fact that some people had power over the other. So both ideologies wanted people to have power over their own labor, power over their own time, that sort of autonomy. Republicanism, on the other hand, was much more sort of focused on arbitrary power. And so you can see this play out in a number of ways. It's sort of anti-slavery elements. The slave power seemed quite arbitrary, both in terms of its power over individual enslaved people, but also in terms of its power over the rest of the nation through its control of Congress. But also you can see this play out in the later populist movement in terms of the belief that Eastern banks and railroad companies were arbitrary forces of power that were sort of cutting into the independence of the prairie farmers who joined the sort of prairie fire, the prairie radicalism of the populists. This is all sort of rooted in 19th century republicanism, and it was quite radical. But Marx, again, believed that the wave of the future was socialist movements, working class movements that were organizing against capitalism specifically. And he thought of capitalism as not an arbitrary power, but as a system, not necessarily as a personal force, but rather an impersonal force. And the only way to organize against that was a large scale working class movement that wasn't focused on property, but rather focused on gaining control of the means of production, gaining control of the factories, etc.
Did Marx write about or have ideas about the Native Americans and the treatment of them? Because they don't really neatly fit into the ideas and the dialectic, you might say, of socialism and communism and capitalism.
I think it's quite similar to how he viewed radical movements that weren't based in a working class challenge to capitalism. So, for example, in Capital, he has this section on primitive accumulation in which he argues that the necessary precondition for capitalist development were things like imperialism, colonialism, slavery, even genocide. And he's quite sympathetic, I think, to the suffering of people, including Native Americans and other indigenous populations who bore the brunt of European colonialism and even eventually American expansion westward. In all of his writing, he is sympathetic to those who are oppressed, but he also is very sort of future oriented. And I think sometimes people criticize him for this, including like scholars like Edward Said in the late 20th century, who argued that he was somewhat Orientalist because his future-oriented conception of the world, critics have argued, was rooted in sort of like a Western European conception of the world, in that he believed that the industrial capitalism that he was witnessing development in places like London or in places like the United Kingdom was the wave of the future, was going to overtake the whole planet. And so any sort of like organizing had to deal or reckon with that. And so like he was quite sympathetic, for example, to various forms of native resistance, but he didn't think that was what was going to topple capitalism. That was not what was going to bring about a better future for anybody.
One of the episodes of early American history and the lead up to the Civil War was with John Brown. In a lot of ways, John Brown was getting done some of the things that Marx was advocating for. Did Marx ever hear of John Brown, and did he have any thoughts on John Brown's rebellion?
Yeah, John Brown's escapades, both the Potawatomi massacre in Kansas and then especially his raid on Harper's Ferry, this was worldwide news. And of course, Marx paid close attention to what was happening in the United States during the 1850s, as he was a correspondent for the New York World Tribune during the 1850s. But he of course, knew about John Brown, paid close attention to him, and actually wrote quite glowingly about John Brown's escapades. So after John Brown was hanged soon after the raid on Harper's Ferry, Marx wrote kind of poetically about how John Brown was going to be sort of remembered as a revolutionary figure, and that his execution sort of portended the near end of slavery.
You speak a little bit about, or you brought up that Marx was a journalist for the New York Tribune. Could you talk a little bit about that? How did he get with the Tribune, and maybe how were his articles and his commentary taken in the U.S.?
Sure. So the New York World Tribune during the 1850s was the most read newspaper in the world, 200,000 subscribers, which just by comparison speaking, the London Times had 100,000 during this time period. It was published by Horace Greeley. It became in the 1850s like the newspaper of the Republican Party. And Charles Dana, who was like one of the editors of the Tribune, traveled to Europe shortly after the 1848 revolution, seeking out a correspondent in Europe who could speak about European affairs and politics for this growing Republican American audience. And he had heard stories about Marx because Marx, during the 1848 and 1849 revolution in Prussia, of course, edited a newspaper in the Rhineland that became quite notorious, and that led to Marx being put on trial and eventually having to go into exile in London. So in 1849, Dana meets with Marx. This might have been 1848. He meets with Marx in Trier, in that part of Prussia, and they talk about the prospects of Marx working for the Tribune. And Marx, he's open to the idea, but kind of busy at the time. So it doesn't actually take place until 2 or 3 years later, but then Marx gets hired by Dana and by Horace Greeley to be the main correspondent for the New York Tribune. During the 1850s, he publishes 512 articles for the Tribune. Now, Engels helped write several of these articles, both because early on Marx's English wasn't proficient, although he got proficient quite quickly. And Engels had a better command of the English language. But also occasionally Engels would help if Marx was busy with something else. I think it's estimated that Engels wrote about 100 of the 512 articles. Most of these were about European affairs for an American audience. They could be quite lengthy, quite analytical, quite of the Marxist variety, in which he's subjecting European affairs to his sort of political economic analysis that he's so famous for now. The Tribune did not publish articles with bylines, so lots and lots of Americans were reading Marx without knowing that they were reading Marx. And that had to have included Lincoln, who read the Tribune every day. So it's just an interesting thing that most of the most published Marx ever was during his lifetime was in his New York Tribune writing days, and that was for an American audience.
Yeah, that's really fascinating. And it's fascinating that Lincoln would have read Marx. And bringing up Lincoln, I think Lincoln oftentimes, because of hagiography about him and his essentially martyrdom for the American cause, we kind of skim over some of the things. He was an extremely pragmatic politician, and the way he prosecuted the war and the way his ideas were pragmatic. but he did have an ideological side to him. He had contradictions. He was in a lot of ways for some socialist ideas, but then he was a corporate lawyer as well. What did Marx think about Lincoln?
Yeah, I think you're right that Lincoln, pragmatic's a good word to describe him. I think he had a firm belief in a just world that was anti-slavery. And yet it wasn't really until the Civil War that he developed fully anti-racist ideas. He was pragmatic also in the sense, of course, most famously that he began the waging of the war merely on constitutional terms to bring the United States back together without necessarily abolishing slavery, in part because he was extremely concerned with keeping the border states like Delaware, Maryland, Missouri, and Kentucky or I should say Tennessee in the Union. Kentucky or Tennessee, I'm forgetting. But the border states in the Union, even though they still had the institution of slavery, and only changed his mind during the Civil War. Marx, not a politician, had much more freedom to be much more grounded in his own ideals. But interestingly, when Marx was writing quite extensively about the U.S. Civil War in the early years of the fighting, both in correspondence with Engels and many of his comrades in the United States, but also in articles he was writing for an Austrian newspaper, Die Press, he was making the case that the best way for Lincoln and the Union to win the war was to make it a war of emancipation, because that would essentially create another front behind enemy lines. That is, if the enslaved people knew that it was a war about abolition, they would undertake what W.E.B. Du Bois later referred to as a general strike. They would lay down their tools and they would help the war effort. And eventually that's what happens after the Emancipation Proclamation, but it took Lincoln some time to get there. Marx had, as with his general understanding of the United States, had sort of contradictory ideas about Lincoln. On the one hand, he thought that he was too lawyerly. Like when he would read, including the Emancipation Proclamation, which Marx called probably the most important speech of the 19th century, Marx couldn't believe, on the one hand, that it was written in a very sort of lawyerly terms. There wasn't much passion there. And yet Marx thought that this was quite quaint and maybe something to be celebrated, because in Europe, in the 19th century, you had these sort of like grandiose rhetorical gestures by these people, these leaders who were autocratic and whom Marx considered buffoons. So he was quite impressed by the fact that Lincoln emerged from working class roots to lead over the United States through the Civil War, and thought that only in the United States could something like that happen. So in fact, Lincoln in the Civil War made him quite optimistic about the United States, and also optimistic about the prospects for the future. The 1850s were pretty depressing for Marx, both at a political and a personal level. Politically, because he was living in exile in London, the 1848 revolutions had been crushed, and the 1850s were quite reactionary in Europe at the time. So the Civil War offered him hope in that sense, and lots of other people as well. The Civil War, internationally speaking, was a moment of hope for lots of revolutionaries, socialists and otherwise, across the planet, and especially Marx. Personally, the 1850s were very difficult for Marx because he was living in poverty in London, and 3 of his children died of the diseases like tuberculosis that poor young people died of during that time period. So the Civil War offered him all kinds of hope. And so even though in some of his letters, especially to Engels, he comes across as quite critical of Lincoln, both strategically and in terms of his lawyerly tone and his rhetoric, I think ultimately he's quite impressed by Lincoln, and sees Lincoln as part of the movement of the future, even though he knows quite well that they might disagree on some pretty fundamental issues.
In the book, you mentioned that Lincoln actually had some pretty socialist ideas about labor, ideas that at least Marx might find some common ground with. And you had mentioned this idea of the mudsill theory of labor, and that was something I wasn't familiar with. Could you maybe explain that a little bit and how it applied in this time period?
Sure. So in the 1850s, by that point, because of the rising abolitionist movement and the threat to the institution of slavery, there were several Southern thinkers who became apologists for slavery, who developed theories that not only made the case that slavery was a necessary economic good for them, but also that it was, in fact, a superior system to say Northern capitalism. And so James Henry Hammond, of course, articulates this case in sort of elaborating on this longstanding theory called the mudsill theory. And the basis of the theory is that all civilizations throughout human history have some people who work and do the dirty jobs, and others, a smaller slice of the population, who live off that surplus and lead society both morally, intellectually, and politically. And he argued that the South had just merely created a new sort of a new system predicated on this longstanding civilizational tension between those who worked and those who lived off the surplus and led society, but that it was superior because it was providing necessary agricultural labor to the world market, and that it had found a class of people, African enslaved Africans, or the ancestors of Africans, who he thought were best suited for working in the hot sun. So, there's racism, of course, embedded in the mudsill theory, of course, but he also made the case that it was superior to the Northern capitalist system because, of course, the Northern factories, the Northern docks, the mills were also reliant on a class of people to do the dirty work. In this case, he pointed to Irish immigrants, who were lesser than other people in society. But unlike in the South, where benevolent slave owners provided food and shelter to their working class, the Northerners didn't even provide them that. So he was making the case not only that this was a necessary good, but also a superior system to the mudsill in the North. Obviously opportunistic, obviously rooted in the context and politics of the 1850s. Lincoln responded to this theory with a famous speech he gave in Wisconsin in 1859, in which he fully sort of laid out his theory of free labor and argued that it's not the case, especially in the United States, that some people are destined to constantly be in the working class, and that some people could, in the United States, through their own hard work, if they had control of their labor, they could sort of rise out of the ranks of the working class. And this is sort of based in the Republican Party theory of free soil, free men, free labor. And this is what motivated lots of people to be anti-slavery, not necessarily for moral grounds, although that's part of it, but also on the basis of the fact that they thought the United States would be the best in the future if people had the ability to work for their own freedom with their own hands. And there's some overlap there with Marx.
And then just to wrap up, maybe give us a little bit of a preview of what happens after the Civil War and with the rise of the Gilded Age. Even though we won't get into that really in too much detail in this series, it's sort of the denouement of the story.
Yeah, so slowly but surely after the Civil War, as you get the rise of corporate America and the sort of like rapid industrialization of the United States and the growing working class, Marx's ideas pick up steam, first probably with German immigrants who could read Marx in the original, but then Marx's ideas spread throughout the nation. By the time you get to the early 20th century, you have socialists who, like, you have black socialists in Harlem reading Marx. You have prairie socialists in Oklahoma reading Marx. in addition to, for example, the German socialists in places like Milwaukee. And so it's kind of like a slow trickle that just picks up steam alongside the Gilded Age capitalism.
So you wrapped up this whole book about Marx in America, and I know it was a huge project. Do you have anything else what's your next big project in the works?
I'm not fully committed to my next book, but I've got some ideas popping around, and I'm thinking I might write a book called something like Empire and Its Discontents. I'm really interested in anti-imperialist thought throughout American history. So that might be the next one, but I haven't committed to that yet.
That would be a really good one. You're always welcome to come on. Thank you so much for joining us. This was fascinating. There's people should definitely read the book because we barely scratched Chapter 1. So if people want to find your book or learn more about you, where would be some good places?
It's been published by the University of Chicago Press. They sell it online. You can also find it at all the usual booksellers, Amazon, Barnes and Noble. I always recommend local bookstores. Lots of local bookstores I know carry the book. So it's pretty much anywhere.
All right. Well, thank you so much again. And hopefully we'll have you on in the future.
Thanks so much, Stephen. This was a lot of fun.
I'd very much like to welcome today John Fagin, trustee of the Buffalo Presidential Center. I heard about John from personal friend and friend of the show, Jerry Landry's Presidencies of the United States podcast. And as soon as I heard that his guest, John Fagin, was a fellow Buffalonian with interest in the early 19th century history and Buffalo history, I really made it my mission to have him on the program. So we're really going to have a wide-ranging discussion on Catholic history, immigration, anti-immigration, and much more. And really, I think that'll help us focus in on this Catholic history of the United States because Buffalo was really a capsule of that history. So I can't wait to get started. And to start, John, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and the Buffalo Presidential Society?
Okay, thank you, Stephen. About myself, I retired a few years ago. I had been in research labs, specifically in the aviation industry. But on the side, I had been doing a lot of tours, and I had become a tour docent for Martin House, Frank Lloyd Wright, and also for Buffalo Tours, and more recently Explore Buffalo, which gives various tours of the city and the region. And recently, I've just joined the Presidential Center. I've known Bren Price from there for many years, and he's been talking about getting me in there. The Presidential Center Buffalo Presidential Center came about decades ago when two women, Marianne Sacramento Friedman and Joan Bozer, both friends, had recognized the connection Buffalo had to many of the presidents. And they went out and found a few collectors from the region, including Bren Price and Mark Evans. And for years, they were just floating from place to place as far as where they were. But in 2021, they were able to get a location, a permanent location in the downtown Central Library up on the second floor. And ironically, Mark Poloncarz opened the center in April of 2021, and then he went outside into the main library and closed the library and the center because of the COVID. So I've been in it since then. And the idea behind the center is to make Western New York and County aware of Buffalo's presidential history. We do that by having programs at the center. We also go out into the community and have speakers. And most recently, we've had two new board members come on that have great connections to the school systems. And one of them put together a presidential Jeopardy game last May, in which they were able to get 4th to 6th graders come in and play this against one of our so-called experts. And it was it was a lot of fun, I have to say. They had it all set up on a screen, different topics to choose. And, everybody booed when executive or, when one of us got it right, but they cheered when the kids got it right. So it was a lot of fun. And so we're hoping to continue that as a nice way of making a connection. And we've had last year we had even beyond the presidents, we have those connected with the presidents. Shirley Chisholm, she's not generally known for Buffalo, but she's buried here. In her later life, she married a Buffalonian, and she's buried in Forest Lawn. So we had a program on her. We had a program on the Miller sisters, who were William Miller's daughters, and he was the VP candidate with Goldwater in '64. They came in last year. And there's also a grandson of Grover Cleveland that has come in and made an appearance. So we're a work in progress, but it's I have to admit, it's an exciting group to be with. I really enjoy it.
That's awesome. If I am not mistaken, a little historical fun fact, isn't the location of where the current downtown library was, where Grover Cleveland, when he was sheriff of Erie County, in Buffalo's the county seat, was where he would hang people?
Yes, you are correct in that. Yeah, it's right off of Lafayette Square, right across. And Grover Cleveland he was a sheriff. He was the sheriff, and he refused to give that duty to an underling. He figured he had to do the dirty work himself. And apparently he's the only president to ever actually pull the ringer on hanging somebody. So wow. I don't know if that's worthy or not, but it's I haven't heard of anybody else doing it.
It definitely says something, and I'm not sure exactly what, but it's something.
Yeah, the library is built over that area that used to be where the county courthouse was.
So we're going to focus in a bit on, or really the main focus of today is Catholic religious immigration history of Buffalo. And really, like I had said in the beginning, Buffalo, would you say it was reflective of sort of the growing cities and growing immigration and growing Catholic population in the United States at that time period?
I honestly can't compare it to everywhere else, but I can say that the Erie Canal played a major part in bringing immigrants out this way. And in the early years, before the vast immigration came out here, Buffalo really had only a very small Catholic presence. It did have an itinerant priest come through. They didn't really have a church in the early 1820s, say, and they often borrowed the church from the Protestants. So they were small enough to where there was not that anger yet or that hatred grown up. But by 1829, one of the local residents, a Frenchman, and I can't speak French, but his name is Louis Lecatux. Yeah, you're familiar with the name? Yeah.
I am not.
Okay, I mean he was from France. L-E, and it's capital COULTEULX. So I know the French don't pronounce everything. So it's you get here and it's legal tux, but it's French and it's Le Couture. But anyways, he had been here for a while, and he donated land for the Catholic growth in the city, and this was in 1829, and that eventually became the St. Louis Roman Catholic Church. And in 1831, they had their first mass there. And the parish consisted mainly of some Germans, even Alsatians, Irish, French, some from Quebec. They even had Swiss, which I found interesting, but they moved on pretty quickly. But anyways, by 1843, the Catholic population had doubled, and there was only one diocese in the state. It was a Catholic diocese covering the whole state, with the headquarters being in New York City. So the upstate Catholics essentially were on their own, except for visiting priests, up until 1840 or so. And the St. Louis Church. Well, let me get into the immigration period before I get into St. Louis Church, because that's a fascinating story in itself, as it was one of the issues with the Know Nothings. 45 to 55, the immigration finally picked up. I'm sure you're familiar with the starvation and the political motives. Mainly Irish and Germans were coming over, many of them settling in the Buffalo area. And at this later period, by the 40s and 50s, they were Irish Catholics, German Catholics. Interestingly, in the 20s, some were Protestants, Irish Protestants from Northern Ireland. But by 1855, a dramatic shift had taken place in the city, as 60% of the city was immigrants. 30,000 Germans, 20,000 Irish. So the native New Englanders and New York upstaters that had moved in here, now you're starting to feel pressure once the Catholic versus Protestant is coming in there, immigrant versus native is coming in there. So they're starting to have issues. The Germans settled on the east side of Buffalo, which made sense. It's inland from the river and from the lake. And Germany itself is more inland. So that was a natural place for them to go into. They were more skilled than the Irish were. They were shoemakers, bakers, clockmakers, stonemakers. So they were considered skilled individuals who could set up shop. The Irish coming in at the time were generally unskilled. So they went to the waterfront and they worked in transitioning of products going from lake to canal, or from Erie Canal into the lake. So you needed physical, raw, strong muscle for that. But the Germans had set up quite a society inland, and it was quoted by one of the newspapers of the time in 1854. They said their customs, the German customs, are as unknown to us as those of the Tartars. So they were a strange group over in the east side of Buffalo, mainly because of the language. I mean, the Germans had several of their own German newspapers. They did develop singing societies, which was very positive for the whole community. Their own churches. They made attempts to have their German language schools funded publicly, but that failed. And they also tried to make German a bilingual language in the city, but that also failed. So by 1850, they're politically active in the region.
So by 1850, what's the population of Buffalo and how much has it changed really? And you don't have to give us exact numbers, but it's kind of exploded by that point.
Yes, 1830. Well, when the Erie Canal came in 1825, you're talking about 2,500. 1830, you're up to 5,000. 1840, you're up to 18,000. So you've almost tripled. 1850, you're up to 60, 70,000. By the Civil War, there were 80,000 in the city alone, not counting the surrounding areas. In fact, in 1860, Buffalo was the 10th largest city in the country. So, it is. And most of it's through immigration. And, it was an explosion. You're going from 2,500 frontier settlement in 25 to 25, 30 years later up to a major size city in the country.
Yeah, more or less one generation. And I can't do the math on that in my head, but it's definitely exponential growth.
Yes. And that's many cities have seen that type of growth, and it's not unusual, but when your time is there, it happens. And at this time with the the transportation, the communication, the westward movement. Buffalo became it was in a prime location, so it could handle, or it was forced to handle, let's put it that way, the growth and the back and forth between the canal and later the railroad coming through there. And both of those really sparked immigration. They sparked people going through, but also many of them stayed in the city to work and grow.
And then I wonder with that sort of growth, and I think anybody who's familiar with American history, there was a lot of stress on existing systems to support immigrants and support the different people. And was that something that the city government was picking up, or was the Catholic Church and the immigrant societies, like you said, to mention the singing society, but there was all different sorts of societies that they had developed. Was the church leading in that? Were they involved at all? Were they developed enough?
As I said, the Catholic diocese was all New York State. But in 1847, they split up and they made a Diocese of Buffalo. And that's when Bishop John Timon came in as the first bishop of Buffalo. He jumped on a lot of things right away. He recruited religious orders from Europe to come over, and they did establish ministries such as orphanages, schools, hospitals, poorhouses. The Protestant leaders also had, the poorhouses, and they were also expanding into public school systems at that time. So there became a confrontation between the two styles, parochial versus the public. But Timon, he was a very interesting individual as far as he often quoted himself as being born in Pennsylvania, conceived in Ireland. So his parents were Irish who came over, but he was American. And in his early years, he was actually a missionary out west to the Native Americans and settlers out there. And in fact, his early history before coming to Buffalo was that of working mainly with non-Catholics, I should say. Not that he converted many, but he learned how to work with them. And so he had that coming in to the city. So when he became a bishop of Buffalo, he's got the Irish background. The church is the Catholic Church at that time is in a ethnic struggle. If we go back to that St. Louis church, just before Timon came in there, St. Louis was the main church, but they had Germans, they had Irish, they had French in there. And when you think about what wins over, the religion or the ethnicities, in this case, the ethnic backgrounds did. So when the German preacher was up there, the Irish and French would boo and throw things at him. And then the same thing when the Irish were in there, it did not connect well. And in fact, the Irish moved out in the early 40s before Timon got there. And then the French moved out. They put up their own church, St. Peter's. And even the new Germans at that point, in the 1840s, they clashed with the old Germans. So you're having a lot of issues there. So Timon comes in, he's dealing with that. But to answer your question, yes, he also was mainly going with the any way he could help the poor, because he was more associated with the Irish at that point. He had the Germans didn't really want him at St. Louis, so he had moved out. That's where the bishop's see was supposed to be. He moved out of there and went to the Irish church, which was much, much smaller. And he was more comfortable with them. And the battle began. But the Irish being poorer in general, he did attempt through, he would bringing in missionary groups from Europe and raising money, and he would set up poorhouses. And he was significant in getting that going in the Buffalo area. Now, the Protestants also had that too. So this is the days before welfare, of course, 150 years earlier before that. So it's that's how they were dealing with it, attempting to anyways.
And Timon is an interesting character, Bishop Timon, because he really represents a lot of what Catholic priests had to do back then. Frontier priest moves. I think he was educated at the seminary in Baltimore, then moves on to Louisville, which was a common. And then I think he was the prelate for the Republic of Texas, then winds up in Buffalo. And Buffalo was truly a frontier town at that time. So all this, the really organizing the frontier at this time, it's a real organizational phase, a consolidating phase, but also explosive growth at the same time.
You're right. Timon did have quite a journey. He did get as far as Texas and out west. And so, in fact, he was offered the diocese of, I believe, St. Louis and a few others, and he kept on turning them down. He really didn't want to give up his missionary status. But then I think Buffalo was like the seventh one offered to him. And he felt like, well, if I don't take it, they'll never offer me anything again. So maybe I should take it. So he, in 47, he took it. But, Buffalo at that time was more than a frontier town. It was, there was culture performed in that period. There were theaters, and it was combination. It was losing its frontier aura and gaining a more cultured view of itself, and starting to think of itself as more of an eastern city rather than a frontier city. But the old timers, they're seeing the immigrants coming in, and they're saying, oh, it's not as good as the good old days. So everybody thinks the good old days were good. And that is sometimes one of the frustrations of working with groups. But one thing Timon had was his quality of being able to work with everybody. He had been, his work as a missionary, he was, like I said, he was mainly working with non-Catholics. He learned how to work with non-Catholics. And he did present himself in such a way to the city here. Now, he had a charisma that was acceptable in public. He knew how to present himself and attempt to get things the way he wanted to. He didn't get everything he wanted by any means, but he was trying to get money for private schools, parochial, which never happened. And he was the one thing he did do, which surprised the Protestant elite, was he was always raising money. And they knew he was going to build a cathedral, but they assumed he was going to build it in the first ward where the Irish were. But he had bought a piece of land, which turned out to be one of the prime pieces in the city of Buffalo, right on the terrace. And that's where he built St. Joseph's Cathedral in 1850. And it was a shock to everybody, but it still stands today. It's quite a presence. But it was right on the terrace, which at that point overlooked the harbor area. Now it's cityfied and built up. The view isn't as great as it would have been back then, but it's in a dominant place. Well, it's on Church Street. It's in that Church Street area where you have, at the time you had a Presbyterian church, which still stands, and you had a Episcopal church. So you still had, it was in a church region, which shocked the Protestants and made them nervous, the Protestant elite. So he was, and at the same time, although he put on a positive view to the public, he was often, he wasn't like everybody. He's got, personality issues. And his issue was more with his own priests, where he would get angry and put them in place. And in the process, he got in poor relations with his priests. So that was an issue that had to be dealt with for him.
So you've started to get a little bit into that. There was some of the Protestants were getting a little maybe uncomfortable, you might say, with the amount of immigration and the growth of the Catholic Church. Just talk a little bit about nativism, and then eventually which builds into the Know Nothing movement.
Okay. We're talking the 1840s and 1850s. And one thing that comes out, the Commercial Advertiser was one of the daily newspapers that was an organ of the Whig Party, Fillmore's paper, and later it became a Republican party paper afterwards. But they described the 1840s as a time of riots and mobs and crimes, which gave fearful foreboding. Well, what were they afraid of? They were crying for crime and drunkenness and poverty in the city's ethnic ghettos. Well, the ethnic ghettos were the Irish and the Germans. The African Americans really had very small presence here. So they were so small they weren't. Not that they were untouched, but they were nowhere near the level of the Irish and German immigrants. And out of that, the fearfulness came out of crimes, which always comes to play anytime immigrants come into play. The other side always cries crime. And demand for women's rights was coming out there. Like you said, this was very unsettling for the city's Protestant establishment, which was known as the WASP, the White Anglo-Saxon Protestant. And the Commercial Advertiser did mention that the 25 Protestant churches of the region stand as a beacon to the fearful dangers to which men are exposed. They don't mention any of the Catholic Church as being a beacon. So there is that in the age-old saying, life is cheaper than it was a quarter century ago. The good old days are always better. So rise in murder. But there was an interesting take on this. One of the Catholics, after hearing that all the prisons were filled with Catholics, and he went out on his own to check that out. He wanted to see for himself, was that really true? And he was given permission to check the jail. And I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but he came back and he found that there were something like 100 German immigrants in the jail. There were about 225 Irish immigrants in the jail. And there were over 400 natives in the jail. So even though it disproved the idea that jails are filled with the immigrants, it didn't do much to. It was just a fact. It wasn't. It didn't relieve anybody, but it was an interesting take that he found that out, that it wasn't just all immigrants, and it's all across the city. We have a whole big group across the city that's involved there, but. The response, they did a Protestant response. It was in a few different ways. One was through education. Another was through temperance. The other was just the marketing view of the Roman Catholic Church being an apostate church, and therefore it's not Christian. They had a Sabbatarian movement. And then eventually the rise of the Know Nothing. But if you look at it from the beginning, the education, the Protestants created a public school system. And in the 50s, they created a central high school. Now, at the same time, Timon is also creating a parochial system here. So they're competing against each other. And Timon's trying to get public funds for those parochial. So that's setting off them. The temperance movement was a main backlash, obviously implied, against the Germans and the Irish who came in. The Germans were brewers, and the Irish were well known to take of alcohol. And so there was a temperance newspaper, temperance hotel. There's generally attack on the immigrants itself. And then when you look at the church as an apostate and therefore not Christian view, one interesting, they're basing a lot of that on their experiences in Europe, the ones that had any connection to Europe, and of course the history of the church there. And, the rise of Lutheranism and all, the Catholic Church in the Middle Ages, of course, all that is still in the minds of many, and the fear that the church is going to come in and start taking over things. And, Timon, with his personality, was such that he did, at times it didn't help in his view of.
Yeah, and public schooling is really interesting because, like you said, I think I may get into this in future episodes, is that it was public, but it was really a Protestant operation. And you mentioned Buffalo Central High School. That was my alma mater.
Oh, really?
High school. It would eventually turn in what it would eventually turn into. I don't think it was in the same building at that point. I think the current building was built a little bit later, maybe in the 1860s or the 1870s. But it is really interesting in that there was a real push and pull of whether to follow sort of a more European system where the government would fund all schooling, and the Catholic Church had to figure out how it was going to fit into this public school system. And it really went off on its own with the parochial school system.
Well, for me, Timon trying to get public money for this reminded me of my own time at St. Francis in the 70s, where they were still trying to get public money for parochial schools. So it's been a common theme over the years. And it was your point of the public schools being a Protestant institution. They did use the Bible back then, and it was the Protestant Bible. And that was also one of the issues where the Catholics were fighting it and saying, well, when our kids go there, they're getting the Protestant Bible, and we don't like that. And of course, we know that the Bible has some different Catholic and Protestant Bible. I think Catholic has a few more books in it than Protestant does. And there's all this movement on there. It's even the Sabbatarian movement, which was the Protestants took Sunday as a serious day of non-joy, whereas the German culture and their Catholicism coming over was to have Sunday picnics, and that was frowned upon. And of course, the Irish, were, let's just say the immigrants were more active on Sundays than the Protestants were, and that brought up all types of hostility towards them. So there's this issue, the prejudicial tone of much of it shows up in the press, and the press is often mocking towards the Irish and Germans in their wards. Catholics were blamed for everything from being rowdies and drunkards to fill the prisons. Oh, here it is. I found it. Natives in the prison. The natives were 496 people, Irish 227, and the Germans 136. So that was what the one Catholic individual he found. He said, hey, your argument is not right. But it's
fairly close to 50-50 native meaning
native to
Protestant, English.
And at a time when the population was 60% immigrant. Yes. So, and all this was fearful. It was fearful, but this was a period. Now, if you get to the nativist movement, the 1850s really pick it up. But the Know Nothing Party had little or no. It was formed in 1850. I think in New York City, a guy named Allen it was the Order of the Star Spangled Banner. It was a small feature, 1850. There were other orders around the country at that time, but they would not have, they only had 40 members or so, and they would not have survived unless something happened. In 1853-54 is when you have a major early 55, you have a major influx of immigrants. And that's, I think, mainly from the potato famine and from some wars in Europe from the 1848 revolutions that took place. So you have people coming over from that to escaping that also. So if you look at the influx of immigrants, you'll see those 2-3 years are a high spike over previous years and years after. Now, what that did push nativism to the front of the order. Now, this is at a time when anti-slavery has been big on the border. So the growth of the Know Nothing Party takes place, and what's a couple features that really helped in it were the Catholic schools, although the immigration level going up at the Catholic schools, degrading the public schools and wanting parochial schools, which we talked about, and debate over Catholic Church property. St. Louis, one of the issues there, St. Louis Church, the issue there was that Bishop Timon wanted to take over the property, but the trustees had already had the property for years. They wanted to keep management of it. They didn't want to hand it over, so it became a big issue. And it was, for Protestants, a board of trustees held the property of a church. For the Catholics, in certain areas, the bishop would hold property, but the Germans were different. They had the trustees holding the property. So that became, and then the Vatican sent over a man named an archbishop or a Cardinal Bedini trying to solve the problem, but he was known to the immigrants as a ruthless bishop who took pleasure in executing exiles from the 1848. So he was a terrible one to bring forth, and the newspapers across the country were tearing him apart. And then President Pierce, a Protestant, he put a postmaster named James Campbell, who was a Catholic. He put him as postmaster general in his administration. The postmaster back then controlled most of the patronage of the presidency. So that really set off a major storm. Now, he was elected in 52, started in 53. So we're in that same period where all these things are going on. And it's the Know Nothing Party is taking off because everything's falling into place where nativism is, for a couple of years there, is becoming the major source. So it's also the point where the Whig Party and the Democrats are starting to fall apart. The Whigs, especially after the 1852 election, Scott had lost to Pierce, they started falling apart, mainly from the slavery issue. They became more northern southern. Democrats also became that, but many of the Democrats still held on to the pro-southern beliefs. But the Whigs were falling apart, and there was a vacuum there for a new party to jump into, and that's when the Know Nothings went from just a secret organization into a political organization. And that was the rise of the Know Nothings, or the American Party. They were Know Nothings because of they would have secret meetings and say, I know nothing about anything of it to the public. So 1854 was a major year for the Know Nothings as far as elections. They did get I believe a couple of governors elected. I think Massachusetts and Vermont. They did put many into the Congress and the House of Representatives, and in statewide areas, statewide positions. So the Republican Party is just beginning to form, but the Know-Nothings have taken this nativism to a higher level, and they are trying to make. But the nativists also offered anti-slavery elements to them. They also offered levels of temperance, political reform. So they were able to draw in many that were unsure of where they were going at that time. Some in 54 to 56, it was just a one-time vote, and it wasn't passionate believers. But the Know-Nothings in, I think it was June of 1855, tried in their Philadelphia Convention. They attempted to unite all their disparate parts. And they tried doing that by claiming now, okay, we accept the Kansas-Nebraska Act of 54, which they had not previously. And we're going to get out of the anti-slavery business. We're going to, and immediately politicians started leaving that group, not believing that they could go to the Republican Party instead. And because by 55, nativism starting to fall down, and the anti-slavery movement is once again taking over the broad issue. That's becoming the main issue for many Americans. So, in Buffalo, the Know-Nothing Party was hitting there, and it was big for a few years. The 56 election, which was the highlight of the party, but they only got 27% of Buffalo's vote, even though Fillmore, a Buffalonian, was on the ticket. And then afterwards, it fell apart.
I can really see why you're so interested in this time period, because it sure seems to me that the 1850s is maybe the most tumultuous decade in American history.
Isn't it fun? Oh, years ago, when I was a kid, the Civil War was big, but then, as I grew older and started reading, I said, what's really fun is the lead up to a great event. That's why I also enjoy, the 1930s, in the U.S. and Europe, and the build up to World War II. Sometimes the build up is just so exciting. How is it? It had to be fantastic. Congress had some of the greatest talks of that period. Henry Clay, there was one, Fillmore, when he was vice president in 1850. He was the Senate president. And he heard the talks of Henry Clay, Daniel Webster, the last one of John C. Calhoun, William Seward's famous talk. It was the highlight of oratory in the Senate. It's such an exciting time, and I stay with it a lot. Sometimes I jump around here and there, but I always come back to it at some point. Just such a fascinating period, and the Know-Nothings. Well, with that Philadelphia Convention of June 1855, that was their peak. So it's just a year before the presidency. In 55, they're thinking they can win the presidency. But the convention then goes against the Kansas-Nebraska Act, which many of the members had joined because of that. And after they pulled out of that, they lost many of their anti-slavery members. And now the party is controlled by a group known as the Silver Gray Whigs. In New York State, you had the Whigs had two parties, the Seward Party and the Fillmore Party. And the Fillmore Party was the Silver Grays, a conservative section of it. So now with the Silver Grays now in charge of the Know-Nothing, they are more interested in unionism as a feature rather than nativism. And that was one of the features that Fillmore found. He was always like Daniel Webster and Clay at those times, the union. We must preserve the union. And Fillmore was in that class. We must preserve the union. And he's looking for a party that has the unionist class. He feels The Republic, if you elect the Republicans, we're going to go to war, as many felt, and they were right. And if you elect the Democrats, we're going to go to war, and they were correct. And so Fillmore and other conservative Whigs like him are going into this Know-Nothing Party. Fillmore at the time is in Europe. He's traveling through Europe. And just to get into him for a minute, I went to a talk about 20 years ago, but when I was just learning about Fillmore. And the speaker said Fillmore, they were talking about the Know-Nothing Party, and they said Fillmore hated the Catholics. And I said, I don't know. That doesn't sound right to me. So I started doing some of my own research. And the Know-Nothing Party, I think, was a terrible political decision. But the reason it wasn't because he hated Catholics or immigrants. It was because of the unionist movement. I got a quote here. I found it. When Fillmore came back from Europe, he landed in New York City. He was the nominee in 1856 for the American Know-Nothing Party. So on his way from New York City back to Buffalo, his home, in various places, he gave talks, speeches, 27 talks. And all those 27 talks, he never mentioned anti-Catholicism, not once. When he did talk about foreigners, I have one quote here. It says, he said, "I have no hostility toward foreigners. I would open wide the gates and invite the oppressed of every land, excluding only the pauper and the criminal. I would be tolerant to men of all creeds, but would exact from all faithful allegiance to our Republican institutions. Church and state should be separate, not only in form, but fact. Religion and politics should not be mingled." So he's now the Whigs had blamed immigrants for loss of elections, including Fillmore. Fillmore lost the 1844 governor election in New York State. And he did blame it on the immigrants. And there was justification to it because the immigrants coming into New York City had been gathered up by the Democrats, signed up, and sent to the polls. So there was some argument for that, for some kind of controls over who can vote and, how long you should be in the country. So he did have frustration on that. But as you can see from that quote, he has no hostility toward foreigners. We all came from somewhere else. But he did feel that Americans should govern America. Immigrants should, not go into politics immediately. And he did have, he had. I found this other one. If one wants to argue Fillmore is anti-Catholic, why did he do this then? 1840, he attended a Catholic church while he was a congressman in Washington. And he wrote a letter to his son who was in Buffalo. And he said, "I attended the Catholic church today and heard an Irishman preach. He was very theatrical in his manner, but he preached a good sermon." So he attended a Catholic church. Now, there's also a point where he, in Buffalo, had sent his daughter to a Catholic convent for some learning. And also, he was known for his philanthropic views, and he also gave the church some money when they needed it. Catholic Church some money. I think they needed a new bell, and he donated money towards that. He donated towards a lot of things, but it's specifically Catholic in that case. So he doesn't have a hatred of them. And as I said, by 56, the nativist party is turning more towards trying to be a unionist party. And they eventually go from know-nothings into the Constitutional Union Party of 1860, which John Bell was the presidential candidate, and he was also a part of the know-nothings.
It's interesting. I find that Millard Fillmore is one of the most misunderstood presidents because he really gets labeled almost as a villain leading up to the Civil War with the Fugitive Slave Act. But it was his ideology of unionism, which that's really what Abraham Lincoln was proposing just a few short years later.
They came up through this same level of Daniel Webster and unionism, and Henry Clay and unionism. And even though he was on the other side of the political party, Andrew Jackson and unionism. And there was this special aura about keeping the Union together. And you're right, Fillmore had that, and even Lincoln had that. And that's why that's one reason why Lincoln I don't think he took it seriously in 1961 that that the South was really going to leave. Said they'll come back. There's too many unionists down there. But he was wrong on that. But yes, it's I think not only Fillmore, but as president, he does get taken apart. Even in Buffalo himself, there's questions about it. And even on the board, there's questions about it. How should we present him? And we had a visitor come in a few months ago, and we had on the board where Fillmore. Interesting. The first sentence, and I never picked up on it before, but it said a much maligned presidency. And the visitor said, "Why are you saying that?" And I've been to several presidents' homes and listened, and even the adequate ones, everybody's presenting their president in a positive vein. I said, well, we don't have to lie about anything, but we need to present both sides of it. He much of his history was presented by William Seward and Thurlow Weed as they were on the winning side, basically, of history. And although Fillmore, Weed, and Seward had started off together in the anti-Mason party in the 1930s, they grew apart by the 1940s. And by the time Fillmore was president, Seward and Weed were not his friends anymore. So, there was this big break in the Whig Party with the both of them in New York State. So much of the later history comes from them, and they're slamming of Fillmore. But I like to look at it as that whole period, is fascinating for individuals as to how they're deciding, how they're acting based on what their moral belief is versus what the constitutional belief is versus, what the culture is putting out there, and you have Fillmore, he's a well-known anti-slavery man. Back in Congress, he voted with John Quincy Adams every single time against the gag rule, and he voted every single time against the South as a congressman. When he got to the presidency, he said he would sign every bill that came out of Congress because it was if it was constitutional. And that was the thought of the Whig Party. And that was one of the reasons they didn't like Jackson, is because Jackson was vetoing bills because he thought personally he didn't like them. And the Whig view was, Congress is the legislative section. And if they pass it and we believe it's constitutional, we should sign it whether we like it or not. But as far as the Compromise of 1850, a lot came out of that one. And Fillmore came into that crisis when he was went from vice president to president in July 1850. And he said, at that point, he said to Congress, look, you get me those bills, and if they're constitutional, I'll sign them. So they sent them to him. He settled the Texas borderline with New Mexico, which was the most controversial part of that period. We don't think of it anymore, but it was at the time. But that's where possible civil war was going to happen. And then he signed California into law, as a free state. He signed New Mexico in as a territory to decide for themselves on slavery. And he ended the slave trade in Washington, D.C. And then finally, As a gift to the South, he signs the reprehensible fugitive slave law, which in the original Constitution, it's there. But over the years, 1793, they had enhanced fugitive slave law. And then over the years, there's battle. And then finally in 1850, the South, at least the Upper South, insisted on we need more strictness on being able to capture our fugitives. So he's criticized for that, and also for the idea of enforcing that law, which of course is what the president is supposed to do. But those are typically selective things. So he just, I can listen to any side of the argument, tell you the truth on this. You know, he did some, I think overall, I think he did some very good things, and he handled himself as a president in a way that, you know, a president should, you know, following the Constitution and such. But I can, even he regretted signing it, I think, or at least in that form. He said he could have pushed later, years later. He said, yeah, he could have pushed for, you know, maybe a trial by jury or, you know, habeas corpus or so. Yeah, I find him fascinating. I know some historians say they don't even want to. He's so boring, you don't want to touch him. I find him fascinating.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's, the whole period. I mean, you know, you got Zachary Taylor, a Southerner who's doing Northern demands. You got Fillmore. I wouldn't say he was doing Southern demands, but as president, of course, the fugitive slave law was a pro-Southern one, but he also pushed against the filibustering that the South was doing in their attempt to get Cuba to become part of a slave state. So he was threatening to send troops into South Carolina at one point. So he was hoping the North would see that side of his argument, which they did not. And but his presidency for 2.5 years is, I think, pretty interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. And really wrapping up, you've shown how Buffalo represented and was really central to all these big issues within the Catholic Church context, in particular, where there was this battle between the trustees that controlled churches and the sort of the money side of it versus diocesan control and the bishop control, Rome getting involved with situations, the split within immigrant communities and these immigrant communities with the nativist population at large. It really is. And then, of course, a president who was central to these issues of slavery, and with slavery and the issues that were coming out of this Second Great Awakening that we talked about leading into the burned over district, which I really hope to get you back on to talk about, because that's a fascinating topic of American and particularly upstate New York history.
Yes, that was like setting the plate for a lot of movements, including abolitionism.
Yeah, I think that is so critical, is that. And I don't know how you feel about it in your studies, but for me, whenever I look at the Second Great Awakening in the burned over district, that really was the touch point that set off, that really became that slavery wasn't an issue anymore that could just be compromised away. And I think maybe that's the problem that Millard Fillmore stepped into, is that it became a religiously divisive issue, and it became what would later be called a wedge issue, that you couldn't straddle the line anymore on an issue like that.
Every group has its breakups. The abolition group, you're right. I agree with you in the sense that it brought about William Lloyd Garrison. Garrison, I don't think was directly involved in the burned over district, but it brought out the religious aspects. I think Theodore Dwight Weld is a better example. He was converted by Finney, and he in the 1830s, he was probably the greatest of the abolitionists, along with at least the guy on the ground, whereas Garrison was in Massachusetts. But yes, I agree with you. It brings about a lot of issues, but even the abolition group, goes from religious to political to violence. They split off into their own little groups, with anti-slavery being the umbrella. And at the very liberal end of it, if you will, you have the immediatism of William Lloyd Garrison. I don't know if that's liberal or not, but, because it's a highly religious viewpoint also. And then on the other end, you have the Free Soil Party, where many of them didn't care about the slaves of the South. They just wanted to make sure the lands in the West were open to whites, or were closed to non-white.
Fascinating topic.
Oh, yeah.
So that's a little teaser for what's coming up in future episodes. John, thank you so much for going on. Is there any parting comments you'd like to make? Or we've mentioned the Buffalo Presidential Center, and there'll be links for that in the show notes. But is there any closing comments you'd like to leave us with for today?
I think one thing that hits me is how consistent history is. Immigration has always been an issue. It fluxes up and down, certainly in the 1850s, 1920s. I think the late 1870s, 80s might have been more anti-Chinese. 1920s, it hits again and it fluxes. And then, well, of course, today it's another issue. So it's nothing's new in history. We can always look back and see, well, how did the others handle it? If we decide to? Well, generally we don't, but some of us like to do that. I would like to say that, if you do come, next time you're in Buffalo, please let me know. And
absolutely. We'll definitely take a tour.
We get the Presidential Center, which is a small museum, but it's a very nice one. And we also have many other places like Theodore Roosevelt site, so there's presidential actions within and without. But yeah, thank you very much for having me today. I appreciate it, Stephen.
Prepare yourself to step behind the ropes and leave the official tour of the story of the popes and Christianity. I am your host, Steve Guerra, and I thank you for joining me on this journey. Hey, everybody, welcome back. The topic of today's episode is immigration and nativism. Immigration, migration, and nativism have all been constant currents running through the story of the United States from its founding to today. The United States is, in so many ways, a nation of immigrants, with the exception, of course, of the Native American peoples who have lived on this land for thousands of years. Nearly everyone else came here from somewhere else. The history of those native peoples and their relationship with the Catholic Church is a story we'll explore in later episodes. Immigration to the United States has traditionally come in waves, and this was certainly true in the period leading up to the U.S. Civil War. Many Catholics found themselves living within the borders of the very young United States, not because they moved here, but because the borders themselves changed around them. Religiously, all of these different people could be grouped under the broad label of Catholic. Protestants of the time often referred to them as papists or Romanists, but in reality, these Catholics came from a wide range of nations, languages, and cultures. That diversity made it difficult for a single, unified Catholic Church organization and identity to take shape in the early U.S. French, Spanish, Mexican, Irish, and English priests and bishops each struggled to maintain their own independence, sometimes even from one another, and certainly from the established Catholic hierarchy centered in Maryland, home of the original American colonies, and even to a larger degree from the Catholic hierarchy centered in Rome. In this installment of the series, we'll explore the movements of immigration to the United States, the politics that shape them, the internal politics within the Catholic Church among its various ethnic and religious factions, and the reaction of Protestant Americans to the massive influx of newcomers. People they often saw as foreign strangers or even potential enemies from within. Something to always keep in mind is that the Catholic presence in all of these areas was always plagued by the vast distances between where people resided and a local Catholic church was, and the extreme lack of organization and, in particular, the extreme lack of priests. These are all themes that will continue to come up in this entire series. We'll start this story with the French and French Canadians. Very early on, French trappers and explorers spread out from their icy homeland in Quebec. These traders and trappers followed the great system of rivers and lakes that we've talked about so often in previous episodes. Montreal and Quebec City sat right on a major on-ramp to this vast inner waterway, which led deep into the center of the North American continent. Even though the French were geographically much further away from the old Northwest and the interior of the country than, say, the English colonies of the East Coast, they had a tremendous advantage, and that is water access. The East Coast colonists and later Americans had no easy way to cross the Appalachian Mountains, but the French could travel directly into the interior by following the rivers and the lakes. The French also, on and off, controlled New Orleans at the mouth of the Mississippi River, the opposite end of that great water route. This gave them a strategic hold over a huge stretch of land that basically everyone wanted. It's no surprise that many place names along the Mississippi River and throughout the Old Northwest still bear French names to this day. The French presence in these regions wasn't massive. They were never heavy on the ground, but they were there. They often married into local Native American communities, creating cultural and family connections that lasted for generations. And they were largely Catholic. These French Catholics were plagued by the same problem many Catholics were in the U.S. proper: huge stretches of land in between communities, a lack of resources, and a severe lack of priests to serve their small and widely dispersed communities. Now, let's turn to the Spanish and then Mexican claims over the areas that would eventually become part of the United States. The extremely short timeline goes something like this. Spain conquered the heavily populated, rich, and powerful regions of Mexico in the 1520s. From there, Spanish control expanded northward, and fairly quickly they laid claim to vast stretches of land all the way up to the modern Canadian border, and even in some cases beyond that. Over the next 250 years or so, Spain weakened severely from a variety of reasons. Fascinating ones that could easily be their own story. Revolutionary movements broke out across Spain's American territories. By 1821, Mexico gained its independence from Spain and took possession of a land area that covered roughly half of the modern continental United States. The Mexican population in these northern areas was relatively low. Catholic missions dotted the landscape, and relations between the Mexican settlers and the Native Americans ranged from pretty good to absolutely terrible, depending on the region. In the 1830s, large numbers of Anglo-Americans began to move into Texas as a part of the broader westward drive. Some of these Anglos integrated into local Mexican and Catholic culture. One famous example is James Bowie, the well-known defender of the Alamo and the man associated with that infamous knife, who became Catholic. Others, of course, did not integrate at all. Texan Mexicans, known as Tejanos, fought on both sides during the Texas Revolution. the Mexican national side and the Texian or independence side. The Texian forces ultimately prevailed at the Battle of San Jacinto in April of 1836. This was a major turning point, carving out a significant portion of Mexico's northern territory. Many Tejano families, as well as everyday Tejanos, remained in Texas and continued to practice their Catholic faith. Some of the remains of the Alamo defenders may even be interred in a Catholic cathedral in San Antonio. Texas remained an independent nation until 1845, when it became a U.S. state. During this period, the borders between Texas, the United States, and Mexico were fluid. Tensions between the United States and Mexico escalated quickly from warm to white hot. Meanwhile, many Germans fleeing upheaval in their home states arrived in Texas. Not all were Catholic, but many were. The U.S. military eventually moved troops into the disputed territory in southern Texas, claimed by both Mexico and the United States. This sparked the Mexican-American War. The war went badly for Mexico. U.S. forces captured Mexico City and several other key cities. By 1848, the war was over and Mexico was decisively defeated. At that point, the U.S. could have annexed all of Mexico. It didn't for several reasons: the extreme cost of occupation, the large and hostile population in central Mexico, and political pushback within the United States, especially from anti-slavery factions tied to the aftermath, of course, of the Great Awakenings. In the reality, the U.S. really only wanted California and the territory between California and the Louisiana Purchase. That land was sparsely populated. Under the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo in 1848, the U.S. acquired this territory, more or less everything that makes up its modern continental borders, excluding the Oregon Territory. The price was $15 million. A bit later, the U.S. bought another small piece of land along the border in what became known as the Gadsden Purchase. The result was that the Mexicans living in the newly conquered and purchased lands had a choice: stay or leave. Those that stayed, around 100,000 people, were granted citizenship through something referred to as being white by treaty, quote unquote. Their lives as new U.S. citizens was not easy. They faced heavy discrimination. Some groups were able to integrate more fully depending on their social and economic standing. Native American and mestizo population, people of mixed Mexican and Native ancestry, often faced the harshest discrimination. Mexican territories had more organization and development as far as the church hierarchy goes than the French areas we discussed earlier, but they share those same similar problems: low population density and highly dispersed communities. We'll move on and begin to discuss immigration in just a moment. Before we do, though, it's worth pausing on one individual who embodied both immigration and the expansion of the United States into these traditionally Catholic areas of North America. A man who might be seen as a hero, or perhaps a villain, or perhaps both. Someone who represented that quintessential American drive to just keep pushing westward. A man both escaping the reach of law and order and at the same time extending a new kind of order. The famous or infamous James Bowie of the Alamo, a big personality with an even bigger knife. Bowie was born in southern Kentucky in 1796, not far from Bardstown, the future site of the first Catholic Diocese of Kentucky, officially established in 1808. His family moved often, chasing the frontier as so many families did at that time. By 1801, they settled in what is now Louisiana, then part of the Spanish Empire. The Bowie family declared allegiance to Spain, which may have required at least a nominal or notional conversion to Catholicism. Spanish law at the time did require this, though how strictly it was enforced seemed to have varied. Louisiana already had a large Catholic population with an organizational structure centered in New Orleans, though Catholic clergy were sparse in the more remote regions. Whether the Bowies became nominally Catholic or not is hard to say for certain. Bowie's early life was marked by land schemes and speculative ventures, many of them tied to the trade of enslaved people. The frontier was rough, and Bowie's reputation was built as much on violence as it was on business. A key turning point came during a conflict with a local sheriff. After a business disagreement, the sheriff shot Bowie. For protection, Bowie's brother gave him a massive butcher's knife. Later, both men, Bowie and the sheriff, found themselves at a duel between two other parties. The duel broke down into a general melee. The sheriff shot Bowie in the chest, and despite multiple gunshots and stab wounds, Bowie chased him down and killed him with that same knife. The fight became known as the Sandbar Fight. The knife, later called the Bowie knife, and the stories surrounding it became famous throughout the region. A legend was born. At some point afterward, Bowie made his way to Texas. He may have participated in early filibustering expeditions, essentially land piracy aimed at taking Spanish-Mexican territory. These were brutal affairs, often unsuccessful, but they fit the pattern of men pushing the frontier through violence and ambition. Cormac McCarthy actually wrote one of his famous books, Blood Meridian, about these filibustering expeditions. Not exactly this one, but kind of in the same general time period. By 1830, Bowie was definitely in Texas. He swore allegiance to Mexico, which allowed Anglo settlers to acquire land. Mexican citizens could purchase 11 league grants, each about 4,400 acres, for relatively little money. Bowie accumulated as many as 16 of these grants, amassing control of an enormous amount of land. In 1831, Bowie's story intersected more directly with our subject. He married into a wealthy and well-connected family, the De Veramendi family of San Antonio. In order to do so, he converted to Catholicism and learned Spanish. Bowie was well on his way to becoming an important figure in Mexican Texan society. But that future unraveled quickly. In 1833, his wife Ursula and much of her family died in a cholera epidemic. Bowie, away at the time, fell ill himself. Meanwhile, the political situation in Mexico deteriorated significantly. Tensions grew between the Texians, Anglo settlers, and the Tejanos as Mexico City attempted to impose new reforms. These tensions led directly to the Texan Revolution. Bowie's story ended at the Alamo. He led a militia contingent there, but fell ill early in the siege and remained bedridden. He was killed during the storming of the fortress, almost certainly in his sickbed. Maybe, just maybe, with that famous knife in his hand. This little detour into James Bowie's story shows just how complicated the religious landscape was during the expansion of the United States. Converting to Catholicism could be driven by faith, but politics, land, and wealth were also powerful motivators as well. So now that we've covered how the United States acquired so much of its territory and how many largely Catholic populations were drawn into the country through these conquests, it's worthy to repeat just how vast the territory was and how relatively few people lived across it. Immigration, the movement of people from outside the United States into it, was about to change that whole dynamic dramatically. From the late 1700s through the mid 1800s, almost all foreign immigration came from Britain, Ireland, and the German states. During this period, Catholic immigration grew from a trickle to a tsunami, and there were several reasons for this shift that we will explore. Out on the West Coast, especially in California, Chinese immigration surged after 1850. Because Christianity, and particularly Catholicism, was not widely spread in China, these immigrants were not Catholic and won't play a major role in our story. I do eventually plan on producing a series on the spread of Christianity to China during the medieval period, but that's a different story for a different day. With the rise of immigration, our focus shifts from the wild frontier of the West to the equally wild ports and cities of the East Coast. In the rest of this episode, we will look at how the U.S. government handled immigration up to the Civil War. There weren't many policies, but the ones that existed mattered, and why so many people were leaving Europe for the United States in the first place is an important topic to discuss. Before diving into details, it's worth noting why Italian and Southern European immigration did not become a major factor until later in the 19th century and into the early 20th century. Despite facing pressures similar to those in Northern Europe, Italy's push factors for immigration and migration were the key difference, not U.S. immigration law. I explored that topic in the End of an Era series if you're interested in more background on that. As for the pull factors drawing people in, modern U.S. immigration law is famously complex and bureaucratic, but before the late 1800s, it really wasn't. The United States was widely viewed as a land of opportunity in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. The streets may not have been literally paved with gold, but it was a place where a person could potentially acquire land, find new economic possibilities, or escape conditions in Europe that were far worse. There were economic booms and busts, unstable currency, and early consolidation of land and wealth into the hands of a few. The beginnings of the Industrial Revolution were transforming life for better and for worse. Yet, compared to Europe, the United States appeared relatively peaceful. There were conflicts in the cities, the War of 1812 with Great Britain, war with Mexico, ongoing disputes with Britain over boundaries, religious tensions, and continuing conflicts with Native Americans on the frontier. Still, for most Northern European immigrants, these issues looked like growing pains rather than signs of deep systemic crisis. Although this overview is skimming past the severe injustices faced by Native Americans and other marginalized groups, the outlook for immigrants from Northern Europe seemed far brighter in America than at home. Before 1882, the United States had only 3 laws addressing immigration and citizenship, along with a few implications drawn from the Constitution. The Constitution itself only hinted at citizenship by defining who could become president, a quote-unquote natural-born citizen. That term referred to people born in the former British colonies that became the United States, or born within the United States after the Constitution was adopted. This clause sparked one of America's earliest quote-unquote birther controversies over whether President Chester A. Arthur, born in 1829, was actually born in Vermont or across the border in Canada. His family frequently crossed the border, which remained quite porous well into the 20th century until the restrictions that followed the events of September 11th, 2001. The Naturalization Act of 1790 was the first major law governing citizenship, modeled after Britain's Plantation Act of 1740. It required applicants to be free white persons residing in the United States for 2 years, that they had to be of good moral character, renounce any foreign allegiances, and swear an oath before a court. Minor children of the applicant would be considered natural-born citizens, even if born abroad. It was, by modern standards, very simple. The Naturalization Act of 1795 replaced the earlier law but added a few changes. The residency requirement increased to 5 years. Applicants had to declare their intent before applying. If they had noble titles, they had to be renounced, something that may remind listeners of the very first episode in this series on Philip Ludwell and his grandson. This oath also expanded to include allegiance to the Constitution. Interestingly enough, I had to sign a teaching contract once that required me to swear an oath to the Constitution. It struck me as odd, but also kind of strangely appealing. It was kind of cool. Anyway, the Naturalization Act of 1798 made the process a bit more cumbersome. Residency requirements increased to 14 years. The waiting period between declaring intent and becoming a citizen was lengthened, and there was more paperwork, oversight, and enforcement. Still, even with these changes, the process remained straightforward compared to today. And importantly, these laws dealt with citizenship, not immigration. There were no visas, no quotas, and virtually no restrictions on entering the country. Taken together, these circumstances created a powerful set of pull factors for immigrants from Northern Europe. Legal barriers were minimal, and although the realities of life in America did not always match the expectations people carried with them from across the Atlantic, the country did present genuine economic opportunity. Compared to the unrest, rigid social structures, and worsening conditions in Northern Europe, the United States looked like a promising alternative. From here, we'll turn to some push factors, the reasons why so many people in Ireland, England, Scotland, and the German states felt compelled to leave their homelands for a new life in America. The push factors driving Northern Europeans to leave their homelands played an enormous role in reshaping the United States. Among these groups, the Irish experience stands out as one of the most dramatic. Ireland had endured a long and difficult relationship with Britain long before there was a formal Great Britain. Its economy was underdeveloped, in many ways remaining so even into modern times. The first major wave of Irish immigration to North America came from primarily Protestant regions of Ireland, the Scots-Irish or Ulster-Irish, who began arriving in significant numbers in the 18th century. After 1815, the pattern shifted and the majority of new arrivals were Catholic Irish, many of them men leaving in search of opportunity. A little later in our timeline came one of the great defining events in Irish and American history, the Great or Potato Famine of 1845. What happened was a catastrophic failure of a major food crop, made far worse by poor agricultural policies and even poorer land management by English landlords. Most Irish people were tenant farmers living at subsistence levels. Their diet depended almost entirely on potatoes, and the island relied on only two main varieties, a classic monoculture situation. When a blight caused by a mold reached Ireland, the climate amplified its effects and the entire harvest failed. The British government attempted relief, but not aggressively or effectively. According to most sources, up to 1 million Irish people died from famine or famine-related diseases. As many as 1.5 million more emigrated to the United States or abroad. During the mid-1840s through the mid-1850s, about 80% of all immigrants arriving in the U.S. came from Ireland. The impact on the island, on Ireland's actual population, was staggering. Ireland had roughly 8 million inhabitants in 1841. Today, the entire island, both the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland combined, has only 7 million people. The population from the famine has not come back since then. German immigration followed a different pattern. Germany, as we think of it today, did not exist until 1848. Before that, the region was a patchwork of hundreds of loosely connected principalities, counties, baronies, fiefdoms, and free cities, each with its own rules and identity. Germans had been immigrating to North America since the earliest colonial days. There were Germans in the original Jamestown settlement. German enclaves appeared all over the 13 colonies, many founded by groups seeking religious freedom. Thousands of Hessian soldiers hired by Britain as what we might call or describe today as private military contractors, or less generously mercenaries, chose to remain in the new United States after the Revolutionary War. In the 1790s, large numbers of Germans arrived, especially in Pennsylvania, and this steady flow continued into the 1840s. A massive new wave followed the revolutions of 1848, when political upheavals sent many Germans, Catholics and Protestants alike, across the Atlantic Ocean. For the English, Scottish, and Welsh, the motivations were primarily economic. Changes in farming practices, the consolidation of land, and the lack of available farmland pushed many people to leave the British Isles. The United States offered far more opportunity, especially for lower-class families. Cultural similarities, shared language, religion, and legal traditions made America an obvious destination, though British immigrants did not make the same dramatic splash in the public consciousness as, say, the German and Irish immigration did. Many of these British immigrants also had alternative destinations within the British Empire, so that it wasn't this huge, massive tsunami of immigration. Taken together, these waves of immigration profoundly shaped the early United States. The arrival of massive numbers of Catholics, especially the Irish, changed American culture in areas where they settled in large numbers. The openness of U.S. immigration systems made it relatively easy for the newcomers to arrive, settle, and begin new lives. These early movements laid the groundwork for the even larger immigration waves that would follow, for better and for worse. In this installment of the history of the Catholic Church in the United States from Revolution to Civil War, we trace the movement of people and borders that reshaped the early United States. We looked at how the French, Spanish, and Mexican lands became part of the country and how largely Catholic communities were absorbed into the expanding nation. From there, we followed the massive waves of immigration from Ireland, the German states, and the British Isles, exploring the push and pull factors that sent millions across the Atlantic. We saw how famine, political upheaval, and economic pressures and the promise of opportunity transformed the population of the United States and set the stage for major cultural shifts. In upcoming episodes, we will turn to the cultural changes brought by Catholic immigrants, including the development of public schooling and the social issues that grew out of this era of rapid change. So I hope you join me, and I look forward to seeing you on the next part of our journey through the history of the popes of Rome and Catholic Church. Steve here with a quick word from our sponsors. Hey, everybody. Welcome back. This is Steve here again with another installment of our Catholic history in the early 19th century in the United States. And I'm very excited to be joined again by John Fagin. He was a previous guest who discussed a little bit about Buffalo history and gave us a little bit of context and texture for the series. And we're going to get a little bit more of that context and texture today, talking about the burned over district, which was a phenomenon of Western New York, but it really ties into the whole religious fabric of the United States during the early to mid 19th century. And John, of course, is from the Buffalo Presidential Center, and I won't speak too much to him. I'll let him describe himself. John, maybe just tell the audience, if they haven't listened to the previous episode, a little bit about yourself and your background before we dive too deeply in.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Steve. My background, I am presently at the Buffalo Presidential Center on the board of trustees there. Previously, throughout the past 25 years in the Buffalo region, I have worked as a volunteer to do tours of the region, the Martin House, Buffalo Tours, and Explore Buffalo. I did many tours of the city. Most recently, my one tour that I have done recently is the anti-slavery tour of Lafayette Square. And this has brought me into an area of the burned over district as a precursor to all of that. I have, it's not my work. I'm retired from my work. I worked as a chemist at an aviation company. And the history is just a fascination on the side, which I can now go full bore now that I'm retired.
Awesome. Well, let's go full bore. And the first place to really start is the Second Great Awakening, because that's really where all of this comes out of. And I did a little bit of an episode on the Great Awakening, so I don't think any of this will be brand new material. Well, at least the broad strokes won't be brand new, but I think we'll get into a very different and a new perspective of it. Can you give us a little rundown of the Great Awakening, the Second Great Awakening, that is?
Yeah, the background as I see it is it's a process, and he could have started with the Enlightenment of the late 1600s, where that starts to break down some of the old world views of deference and deference to your elders, to your clergy, to those, and through the 1700s. You're in the colonial period, you still have the hierarchy in the religious and also in the social views. As far as the religious and you had the New England Puritanism through Presbyterianism and Congregationalism. In the South, you had Anglican or the Church of England. But once the Revolution hits, now you have afterwards have a move towards democracy. Even though the founders weren't thrilled about going towards democracy, the states and local levels were. And people started to get involved both politically and in their religious views. And this is where the Second Great Awakening comes out of. Once you're past the American Revolution, of course, you had the French Revolution in there somewhere. But it's a movement that goes towards the people. And as I said, the old world is starting to fall apart. The idea of deference, defer to your elders, to your clergy, to your betters. That's falling apart, all from the Enlightenment on, but it's really hitting now after the American Revolution. And you call it the new guard is coming in. People are thinking of freedom. They're thinking of equality, representation. All these things are eroding life, the previous life. They're taking away, eroding the authority that they had been under, the traditions, the fact that the education of the clergy, and a lot of the Second Great Awakening has to do with anti-clericalism in the sense of education and putting the clergy in a position above the people. Now, with equality and freedom, people want to be on the same level. And that's where this movement comes out of. There's some great leaders that are now going through the United States in the early 1800s. You call them circuit riders, and the camp meetings. Mainly the Methodists and the Baptists were big on this in that early period. Now they're going out of the center. In other words, they're going out of the cities, the eastern cities. They're going to the frontier where the people are. And the camp meetings are the most famous one, as I've come across, is this one in Kentucky in 1800 or 1804, in that period, where and the idea of the camp meeting was all the people gathered together. And then you have some outstanding preachers preach the idea of equality. The message can come. The preachers of the time, and I'll give you an example of a couple of them in a minute. But they typically defied the clerical authority. You don't have to listen to what the clergy is saying. You can learn for yourself what the Bible is talking about. You can, you're shifting away from the clergy preaching, and now you're getting participation from the people. And in the early days, anyways, you do get that classic emotion and community power, the fainting, shouting, yelling that goes on at these recruitment camp meetings. But they became so popular that the circuit riders that came out, originally the Methodist circuit riders and then the Baptists and others, they're coming out, and the camp meetings were a great way for the rural people to meet each other, and also for the itinerant preachers to work the crowd.
Yeah, well, I think it's really interesting that you bring up the revivals in these camp meetings because, and we discussed it in the earlier episode, these were really common, and it was common enough that they would have these revivals. And at one revival, and I don't think people even today can really grasp how large these were. A major one revival could have as many people at it as the entire Catholic population of the United States at that time. That these were massive, massive events. Some of them, at least.
The Catholic population was really minuscule at this early period. For instance, the Kentucky revival, they call it the Cane Ridge Kentucky revival. From what I've seen, you could have 10,000 people there, up to 20,000. And this was, nearly 10% of the population of Kentucky. It's massive at that time. And it does gain, it gains in popularity as it goes on. But it needed two things. The camp meetings needed these circuit riders who led a very difficult life when you think about it, going by horse or even by carriage by some, but mainly by horse, into the frontier, into the rural areas. And the rural areas include Western New York at this time. Upstate New York. And it was a life only for the young men, and their lifestyle was rough. It was tough. And these leaders needed to connect with the people in certain ways.
Are there a couple of people who you think might be worth mentioning?
There are two of them, both of them Methodist. And the Methodists were very famous at this time for being the circuit riders going in there. One of them was named Lorenzo Dow. He was an eccentric, almost like maybe like a John the Baptist type. He was he may have preached to more people than any other in this era. He started in New York State, upstate, in the early 1800s. But he goes through Mississippi, Alabama, a lot of different places. And his message, it was his mannerisms that were quite fascinating. He shouted, he screamed, he cried, he begged, he flattered, he told stories, he told jokes. And one of the fascinating, like I said, he looked like John the Baptist in the sense that, well, he was personally not hygienic. Even for back in those days, apparently. And one person described him as he had long hair and beard that have never met a comb. So it's this Lorenzo Dow was very popular. Now he was out to destroy all the hierarchy values out there and just essentially have the people take care of everything. You can learn on the Bible yourself. You can put your own churches together, and a fascinating individual that represents one aspect of it. The other one, quite a bit different and yet similar, was Francis Asbury, yet another Methodist. Now, he also traveled on horseback by carriage. Some say he along with the Wesley brothers were one of the founders of the Methodist Church. I'll take that word for it. I haven't studied it that much, but he was throughout his life, he averaged about 6,000 miles a year, and he had the idea of going back to the apostolic lifestyle. In other words, the apostles, and going back to their communal lifestyle, how they, the simplicity of that style. He felt the outpouring of the Holy Spirit could happen to unlettered or illiterate individuals. You don't have to come from Harvard Divinity School to be able to do this. In fact, that can be a negative. And that's what they're fighting against with the anti-clericalism. And he had a phrase, and he said, "We must suffer with if we labor for the poor." So much of this went out to the poor, the frontiers people, and this was he was different from Lorenzo Dow in that he felt a central authority was needed. In his case, he felt he was the central authority, but whereas Lorenzo Dow was more chaotic in that review. And a lot of this second Great Awakening, has to do with breaking down the authority of the hierarchy, the authority of the puritanical view of God and religion. But the Methodists, and then later the Baptists and various other groups started coming out. And we're talking the 1800s, 1820 period. They're making fertile ground for where we're headed towards the burned over district.
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking, and where you're kind of going to is that this is monumental change that's going on in this, not just the Second Great Awakening, but you laid the context, the political context of all these things that are going on in the early 1800s, all this kind of change. And I think we often see through history, and you're obviously a lover of history, that there can be a lot of reactions from that kind of big change. And would you think, even before we get into the nuts and bolts of the burned over district, that it really was a reaction to this gigantic change that had come through politically, religiously, culturally?
Oh, absolutely. That was one of the fascinating features of this. They follow a parallel path. From the revolution up into Jeffersonian republicanism up to Jacksonian, the Jacksonian view. And it's the people, the 1790s, people of the states and local areas are beginning to form democratic societies politically, and they're getting involved in politics. They're taking the role that before was left only to the upper class, if you will. So the classes are being fought with here. A middle class is beginning to form, and in that process, they're starting to bring down the deference to whoever your elder was or your greater person. But yes, politically this is going on, and religiously it's become the democratization of American Christianity is basically what it is. You're taking the European Christianity that came over and held through the colonial period.
Moving into the actual burned over district, we've laid the groundwork of where it's coming out of, but there's something really specific and special, I guess you might say, about Western New York. And it's not just the cold weather or the waterfalls or the food. It's the culture that came there with some of the background of the immigration patterns. Yes. And that it even happened before the Erie Canal. Then the Erie Canal happens and is a monumental change. What was the I don't know, the breeding ground or the fertile soil of this one particular locality in the whole United States that really created this burned over district?
The upstate New York area, which would be roughly Albany to Buffalo region and Finger Lakes, north to Canada, south to the Pennsylvania line, was immigrated in the early 1825, mainly from New Englanders coming from Vermont, Connecticut. They were coming into the region known as Yankees. And then in the southern tier portion of the state were people from Pennsylvania, New York, and also downstate New York. Yankees and Yorkers, they called them. So this was prior to the mass immigration from Europe. This is migration in the United States itself. The New Englanders dominated the region, but they brought their culture with them in the culture of in their social life. And you see it a lot, the background of Puritanism with the Congregational and Presbyterian denominations. They came with them. They also brought a strong moral intensity with them. So as the Second Great Awakening is passing through this region, they're also starting to do their own break from their religious past and mold it into something that works for them. So essentially, it's the New Englanders that are coming through here.
Oh, yeah, I think that's a good place to stop. And I think before we start, what I was always thinking, and I kind of got this feeling from you, maybe from our off mic conversations, I use the term kids lightly, but we're Buffalo kids. And you get and it shows how micro that this can be, is that in Buffalo, you don't really get a sense of how New England, a lot of Western New York is. Buffalo doesn't feel New England, but you get not too far out of Buffalo and you get a much more New England character.
Yes, today, because of the great immigrations that came through, the Irish, the Germans, the Italians, the Polish, it's quite different from the early 1800s. In the early 1800s, the Buffalo region, which was essentially just a frontier village and upstate, the original migrators here, after the Native Americans were pushed out, were from New England. So you get that original New England feel here. Now, they moved on from here to Ohio, the Western Reserve, and they moved on to Wisconsin. The New Englanders keep a lot of this, their culture going by moving. They eventually get into we're talking now later, the anti-slavery portion of a lot of it's driven by them and their in their culture. But for upstate New York and the burned over district, which takes place in the 1820s, the fertile land, the fertility of this area was pushed by the arrival of the New England people and essentially the ending of the Second Great Awakening, where they did come through this region. Preachers came through, starting to bring it an Americanization of Christianity. So by the time, and the burned over district, I'm going to talk just about one man, Charles Finney. By the time Finney makes his move, the people he's going to are already ready to accept the message. I guess that's the key. And then that's where the Second Great Awakening feeds into this area. I don't know if the burned over district is considered part of the Second Great Awakening or not, or if it's just something that happened afterwards. I'm not sure of that, but I can see the connection between them.
Yeah, so speak a little bit generally about this burned over district, and then we can kind of dig into the details.
Okay, I'll talk about it generally, but in the upstate New York area, there were many revivals during this period, 1825 to 35. In fact, there were probably over 1,300 from what, not all by Finney, but there were many revivalists that came through the region. And their basic premise, their basic talk, it was a battle against Calvinism. Calvinism was with the Puritans through the Presbyterians and Congregationalists in this period. They were going through a rough period of change. Calvinism mainly was the predestination idea of Calvinism, where God already knows everything, so he knows if you're saved or not, no matter what you do. It's kind of a negative, defeatist look. Christ died only for the saved, and your free will is not free. It's in bondage to sin. So that was part of the early 1600s, part of European thought too. And that's what the Second Great Awakening and then the burned over district and preachers were fighting against. And it was called Arminianism, out of Jacob Arminius. He was out of 1500s Dutch theologian, I believe.
Yeah.
And they come through with their basic premises. Your will is free. You do have a free will. You can accept or reject God's offer of salvation. Predestination is not the answer. Christ died for everyone, not just for the saved. And you can resist or accept God's grace. So they're essentially putting it on the individual, saying you can make that choice. It hasn't been chosen ahead of time. It's for you to decide which way you want to go. And that's how most of the preachers were coming across at that time. Bringing the people, the poor, the lower class, and even the upper classes into thinking like that. Don't think that everything is already set. You can control it. You can, and that's the basic premise of what the teaching is going to be. When you get to Finney, you get to, he emphasizes choosing. You can choose to be good, to be evil. And
that's a very good summary of it. I'm sure people can out there pick about on the edges, but that's essentially the argument.
Yeah. Yes. And then when Finney comes in, he's born in the late 1700s, but he's born up in the village of Adams, up in the northern part of New York State, along the coast of Lake Ontario. So he's going up there towards the Thousand Islands, up in that area where he grows up. His family's originally from Vermont. He was a lawyer, and when he was 21, I believe, he was feeling something about his soul. So it's either a myth or a story that he puts out that the one day he leaves his law office in Adams and goes into the woods and prays. And out of that, he becomes a converted man, goes back to the law office, quits being a lawyer, and immediately gets into being an evangelist. So he studies in the Presbyterian version for a couple of years, and then finally starts to work as an itinerant evangelist, starting in the North Country and then working his way down. Now, Finney had some great advantages over other evangelists. First, he was physically fit to handle this type of life. He had an engaging personality, a powerful voice, which, of course, all evangelists would have to have. But he also had something that they all seem to have, too, is this remarkable eyes. And you hear this often with various people. I've even heard it with Frederick Douglass. It was his eyes. His eyes are just, in the case of Finney, they were deep blue magnetic eyes, and they seem to look directly at you. And the one thing Finney did was he did not read his sermons. He did not write them. He spoke them directly to the audience. He spoke and he looked, and he even learned a lot of their names. So he made a personal connection. So he's driving the individuals, and you have some eyewitnesses who I'll get to in a bit, but they describe him as they feel like they're speaking directly to him, and they're looking directly into their soul as he's speaking. Now, Finney was not in the camp meetings, the tent type things. He would go place to place in upstate, and he would get a church or a building to talk from. And he would try to get the local ministers to work with them. Some did, some didn't. But the people came in droves. And he started out in 1821. His first major success came in the Utica area around the winter of 25-26. It was the winter time, because the winter time was the time when the Erie Canal would stop. The people would stop working. It would freeze over. So he had the people, he had them. They were nothing to do or very little to do. So a preacher comes to town, you have them for the winters. And his first great success was the Utica revivals in 1825, 26, and he went to Rome, Auburn, various areas around the upstate area there.
Yeah, so go ahead, get into some more details on that.
A typical sermon, or as I said, he did not write his sermons. He was against that. So he would talk to the people, and a typical talking of his was he asserted that the Calvinist doctrine is not the way that God works. He emphasizes the importance of choosing. You can choose good over evil. He emphasized free will, the individual's ability to respond to God's grace. Many of the, as I said, the old school preachers read their sermons. Finney addressed people by their name. And he even persuaded women to testify in public, which was rare at that time. Women were a major part of his sermons and doctor and his revivalisms. The women were the ones that mainly went to church. You get the women will then work on husbands, fathers, sons, and typical for a preacher of he would Finney's style was simple, sentences short. He had frequent repetitions to make a point. You can think of Martin Luther King's "I Have a Dream," where he repeats the "I have a dream" portion of it constantly to make a point. It's that type of repetition that can move the preaching, move the multitudes. But prayer was his main vital feature. And after he spoke, and he typically spoke 3 times on Sunday and then a couple times during the week, but he also visited potential converts during the week, working with the women in the prayer circles. And one thing he did have, and I believe others used it as well, but he had something called the anxious bench, which would be up in the altar area. And he would clue in on some of the important individuals of the region to see who's ready to convert on the cusp. And he'd invite them to sit up there on the anxious bench so that during his sermons and workings, they would convert during the sermon. And if they were, and that could lead to conversions within the crowd, if they see some of their leaders finally giving in to Finney's words. And that was I don't know if it's a ploy or whatever, but it's a good way. If the major people of the community are believing this, then hey, we're on this. We can jump in too. So that was those were part of it. And then he also, that was mainly in Utica. And he went, after Utica, he went around upstate, and then he went to Philadelphia, New York City. And Finney was human, and Charles Finney was absorbed with the urbanism of New York. And he thought, boy, there's thousands here. Boy, if we could convert these, we're onto something, versus the rural aspect of this all. But he was convinced to go back to the rural side, the upstate area, and work with that because the people are more receptive. Once you get into the urban areas, you get more commerce, you get business. People have deflections. They don't necessarily focus on their religious views or their spiritual health. And he came back, and in Rochester in 1830, he was invited to go back, and he went there in the wintertime. 3 Presbyterian churches there were in a quarrel, and they had hoped that Charles Finney would come there and help them be an arbiter. And Finney, and these are the 2 major ones, the Utica 1825-26, and then Rochester of 1830-31, the winter. These are the 2 major success stories of Finney's career, the ones that made him famous. And in Rochester, he was there for the winter, very successful. He converted many. Immediately after Rochester is when he went to Buffalo, spring of 1831. Buffalo was not as successful historically, but Finney talks about it in his autobiography, going to Buffalo, and he talks about a couple of his converts at that point. Now, Buffalo in the spring, 1831, spring is the time when the jobs start to come back. The ice melts, the canal reopens, the lake is free. So people are going back to work. Not the best time for for people to be looking for, religious growth. They're more interested now in jobs and money. But he did have some success in Buffalo, and there were three converts that I think are pretty interesting. If you're familiar with the history of the city, one of them was Samuel Wilkson, who is sometimes considered a father of Buffalo. He is the one that put forth the effort to dredge the Buffalo Creek and turn it into a harbor in 1822-23. I'm sure you're familiar with that, Stephen. Mm-hmm. And he became a leader of the region, also very wealthy. Well, he fell under the spell of Finney and converted to a level of Christianity. 2 others, one of them, John C. Lord, was a lawyer, and Lord became a preacher. Very conservative Presbyterian preacher who became significant in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. One of the leading preachers. Great last name, by the way, for a preacher, isn't it, Lord?
Yeah, for sure.
So even though, Lord is interesting to me anyways, because, he converted under Finney's views, but he was extremely conservative in his political thought. He agreed with Fillmore in the fugitive slave law, and he agreed that slavery was legal and borne by the Bible. But in 1864, he talks about the Emancipation Proclamation. So he's got a conflicting or maybe a changing view as time goes on. Very conservative. He was. So you have Samuel Wilkson, John C. Lord, and the third one. And Charles Finney talks about this man much in his autobiography. The man's last name was Hosmer. He was a Hosmer. He was a leader of the Buffalo region. And it was his wife that was working with Finney to work on Hosmer. He resisted for quite some time, according to Finney's autobiography. And then finally he did convert to Christianity. Finney's not pushing any particular denomination. He's just pushing the idea of going Christian. Hosmer's son becomes Pastor Hosmer. Hosmer's son becomes a Unitarian preacher. The first Unitarian church in Buffalo. And it's the son that is the preacher for Millard Fillmore at the First Unitarian Church at 110 Franklin Street. And Fillmore brought John Quincy Adams there in 43 and then Abraham Lincoln in 61. So Hosmer, the son, reaped the benefits of Hosmer, the father.
Yeah, and just as a little side fact or a fun fact, that Unitarian Church, if I'm not mistaken, it's still there. You can't visit it because it's not a church anymore. I think it's a private company of some sort or another, but it's a really amazing architectural jewel of the city of Buffalo.
Yes, it still exists. It's one of the few. It came built in the 1830s. It's one of the few that exists from that point, but it has changed quite a bit over the years. But the basic idea of it is you can see it, and they have a signage in front of it, saying that was Millard Fillmore's church, and and he brought John Quincy Adams there one time and Abraham Lincoln at another time.
And so Finney is just one of those fascinating characters that comes up in American history, that he's not maybe one of the ones who comes up in your high school or maybe even your college U.S. history class. But this guy was active for such a long time, and the things that he did really underwrote a lot of the much bigger events of American history that everybody is familiar with.
Yes. Finney, by 1835, Finney has stopped with the itinerant work, and he took a position at Oberlin College in Ohio first as a professor, and I believe later as a president of the college. He did settle down at that point. And, but his legacy is what really defines him. And much of his message was, as you become Christian, you should be doing works, and you should be working towards something that helps humanity.
And this idea of works and that you have to do something really gets reflected in this burned over district.
There's a lot that came out of it, and this is what makes Finney truly important, is not necessarily the specifics of his, but he did have some converts that went on to bigger and better careers. And one of them was Theodore Dwight Weld. Not well known today. He was an anti-slavery abolitionist, but in the 1830s, he and William Lloyd Garrison were probably the top two. Weld was the one converted by Finney, and Weld was around in Ohio, upstate New York, putting together anti-slavery societies throughout, speaking and preaching about abolitionism. He was influenced by Finney. Another one that was influenced by Finney would be Henry Stanton, who married Elizabeth Cady Stanton. Both of them had heard Finney speak. I have a quote here from Henry Stanton, and he was also an anti-slavery man in the Liberty Party. And he described Finney's speaking style as, I'll quote it here. He said, "It did not sound like preaching, but like a lawyer arguing his case. The discourse was a chain of logic." And then he says, "I have heard many celebrated orators in various parts of the world. Taken all in all, I never knew the superior of Charles G. Finney." That's Stanton talking about it. One author, Whitney Cross, who wrote Burned Over District, an excellent book on the region, he describes Finney's way as quite different from, say, Lorenzo Dow or a lot of the early Second Awakening preachers. But he said, no agonizing souls fell in the aisle, no raptured ones shouted hallelujahs. Rather, the great evangelist, in an unclerical suit of gray, acted like a lawyer, arguing before a court and jury, talking wit, verve, and informality. So he had a whole different style, but it was a style that connected with the people. And out of this upstate burned over district, which generally 1825 to 35, that 10-year period, out of that came many movements, including, Mormonism came out of the area, and then Joseph Smith out of Palmyra, New York. Millerism, with William Miller and the Second Coming, that comes out of it. Organized women's rights movements, and that's followed by Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Seneca Falls. All these things are happening in upstate. The Shakers movement, which was a strange, interesting movement of religious believers in the celibate life. You even have the Oneida perfectionists like John Humphrey Noyes, whose religious doctrine believed that individuals could achieve a state of perfection in this world. And they often lived in utopias that would last, 5 to 15 years, depending upon. Education reform came out of this. And these are all individuals who heard Finney, who learned from Finney, who decided to become Christian, not go into the ministry, but to go into other areas. The biggest ones, prison reform, education reform, and the two biggest were probably the women's rights movement and the anti-slavery movement. Those are the key things, and that's what Finney brings to American history. Is just as Finney went to a fertile land in upstate New York, Finney also fertilizes more land for the anti-slavery movement, for the women's rights movements. So one feature leads to another, to another, to another. It's a fascinating thing about history.
Yeah, and what I think is so fascinating about it, this isn't like ancient history or, the Oneida movement or the Shakers. They're a quirky little footnote to history. But these things you mentioned, education reform, women's rights movement, and the slavery movement, which really morphed into the civil rights movement, prison reform, all these different things you mentioned, those are ancient history. Those are things that are impacting us right here today. And probably long after we're gone, they're going to be the major issues of the day in the United States.
And the temperance movement was another major one of the time.
Yeah. So another one, which really leads into drug control, which is another major issue that.
Yes. So that, to me, that's the key to the whole burned over district as far as today. Finney being he wasn't the only one, but he is the one that made the historical connection. He's the one that made his name for himself and made many converts that then moved on to movements that would help humanity, essentially. And Finney himself never became, he was against slavery, but he never became an abolitionist. He always stayed in the religious department. He let others take the rope and go with that. And that's what he was doing here. Charles Finney is worthy of historical study because of his influence. And it just shows how much one person can influence many others. And if we all have that power, he was just an average person who found his skill and his niche in life and ran it to the fullest. And in the process, helped others find their skills and niches in life. And it's a good example that all it takes is one person to influence two others.
Yeah, and I think that, I kind of was a little concerned going into this episode that maybe this was just something of a personal curiosity and a mutual curiosity. But this really, and I think this conversation solidified it, that this is a hugely important topic for U.S. history.
Much overlooked.
Yes.
I was speaking to somebody at the Presidential Center a couple of weeks ago, and he said few, if any, really know much about this period. And it's, there's a few authors out there that obviously wrote books. Whitney Cross and Nathan Hatch have excellent books out on it. But, it's a very low featured area. In fact, I never heard of the burned over. I'm 70. I never heard of it until about 15 years ago. So, and people I talk to they ask me, well, what is it? What is the burned over district?
Yeah, and I think that even if you dig a little deeper, it just kind of gets lost as a religious phenomenon that came out of the Second Great Awakening. But it's so much more than that. It's not just a footnote of a footnote. It really is the fountainhead of what a country would become.
We're sticking with upstate New York, but there were various areas like the Western Reserve in Ohio. They had their own burned over district. There were places in Wisconsin and Vermont and Connecticut. But the one that, if anybody hears about it, the top one is the upstate New York one, mainly from Utica to Rochester to Finger Lakes region and to some degree Albany and Buffalo. But the influence of it is often either forgotten or never learned. Sometimes I look at it within the my area of interest is really the anti-slavery movement, and when that pops up in the 1830s with Garrison and others, now I can see where the fertile land was prior. Not that Garrison was involved he wasn't in the burned over district. He wasn't. He laid. He had his own influences, but you can see it's interesting to see how one event leads to another. The anti-slavery movement becomes very powerful. Well, why? Where did it come from? It doesn't come overnight from anywhere. It's like World War II didn't come out of nowhere. I mean, you have the 20 years of build up to that. Those are I think fascinating, and to see how the second awakening features in the burned over district, which features in the anti-slavery movement, and then you can go back even farther to see how the Enlightenment process just starts to change people's thinking process of going from hierarchy to reason, instead of believing what the clerics say or what your king says. You now can think for yourself, and it's a slow process moving down through the generations. I think that's fantastic.
Yeah. And what's fascinating is, and what I think my big takeaway has been from these conversations is history is so hyper localized, but it has these reverberations. And, one example that I keep going back to is there's a small town near Buffalo called Alden that is chocked full of Underground Railroad sites, but it was also the only town, or the hamlet of Town Line, which is even a smaller part of Alden, actually seceded from the Union. And you have that, it's in your backyard. If I can encourage people, go read a sign. If you're in Buffalo, go to the Buffalo Presidential Society and talk to people like John here. They're in your town. Go do it, because it's there. Yes, there's podcasts, and please like and subscribe and all of that, and go listen to more podcasts. But there's resources right in your own city, in your own town, that you can access and find all these fascinating pieces of history.
I agree. Yeah. All history is local. Yeah.
Well, I really thank you so much, John. This was a fascinating conversation. Our last conversation was fascinating. I hope we can find another topic we can get you on here for again.
Well, thank you, Steve. I appreciated your time, and I've enjoyed every moment here. It's great talking about these, and it's a learning process for me too. It helps keep my brain going too when I get to discuss these issues.
Let's start out this episode with a little warning, a little trigger warning, because this episode is not what you are going to expect. If you came here looking for a clean moral diagram with bright lines and obvious heroes and villains, I'm telling you right now, you're not going to get it. This episode is going to question a lot of widely held assumptions about antebellum American politics and culture, especially the way people tell the story of slavery, abolition, immigration, and religion as if each of those lived in its own separate silo or sealed room. They don't. And in a way, that's why this is a natural stopping point for this entire series. So many of the themes we've been tracing across episodes come together here. When they converge, the picture gets more complicated, not less. Catholic life in the United States was not happening on a separate track from the great American arguments of the early to mid 19th century. It's braided into them completely, and it's not a clean picture. And to dive into this Gordian knot, we're going to use a couple of people as case studies, not because these people explain everything, because they carry the contradictions of this era in their own story. One person we'll start off with is Roger Taney, who is a really interesting case study for Catholics, especially for the slavery debate and for American politics in the early to mid 19th century. He was born in Calvert County, Maryland in 1777. That detail matters because Calvert County is not just a dot on the map. It was an incredibly important region for early colonial Catholicism. This is the old Catholic Maryland world, a place where the Catholic story isn't a late immigrant story. It's older, rooted, established, and complicated in its own right. Taney was a cradle Catholic of the old colonial Maryland Catholic stock, and he was also the 5th Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court, appointed in 1836, also the first Catholic. And in a sense, he's really the second Chief Justice because he followed after Chief Justice John Marshall. And Marshall was really the father of this U.S. Supreme Court. Marshall served as Chief Justice for 35 years, and his influence was so defining that he became in many ways the guiding hand that turned the court into what it is today. Taney held the office for 28 years in his own right during what might be the most controversial period in American history for developing the ideas of state versus federal power and for arguing about slavery as an institution in the United States. So if you want a single place where the American argument about law and power is becoming sharper, more defensive, more ideological, and more explosive, you could do a lot worse than to stand in Taney's shadow. And here's the key. In the Byzantine world of American jurisprudence, Taney was as complicated as it gets because Taney manumitted the slaves he received as a part of his inheritance from his dad when he was still very young. He is, in that sense, very anti-slavery, and yet he was the one who handed down the infamous Dred Scott decision. The Dred Scott decision effectively locked in the institution of slavery in the United States in 1857. That decision said, in brief, that enslaved African Americans were never intended to be citizens of the United States. This judicial opinion kicked the hornet's nest that would shortly become the United States Civil War, which started in 1861. It also started the process of some of the most impactful acts of the U.S. government, including the 13th and 14th Amendments to the U.S. Constitution. Tawney was also extremely anti-Abraham Lincoln. He preferred a slow abolition to a quick abolition. If you're trying to reduce this era to slogans, Tawney will not cooperate with you. And that's exactly why he's useful here, because the story we're telling is not just a story about slavery or just about Catholics or even just about politics. It's a story about how people lived inside a world where multiple loyalties and fears and moral claims were all colliding at once. Now, to get into the broader culture that surrounds Tawney's lifetime, we have to bring in immigration and nativism into the frame, both inside and outside the Catholic world. We could look firstly at the recently conquered, quote unquote, Spanish and Mexicans in the West. And here you can already feel how strange the political map gets. They were overall pro-secession, but also anti-slavery. Strange combinations like this should warn us. The era's alliances were not always what later narratives want them to be for us. Then there were the Irish immigrants, and this was a major pressure point. They were in deep conflict with African Americans. We often don't talk about this. African Americans were competing for the same low-paid jobs as Irish immigrants, and African Americans, free African Americans, were often used as strike breakers against Irish labor strikes. The Irish were fighting for higher wages, better accommodations, and so they would go on strikes, some of the first labor strikes in the United States. So in these very same cities where Protestant reform movements were speaking in the language of conscience and liberty, the labor reality on the streets turned groups against each other in ways that don't fit neatly into these moral categories we want them to. Ethnic survival, job competition, fear of being displaced, fear of being at the bottom forever. Those things were part of the social atmosphere, especially for these Irish immigrants. Catholics were not observing this from a distance. Catholics were caught inside. Protestants, abolition, and the problem of a clear line of what we might call progress and progressivism. That brings the Catholics into conflict with Protestants and the abolitionist movement. There is a tendency to tell this as if it's a simple story. Protestant reformers led the charge of abolition. Catholics resisted, and the moral divide is obvious, but it's not that clean. Protestant reformers did lead much of the abolition movement, and many of those Protestant abolition forces were also deeply, deeply nativist. They hated the Irish. They hated Catholics. They hated the Pope and everything he stood for. We get nativist parties like the Know Nothings, who we spoke quite a bit about. Those nativist political energies fed into what became the Republican Party. Now, right there, you can see the Catholic dilemma forming. Irish Catholics became very soured against the Republican Party because of the anti-Catholic nativist tendencies of that party. What do you do if you're a Catholic immigrant community and the loudest anti-slavery politics you're hearing are being voiced by the people who also see you as a threat to the country's very identity and even existence? That's the kind of social and political trap that doesn't excuse moral failure, but it does explain why loyalties and resentments form the way they did. This was an animosity that carried for decades in the post-Civil War period. This is where a really interesting character, Lyman Beecher, becomes a useful symbol of the era's ideological mashup. Beecher was a major player in the abolitionist movement and the patriarch of a massively influential abolitionist dynasty. His daughter, Harriet Beecher Stowe, wrote the influential Uncle Tom's Cabin. That doesn't mean Beecher was completely above the fray when it came to hot-button issues. He was strongly a nativist and anti-Catholic. Beecher was not just representing his individual opinion. He represented a mindset that could speak about liberty while also speaking about Catholicism as if it was an enemy of liberty and the very idea of America itself. You can see this in the Know Nothing resolution from Norfolk, Massachusetts, which linked Roman Catholicism and slavery as if they were inseparable. The logic ran like this. Roman Catholicism and slavery were both founded and supported on, quote unquote, ignorance and tyranny. Here's a little quote from Beecher and that resolution. Quote, Roman Catholicism and slavery being alike founded and supported on the basis of ignorance and tyranny, and being therefore natural allies in every warfare against liberty and enlightenment, therefore be it resolved that there can exist no real hostility to Roman Catholicism which does not embrace slavery, its natural co-worker and opposition to freedom and republican institutions, end quote. Think about what's happening there. Catholicism was being framed not as a religion with doctrines and sacraments, but as a political force where its very existence was hostile to republican freedom. Slavery was being treated not only as a social evil, but as also something that could be rhetorically weaponized against Catholics. So now abolitionism was not merely a moral question. In the public square, it became part of a cultural war where anti-Catholic nativists could claim moral superiority by tying Catholic identity to the worst institution in the country. And when that was combined with immigrant vulnerability, job conflict, and political suspicion, you get an atmosphere where Catholics could feel besieged from multiple directions at once. Now we need to talk about the traditional Catholic teaching on slavery, and to do it properly, we have to pull the camera back just a little bit. We discussed this a bit in the very first episode in this series, but let's dig in a little deeper. You can look back to the Middle Ages and you can point to the Catholic Church role in ending or severely decreasing slavery in Western Europe. But Catholic history also has something that modern Americans don't handle well. A layered understanding of authority and obligation, what we might call, quote unquote, levels of bondage. Americans tend to hear the word bondage and immediately imagine one thing, one institution and one horror, that is chattel slavery. And that reaction is understandable, but historically, societies have had multiple forms of binding obligation, and Catholic social reality has often operated inside of those layers. So when you say levels of bondage, you're talking about a range of social arrangements and authority relationships, some voluntary, some economic, some legal, familial, and oftentimes coercive, and not all of them mean the same thing, even if they share the reality of unequal power. You have all of these different ideas: apprenticeships, indentured servitude, debt slavery, serfdom, chattel slavery, that were all covered by these levels of authority in opposition. This teaching goes back all the way to the Bible as much as the teachings of the Protestant abolitionists' Bible proofs. And then you have other relational bonds that maybe sound familiar, but also are in tension and opposition. You have the relationship of husband and wife, child and parent, teacher and student, bishop, priest and layman, all forms of authority that aren't slavery, but are still real bonds of obligation that shape the moral imagination of a society. This matters because it affected how Catholic thinkers and leaders of the 19th century would speak and not speak about slavery. They spoke often with an older vocabulary of hierarchy and obligation that did not map neatly onto the American political language of absolute individual freedom and individualism. In a country where political identity increasingly became tied to clean absolutes, free versus slave, North versus South, federal versus state, this older layered vocabulary could sound evasive, compromised, or even out of step completely when tied to a system that tried to name real distinctions. Now we come to where economic interests come together with moral life in a way that people often prefer not to discuss. There is the economics of cheap labor, especially immigrant labor versus chattel slavery. And even here, it's not as clean as it looks. And it was controversial in the extreme. We could take the example of 1838. In 1838, the Maryland Jesuit province and specifically Brother Joseph Moberly, sold most of their slaves, about 272 in total. The rationale was framed in economic terms. The claim was that 2 or 3 strong men that understood farming, quote unquote, assisted by quote unquote apprentices, could be more productive. Then there were the expenses that Moberly espoused. Slaves required housing, clothing, accommodations, food, land for growing their own food, health care, upkeep for children and the elderly who weren't naturally productive, you might say. There was also the argument that slaves were not incentivized to work hard because they were indeed in bondage and quote unquote in defiance of authority. In the Catholic context, there's a further layer. Slaves were required Catholic catechism, spiritual care, and education. These were all expenses that free labor did not incur for the business owners. This was a major problem that Irish immigrants faced in northern factories as well. They were engaged in as free laborers, but they did not receive decent compensation, health care, and often received substandard and at even times living conditions that were not fit for human habitation as their housing, as well as inadequate food. Back to the enslaved people who were sold to a Louisiana slaveholder, it was very controversial at the time. It raised the obvious question, why didn't the Jesuits simply manumit these enslaved people? Why sell them? Even without answering those questions here, just stating them makes clear that this episode, what we're trying to do in this episode, we're not cleaning up the history, we're layering it out and letting the contradictions sit out in the open so we can discuss them and see what the people at the time were thinking. Now, to make things even a little more interesting, in about 1839, roughly a year and a half after Brother Moberly sold the enslaved people to the Louisiana planter, Pope Gregory the 16th issued an apostolic letter against the slave trade. Many bishops said this edict only applied to the international slave trade, not slaves trade within the United States. And that distinction became a pressure valve. It allowed people to claim loyalty to Rome while also leaving the American institution of slavery intact. We also have the example of the French-born Bishop Augustin Martin, who said that the enslavement of African Americans was divinely ordained. And that claim didn't really stand. He was forced to reverse that opinion by the propaganda in Rome for going against papal teaching and biblical authority. But the broader pattern remained. No Catholic bishops publicly or openly stated abolition, north or south, prior to the Civil War. Later, Bishop John Purcell was in favor of the 13th Amendment, but that came later after the time we cover in this series. Even as late as 1866, after the war had already ended, at the Second Plenary Council, bishops stated they wished slavery had faded out instead of the massive conflict and rapid abolition that had occurred. That tells you something important about Catholic leadership's posture. Even when the institution of slavery was gone, the preference many expressed was still for gradual disappearance, not revolutionary abolition. Now let's dive in a little deep here, and it's important because it shows the internal Catholic world was not a monolith, even if it often appeared to be publicly cautious or even silent on the role of slavery in U.S. society. One example is John Carroll of Carrollton, who tried to get a law passed that would phase out slavery all the way back in 1797. You have Jeremiah Cummings, the priest of St. Stephen's Catholic Church in New York City, who was strongly, but also a rare Catholic abolitionist. There's Orestes Brownson, editor of Brownson's Quarterly Review. Brownson's line was sharp. It is an quote unquote undeniable that no religious body in the country stands so generally committed to slavery and rebellion, unquote, as the Catholic Church. That's not a Protestant nativist accusation. That's internal criticism from within the Catholic orbit, naming a moral and political reality that he found intolerable. And that mattered because it tells you something. The Catholic world contained voices that recognize the depth of the problem in the church, even if those voices were not the ones shaping the public political posture like that of the bishops and the American Catholic institution. When we talk about Catholic complicity or Catholic caution, we should also remember there were Catholics who saw that caution was a moral failure. We're now at the dawn of the Civil War. As the Civil War approached, Northern Catholic bishops largely supported the Union and Southern bishops largely supported the Confederacy. But the church did not fracture over the war despite these sectional differences. And that too is telling. The Catholic institutional body held together even when the country was breaking apart. You have Bishop John Hughes, who was a friend of President James Buchanan and Lincoln's Secretary of State, William Seward. Hughes was strongly pro-Union, but on slavery, he was conflicted, and he was definitely not a full-throated abolitionist. Yet his statements captured a key political fear. Catholics, native or foreign-born, were willing to fight to the death for the support of the Constitution, the government, and the laws of the Union. But if it was understood that they were fighting for the abolition of slavery, then they would turn away in disgust from what would otherwise be seen as a patriotic duty. That line was a window into the Catholic political psychology of the moment, the fear that abolition would frame not as preserving the Union, but instead it would be dragged into a moral crusade led by hostile nativist forces, with Catholics positioned as tools rather than citizens. To bring back the old Buffalo connection we've woven in throughout this series, it should be mentioned that Bishop Timon, a Texas missionary and later Bishop of Buffalo, was strongly pro-Union. About 90% of Catholics at the dawn of the U.S. Civil War lived in the Union, though Catholics fought on both sides. And then there are the New York City draft riots of 1863, and it's an important moment because it's not just a riot. It was an eruption of everything we've been talking about: immigration, labor pressure, resentment, fear, political identity, and racial conflict. The draft was not experienced as an abstract national duty as it was later on. It was experienced as a threat that fell unevenly and landed inside neighborhoods already pressured by poverty, job competition, and distrust of elites. And in that atmosphere, you can see how quickly the moral narrative could fracture. People could say they were loyal to the Union and still feel rage toward the policies of the war. People could feel exploited by the wealthy and take that anger out on those with even less power, the free African Americans. The racial violence became entangled with political protest in a way that exposed how fragile moral clarity could be in a city where survival itself felt uncertain. This is one of those moments where the phrase "the North was anti-slavery" becomes too neat to hold the full reality of what was going on in the streets. You get anti-slavery politics at the top and deep racial conflict and resentment on those streets. And again, Catholics were not outside of this. Irish Catholics were living in this dichotomy. They were shaped by it, and the broader Catholic story was happening inside this pressure cooker, not apart from it. This is a good point for two interesting case studies to kind of go along with our Roger Taney case study. One of top generals in both the Confederacy and in the Union, one who fought for the Confederacy and one who fought for the Union, vociferously and strongly fought for their sides. Firstly, we will discuss General Pierre Gustave Toutant Beauregard, also known as PTG Beauregard. Then we'll examine the life of General Philip Sheridan. These are fascinating contrasts in both background and birth. They shared the same Catholic faith, but conflicted on the battlefield. Even before we start that, it is worth pointing out that famous Confederate naval officer and possibly the most successful commerce raider in history, Raphael Semmes, was a Catholic born in Charles County, Maryland. More Maryland Catholic connections. Let's start with Louisiana Creole and aristocratic Catholic PGT Beauregard. PGT Beauregard is one of the most useful mirror figures you can put next to someone like Philip Sheridan because he forces you to look at the same era from the other side of the battlefield. Then he complicates that picture again after the war is over. He was born in 1818 in St. Bernard Parish, Louisiana, on a sugarcane plantation just outside of New Orleans in the French Creole Catholic world of the Gulf South. French was the first language in his household, and Catholicism was not a label for him in the way it could be for later immigrant Catholics in northern cities. It was the inherited atmosphere of his home and region. Like Sheridan, Beauregard's rise ran straight through the American military establishment. He attended West Point and graduated near the top of his class in 1838. Trained as an engineer and shaped by the profession, technical mindset of the pre-war U.S. Army. So when secession arrived, the drama was not only political, it was personal and institutional. Beauregard had worn the uniform of the United States. He had lived inside the National Project, but when Louisiana seceded, he resigned his commission. In early 1861, he stepped into Confederate service, and almost immediately he was placed where history will remember him forever. That is in Charleston, South Carolina, and Fort Sumter, the very place where the war was born. Beauregard commanded the Confederate forces in Charleston Harbor and the bombardment of Fort Sumter in April of 1861 and started the opening cannonade of the war. That moment tends to freeze him in the public imagination as the man who started it all. But in the first year of the conflict, he was also a genuine Confederate celebrity associated with early success and early confidence. He was linked to the First Battle of Manassas, the first big fight that convinced many people the war was not going to end quickly. Now, in terms of politics, Beauregard is not remembered as a systematic political philosopher. He's remembered as a military figure. He became politically revealing in the way he navigated power and legitimacy. Before and during the war, he represented a strand of Southern identity that was both intensely regional and intensely self-conscious. A Louisiana Catholic Creole who fought for a Confederacy that often sold itself in an Anglo-Protestant light. He was a Southern symbol, but not a typical Southern stereotype. And then came the part that people often don't expect. After the war, Beauregard's public posture did not simply harden into permanent defiance of the Union and the loss of the war for the South. In Reconstruction Louisiana, he was connected to efforts that argued for stabilizing political life, and he made political declarations that included support for Black suffrage and the 14th Amendment. These are positions that do not fit easily into the script that people want to assign to a famous Confederate general. So if you're tracking the politics of the day, Beauregard became a reminder that the post-war South contained more than one impulse. There was resistance and backlash and violence as well. But there was also a strand of pragmatic recalculation, if you will, a recognition that the world had changed and that Louisiana was going to have to live in that new political reality somehow in some way. Beauregard ended up lending his name, his prestige, and his public voice to that strand that's several key moments. Where did his Catholic faith sit in all of this? That Catholic faith was certainly a part of his identity and his formation, his region, and his social world. Yet Catholic identity in this era often worked more in the deep background than as a set of political and public talking points. Beauregard is not chiefly known for writing about Catholic doctrine and politics. He is known for occupying a very particular place in the American story, a Catholic Louisianan trained by the U.S. military, firing the open shots for the Confederacy, and then after defeat, appearing in public life in ways that do not line up neatly with the expectation and the expected posture of permanent rebellion. Now let's move north and discuss a first-generation immigrant and Irish Catholic, General Philip Sheridan. Philip Sheridan is one of those figures who helps you feel the era in your bones because he doesn't sit comfortably inside anyone's clean story about the Civil War, immigration, or Catholic life in America. He was born in 1831 to Irish Catholic immigrants. He grew up in Ohio and ended up at West Point. That alone is a reminder of how fast the United States was changing. In one generation, you can go from immigrant insecurity to the officer class of the American military. That is the promise people talk about, but it's also pressure because when you rise that quickly, everyone wants to decide what you represent. Sheridan became a Union commander in the Civil War, and he developed a reputation for being relentless, not ornamental, not hesitant. He was the kind of leader who thought the nation was in a fight for its life, and he acted like it. What matters for our purposes is what happened after the shooting stopped. Sheridan didn't fade away into the background when the war ended. He became one of the most powerful military administrators in the Reconstruction era, especially in places like Texas and Louisiana. And this is where the politics of the day comes into sharp focus. Reconstruction forced a question the country would rather dodge. Who actually had the authority to remake public life after the old order collapsed? The local power structures in the South wanted to regain control and define the post-war reality on their terms. Many people in the North wanted reunion without confrontation, peace without the hard work of enforcement. In the middle, you get a federal government trying to hold together a victory that could evaporate if it was treated like a handshake agreement. Sheridan's instincts were clear. He leaned toward strong federal enforcement, especially when he believed order and legitimacy were at stake. He was not as sentimentalist about it. If you expected him to speak the language of gradual persuasion, you won't find it with the old Phil. His posture was closer to this. If the Union won, then the Union had to mean something in practice. And that posture put him on a collision course with President Andrew Jackson, who saw men like Sheridan as heavy-handed, even dangerous. Sheridan was removed from his Reconstruction command. His defenders saw him as implementing the post-war settlement in a region where resistance and violence were undermining it. His critics, on the other hand, saw him as an example of federal overreach. And just like that, you can feel the new battlefield forming. The war over the meaning of federal power didn't change, but it did change shape. Now, where does his Catholic faith fit into all of this? Sheridan was consistently identified as a Catholic, rooted in Irish Catholic immigrant family life. That mattered because the Catholic story in the United States at the mid-19th century was not simply about theology. It was about belonging. It was about suspicion. It was about being told openly and repeatedly that you don't quite fit the American ideal as some people defined it. So Sheridan's life became a kind of unspoken argument against that suspicion. Here's an Irish Catholic who rose into the heart of Union authority. Here's a Catholic who was not just fighting for the United States, but also helping to decide how the United States would use its power after the war. In a culture where Catholics were often treated as outsiders, Sheridan ended up holding the levers of national force. And that is exactly why his presence in this story matters. Whenever we talk about Catholics and the politics of the day, we cannot reduce it to bishops and statements of formal church positions and theology. We also have to look at how Catholic people moved inside of the machinery of the country, becoming generals, becoming governors, becoming decision makers, even when their communities at home were facing nativism, job competition, and massive political distrust. Sheridan is not a neat symbol. He's a Catholic in a country that was tearing itself apart, then trying to stitch itself back together with the same hands that tore it. He stands at the center of the argument about what the Union was, what federal authority could do, and what kind of nation was going to emerge from the massive wreckage of the U.S. Civil War. Finally, when we place him next to figures like Bishop Hughes, you start to see how Catholic loyalty to the Union could exist alongside deep anxiety about what the war was really for and really about, and who got to define the moral meaning of that fight. Beauregard came out of the old Catholic Louisiana world and fired the opening shots of the Confederacy, a symbol of secession and regional sovereignty. Sheridan rose from Irish Catholic immigrant roots into the Union's highest ranks and then became one of the strongest faces of federal enforcement in the war's aftermath. One is remembered for beginning the conflict and the other for helping decide what victory would mean when the fighting stopped. When you put them side by side, the point is not to flatten them into moral slogans, but to see the era as it really was. Catholics on both sides, shaped by different regional cultures, different pressures, and different visions of authority. That's where we land this episode, because by the time you reach the Civil War, every thread we've been tracing in this entire series, immigration, nativism, law, authority, economic slavery, and the very Catholic identity, was tightened into one knot, and the only honest way forward is to admit the story refuses to be simple. And finally, we come full circle in a way that connects to our previous series on this general time period, which I entitled End of an Era. With this series, and we're going to tie it together with this series on the Catholic history of early America. Pope Pius IX wrote a letter to Confederate General Jefferson Davis. Whatever someone wants to do with all the details and however they want to interpret it, it belongs to the larger theme we've been tracing. Catholicism in this period was constantly trying to navigate loyalty, legitimacy, authority, and survival inside of a country where political foundations were cracking and would soon crack completely. I'm going to share this short correspondence between Pius and Davis and their entire and full context. This matters because it shows even a papacy and a church that was firmly anti-slavery and in its own secular power battle was being destroyed at the very same time. Both the Confederacy and the Vatican State had many different ideas and incentives, but they wove again together. Just for a little context on this exchange, we'll share Jefferson's letter, which was based on a letter Pope Pius IX had sent to the bishops of New York and New Orleans. Then Pius sent a direct response to Davis. So there was we won't share the letter that Pius sent to the bishops. We'll dive into Jefferson's letter to Pius and then Pius's direct response to Davis. So this is the first letter from Jefferson Davis to Pope Pius IX. Quote, "Very venerable sovereign pontiff, the letters which you have written to the clergy of New Orleans and New York have been communicated to me, and I have read with emotion the deep grief therein expressed for the ruin and devastation caused by the war which is now being waged by the United States against the states and people which have selected me as their president, and your orders to your clergy to exhort the people to peace and charity. I am deeply sensible of the Christian charity which has impelled you to this reiterated appeal to the clergy. It is for this reason that I feel it my duty to express personally and in the name of the Confederate States our gratitude for such sentiments of Christian good feeling and love, and assure your holiness that the people, threatened even on their own hearths with the most cruel oppression and terrible carnage, is desirous now, as it has always been, to see the end of this impious war. That we have addressed prayers to heaven for that issue which your holiness now desires, that we desire none of our enemies' possessions, but we fight merely to resist the devastation of our country and the shedding of our best blood, and to force them to let us live in peace under the protection of our own institutions and under our own laws, which not only ensure to everyone the enjoyment of his temporal rights, but also the free exercise of his religion. I pray your holiness to accept, on the part of myself and the people of the Confederate States, our sincere thanks for your efforts in favor of peace. May the Lord preserve the days of your holiness and keep you under his divine protection. Jefferson Davis. Now here is Pius IX's response to Davis, quote, "Illustrious and honorable President, we have just received with all suitable welcome the person sent by you to our place in our hands your letter dated 23rd of September last. Not slight was the pleasure we experienced when we learned from these persons and the letter with what feelings of joy and gratitude you were animated. Illustrious and honorable President, as soon as you were informed of our letters to our venerable brothers, John, Archbishop of New York, and John, Archbishop of New Orleans, dated the 18th of October last year, and in which we have, with all of our strength, excited and exhorted these venerable brothers that in their episcopal piety and solicitude they should endeavor with the most ardent zeal and in our name to bring about the end of the fatal civil war which has broken out in those countries, in order that the American people may obtain peace and concord and dwell charitably together. It is particularly agreeable to us to see that you, illustrious and honorable President, and your people are animated with the same desires of peace and tranquility which we have in your letters inculcated upon our venerable brothers. May it please God at the same time to make the other peoples of America and their rulers, reflecting seriously how terrible is civil war and what calamities it engenders, listen to the inspirations of a calmer spirit and adopt resolutely the part of peace. As for us, we shall not cease to offer up the fervent prayers to God Almighty that he may pour out upon all the peoples of America the spirit of peace and charity, and that he will stop the great evils which afflict them. We at the same time beseech the God of mercy and pity to shed abroad upon you the light of his grace and attach you to us by perfect friendship." Unquote. Pope Pius IX's December 1863 letter to Confederate President Jefferson Davis. So I'm sure a lot of you are probably screaming into your iPhones or your listening devices right now because there's a lot to unpack in those letters. But if this episode is a stopping point to this series, it's because these letters gather up every thread we've been touching: law and power, state and federal tension, the abolition of slavery and the gradual ending of slavery, immigrant vulnerability, Protestant moral language mixed with native hostility, internal Catholic conflict, and then economic decisions that had moral consequences. bishops trying to hold their institution together, Catholics fighting on both sides, in a church that did not neatly align with the way modern Americans want to tell the story. If that makes you uncomfortable, that's a good thing, really, because discomfort is sometimes the honest sign that you are no longer using the past as a prop. You're finally listening to what it has to say to you. And with that, I will see you on our next stop on our trip through the history of the popes of Rome and Catholic Church.
The Historical Jesus Podcast is the sweeping saga of the life and times of Galilean Jesus of Nazareth, as well as the faith, religion, and church founded to honor and disseminate his acts and teachings. Join me, Mark Vinette, on this fascinating journey through time, exploring the many great works of Christian theology, literature, architecture, music, and art inspired by the words and deeds of Jesus Christ.